Hello, everyone. Welcome to the channel. I'm Oren.
And I'm 1 year older KYLARIS, and I'm invisible.
Yeah, you are. Give me 1 second. There she is. Hope everybody is doing well. We're in a different Discord channel, so she didn't pop up right away. But yeah, hope everybody's doing great. We're doing well here. It's been a fun day. It is KYLARIS'S birthday.
Hey!
And so we decided it would be really fun to have a bonus stream and to celebrate her and to chat with everybody and have a great time. And we also thought this was a great opportunity to rank our favorite Harry Potter books and movies. So we've done that in the past. KYLARIS, thank you so much for resubbing for 15 months.
You know, it's really the birthday gift to myself.
It's our really money paying our money. Yeah. So.
Selfish luck.
Selfish luck. Hello.
Oh my goodness, from the past. That now that you're on your trip across the country. Hello, Murph.
Hey, Murph. How's it going? Sorry, guys. So we decided to get started. Even we don't have everything set up. Not gonna lie. And we decided actually to get started because one, we wanted to get things rolling. We're already a little late. And then two, we wanted to allow some time for people to roll in, because one of the things I'm trying to do tonight is get a poll set up. So as we're ranking and discussing the Harry Potter books and movies, we're going to let chat participate in that as well. And we thought that'd be really fun. The normal polling system in Twitch is nice, but it only allows up to 5 options. Well, that doesn't work with Harry Potter because there are 7 books and 8 movies. So I'm figuring out something else, and didn't even think about this until like literally 15 minutes before we went live. So there's plenty of things to set up. So we're going to set up a little bit. We're going to chat. We're going to hang out while I get like a poll set up. While I get, we'll probably do like an Excel or a sheet on screen like we did for Star Wars, and then we'll get that set up and stuff, and then we'll get into it. So,
hello. Are you still talking? Oh no.
Nope. Go ahead.
I can hear you in real life. Hi to Becky and Bree.
Hi, Becky.
Shout out to you while you're eating pizza.
Oh, ooh, nice. We have pizza tonight too.
Hi, Clay.
Hi, Clay. How's it going?
Hi, Murph. Oh, I already said that out loud. I don't know. I was typing because Oren was talking forever, so I was trying to respond in time.
I gotta put something in the common room here really quick.
I'm gone.
You're no longer there.
Oh my gosh. Selfish lock, what's the temp? I already have the definitive list here if you want me to share. Oh my gosh, no, hold on. Well, it depends on how long you're going to stay awake, but try to let's go along in some kind of order, possibly. We'll see. Honestly, I don't know if my lists are definitive, but no one's surprised about that.
Right. How do you say that? Salve, citizens. Feliz cumpleaños.
Cumpleaños.
Okay.
Read the letters that are there.
I just always read them in Michigan. Right? 37 was so yesterday. That's funny.
It's true.
Yeah, how was the trip going? Bree and Becky, and Locke, how was the flight? I have my tonight, you can't see it very well, green screen, am I right? But this is a always mug. It's the tree that Lily and
yeah, it's totally the wrong color for stream.
It is, yep. But then as when it's cold, it's really like brown and you can't see the detail much. And then as you put warm coffee in there, it like turns white and you can see it better.
And I have the Hogwarts crest with the 4 houses.
Yeah. I even have, I'm sure you guys have seen it on stream before. I have a
Totes Presh.
Murph.
I believe the kids and I got him that for, I don't know, Father's Day, a birthday, something. I thought it was pretty cool. It's one of those color changing mugs.
Mm-hmm. It's tiny.
I'll go get my elder wand. Oh, I should totally have a wand here.
Yeah, we have one.
I know there's one in the living room right now. 7. We do not have 7 wands. I think we have like 3 or 4.
I'm trying to find a cool theme for this. It's amazing. So many mountains. Oh, just love mountains.
Where are your mountain pictures? So far, I've just seen your mug in the airport. Not that kind of mug. Locke, did you happen to find any of those special earplugs?
Ooh, they have some cool like theme options for this. Guys, I'm just trying to get this. I'm trying to get this poll going. So we're gonna have the source, the philosophers. Gotta remember how to spell philosopher. Philosophers. Philosophers. Yep, I got it.
Yeah, Clay, I was out in, I don't think I've ever been in New Mexico, but I was in Arizona when I was like, I don't know, like junior high-ish. My family took a trip there because my grandparents had like a winter house down there at some point, and we did, I think we were in Phoenix briefly, and we did the Grand Canyon, and I don't remember. I definitely remember the Grand Canyon. I don't remember too much else. Some random like cactuses and things that we don't see here. But I think like my sister and I, like I was at the age that we didn't really care that much about like, we're like, yeah, that's cool, but we didn't quite embrace the grandeur or like appreciate that what we were looking at. And we were like, we like peer over the edge of the Grand Canyon and just go, nice hole. Where's the gift shop? You know, like we were like that type of like dumb, like just unappreciative teenager. So we're like, yeah, let's go look for souvenirs. Like, appreciate this for a minute. Okay, Locke, have some good pizza. We had pizza for dinner tonight too. Thanks for the birthday wishes.
Oh, let's see here. How do I?
Hey, Prof. He says, hello there, folks. Happy birthday anniversary, KYLARIS. Thank you.
Prof, how's it going, man? What's going on? So hold on. I'm gonna finish this poll.
That's what you call them in Australia. Are you being serious? I don't think you are. Maybe you are, but I don't really think so. Yeah. Yeah, you're a good bluffer, though. So I'm never quite sure.
How do I get the?
So what's going on with everybody else? Did you all have a nice Mother's Day last weekend? We did stream on Mother's Day night, but if anyone wasn't there, how'd it go? How are you doing? I had a nice Mother's Day. I kind of like, it all blurs together with my birthday usually because they're so close together, but I got to see my mom, and we actually got to see Oren's mom today, so that was nice. Oh, my. And no, we had a really good time.
Yeah.
So anyway, between Mother's Day and my birthday, because the gifts got a little jumbled up, but so far my little family here has given me a couple of candles and some jewelry, and my big gift was, as many of you know, the double drawer Ninja Foodie air fryer. So now I want to fry everything inside. And so that's been really cool. Yeah. That's why I had to get the double drawer. Yeah, it's totally epic, Murph. I love it. Do you have an air fryer? Because I've totally joined the bandwagon, and we're just like, what else can we try in here? There's so many cool stuff I haven't gotten to try yet. So, oh gosh, we should think about that. I have to go grocery shopping tomorrow, and we should think of more things we can air fry in terms of dinners.
Oh, no.
On our wish list, yes. I really recommend it. And especially for like I mean, if you can do it, get the double drawer anyway, but especially for like family size stuff, you can do 2 drawers of like the same food if you need like extra, so you don't have to do it in batches. But also with the dual drawer, we like you can control the temperature and the time for each side separately. So it's really nice if you have something that has to be cooked differently. You can do like a meat thing and like fries or what a vegetable on one side, and yeah, it's really cool. Clay said we used ours a lot for about a week. No, don't even. We just passed a week, so you're still going. You should get back to using it, Clay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I haven't tried many other ones, but we got the Ninja Foodie, and so far we've really liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Prof sounds efficient. I like it. So difficult. Yeah.
Let me get. Need to get.
Ooh, what is this? What's your favorite Harry Potter book, movie, type number?
So
I'm just reading what you have here.
What we're going to be able to do is when we vote. So KYLARIS and I are going to say, okay, what's our least favorite movie? And I think we're going to combine 7 and 8, or it's hard because like there's 7 books and 8 movies. And I really feel like at that point we could combine, even though you could say like 7 and 8 in their own way are separate and feel a little bit different and have their own pros and cons and things. I think we need to combine them because it's derivative of one book. So
I didn't know they came in double drawers. I feel like Pippin in Lord of the Rings. They come in pints?
I'm getting one.
They come in double drawers?
Yeah.
I'm getting one. Yes. I heard that from other people before we bought ours, and they're like, ooh, you want to get the double drawer for these reasons. So now I just paid that forward onto you with knowledge. So share it with someone else.
That's knowledge.
Yeah. Get the knowledge. Echo Moo.
I'm getting one. Echo Moo.
I'm getting one. Hey Moo, how's it going? I definitely combine movies 7 and 8. I just think of them as one long movie. I mean, yeah, it's technically a part 1 and 2. So
yeah.
I think it's hard to rank, like, if you want to say movie 7, Deathly Hallows Part 1 as a standalone, because it's not a complete story on its own. And therefore, even though a lot of epic stuff happens in it, it kind of falls flat if you don't follow it through to conclusion. Is that right? Happy birthday, sister. Thanks, Echo Moo. Thank you. Happy you came by.
Yeah. How you doing, Moo? How's the fam? How's everything going? I'm trying to get this set up, you guys, real quick. Like I said, we like today was kind of busy actually. Excuse me. And so we didn't really get we were going to try and get it set up ahead of time, and we didn't really have the time.
Today was like, such a busy, like, normal Tuesday here. We had to take our daughter to the dentist, which was super fun. And like Oren's parents stopped by in the afternoon.
Yep.
And I don't know, like it all went by really quick. We had a parent-teacher conference with Ben's teacher over Zoom in the evening, and I don't know, just like one thing after another, and just doing daily business, and here we are. So I'm actually really looking forward to tonight to kind of just like hang out with people and be like, hey, it's my birthday, let's like chill and have fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I did get to celebrate a bit with my family over the weekend that when we went to go see them. So it's kind of like my birthday extravaganza is just going on and on. But after today, it's like over for me. And then we have to flip into Emily mode because she's turning the big 8 this weekend. So
yeah, she is.
I have to move into house cleaning, birthday planning mode for her. So what manner of radiation exposure did you have to get those birthday ears, KYLARIS? This is a Peppa Pig birthday party headband.
Fancy. So fancy.
Yeah, my daughter's costume gist. Thank you. I probably won't be keeping them all night because once we get rolling on Harry Potter, I might just have to do a wardrobe change. You never know. Jen insists she gets a birthday month. You know, that's totally fair, and I respect her for that. But I just can't have it anymore. Like, there's just too many things. I've already learned that I share my month of May with like everybody and their brother in Twitch and Discord. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'll take what I can get. And when you have a child that is born 5 days after your birthday, you definitely have a cutoff. Like, well, mom, we're done with you. Especially like it's Mother's Day, birthday, and we're just done. My wife does the same. February is what we call birthday palooza. Yes, they know what's up.
Oh, good.
How's it going over there, Oren?
It's going real good, actually. Yep. It's going.
Ooh, I like the color coding.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
If you've ever noticed, and a lot of you probably have, that our channel theming color scheme is Oren is blue and KYLARIS is red. And not only is it Star Wars light side, dark side, but it's also KYLARIS is in Gryffindor and Oren is in Ravenclaw. It just works.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get this in a spot where it's not like totally. We can cut out some stuff here.
I like where your head is tonight. Because since it's KYLARIS's birthday, her lists are automatically right. You better be thankful that we're not doing Star Wars. Because I don't think you would have said that otherwise. I feel like with Harry Potter, there's a lot more. Like, okay, that's. I see why you think that. I respect your opinion. It's a lot less like controversial than Star Wars in like saying, oh, the sequels are my favorite, or the prequels are my like. People are like, are you serious? It's way more of like a fight brewing in the back. Yeah, and people are like, are you nuts? How can you even think that? But Harry Potter, they're like, oh yeah, that's right. I can see that.
Okay, I think I have everything good to go.
Of Jen's family born in February. So it's not just her birthday palooza, it's like everyone's birthday. Like you're celebrating the whole month for something. Her dad, her
oh shoot.
February and September are crowded months. We have like 4 July in my side family. Well, 5 if you count one from Oren's. I'd say that's probably our biggest month. Did you just mute yourself? Good. We can still see you. I wish I could mute my eyeballs.
I was trying to move off out of camera, but you know.
Good job.
I know, good job. Well, I think I have everything up. I have the Excel to keep track. I have the poll, which I really like. We're gonna finish this a second. So here's what we're gonna do. Whenever we are gonna go vote on, whenever we're gonna discuss our ranking, right? What I will do is I will start the poll, and all you have to do when the poll is active is type the corresponding number in chat. Murph, quit staring at me. Quit staring at me, Potter.
Potter.
Do you have it?
You keep explaining.
Okay.
I need a wardrobe change anyway if we're about to start.
So when we have the poll rolling, right? What you'll be able to do is type a 1 through 7 in chat, okay? And that will the poll will automatically grab that, and we will see that updating. I gotta go the right way, so I'm not totally covered up. That will update the poll, and we'll be able to watch that as things come in, and that way we can discuss. And I thought that was really fun because while last time with the Star Wars ranking, I really, really wish we had this on the Star Wars ranking, right? last time on the Star Wars ranking, we had everybody throwing into chat what their favorites were, what they thought, and everything. And while that's awesome, I still want that to happen. I'd be excited if that still happens and we get into that discussion. But I also want to be able to see it right here. I want to be able to see it as it comes in. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Hey, Odin.
Thank you.
Hello. Happy birthday, KYLARIS. How are you, Odin? What's going on? Potter!
What's my time? 9:45.
You gotta puff your peas when you say that. You know what's funny about that, Murph? We have pop filters on our mic, so maybe you gotta lift the Potter. Quit staring at me, Potter.
No, I'm not gonna draw on a scar, but because after 15 minutes I'm going to remove said glasses, and
it's too bad
then
we
I'll
don't
just
have,
be Hermione.
It's too bad we don't have like a sticker, like a lightning bolt sticker that you could like slap on your head.
Oh, I could probably come up with something that was adhesive.
I bet you could.
I bet you could.
I bet you could, Potter. Okay, so do you guys want us to do like some light music or anything too? Like, is that anything anyone's interested in?
As long as it's like quiet enough background, I think that's better than just us blabbing, because we usually have some sound going on.
Yeah, the hard part is like we gotta find something that's royalty free. So, oh, not great at all. How about you? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Odin.
Ka-chow.
I hope things get better. Hopefully, whatever's going on doesn't last long. But we're doing good. Thanks. We're hanging. We're hoping to have some fun. So, we'll be chilling and hopefully we can provide some entertainment.
We're glad you're here.
I gotta find a playlist. Let's see if I can find like a royalty-free playlist.
Do you care that the poll is like covering one of your eyes?
Is it?
When your head is turned away from chat.
Yeah, it's whatever. I do subscribe to a couple of royalty-free music.
Prof said the song playing at the beginning of stream was nice.
Oh, you like that?
It was. I feel like some parts of it are maybe a little intense for just for chatting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do like it though.
I wanted to, for the what stream was that? The Star Wars Day, May the 4th. I wanted to do something just a little bit different, because it was a special, it's a special occasion, that May the 4th. And so I thought I'd change it up. I still wanted it to be a little energetic, but then still like something different than what we normally have. And and so we liked it so much, we kind of kept it around as a secondary option. So we'll probably flip-flop between the two, because I still like our original, but it's nice to switch it up occasionally.
Or you should have your Ravenclaw scarf.
Ooh, yeah. It's,
you know where it is?
It's I think it's in the closet, the coat closet, but I'm hot as all get out, so
you should make it a redemption then.
I should. I'm wearing you can't see it very well, but I'm wearing a Slytherin shirt. KYLARIS'S second cousin got that for me. Knew I was a Ravenclaw, didn't care.
He's a troll like that.
He's a troll like that. He and I have a very funny relationship where we always talk about like we're gonna push each other down the stairs and we're gonna we're gonna hit each other. So like we just have that kind of like weird bantery.
Don't try that at home, kids.
Yeah. It never really happens, but we just have that kind of weird bantery relationship. He's a really funny guy. And so I opened this up on Christmas and or my birthday or something, and it's a Slytherin shirt. And I just looked at him and I was like, you jerk. You know I'm a Ravenclaw.
What a Slytherin move. Honestly, we should make him take the test. I feel like
I bet he would be.
He's a tough nut to crack. I'm not sure.
If you have Spotify, an artist called Stream Beats has some nice lo-fi music. I don't. I don't have Spotify. I'm so old. I feel like I haven't done the Spotify thing. I'm trying to just find some Okay, I follow a couple of royalty-free stuff, no copyright sounds, royalty-free zone. I gotta see if I can find just some like just some chill you know, just some chill music. So and the problem is playing that from YouTube though, right? I feel like I gotta get a link to a playlist.
I still think you need to, I don't know, do you have to resize the poll or what?
Do I?
I don't know.
Like what? I just want people to be able to read it.
I know. It's just infringing on your headspace.
I got a lot of headspace, so if something's, you know, cutting it off, no big deal.
I believe you once said that you had a forehead that seated 5.
Yeah, yes. Yep.
Got that big old noggin.
I do. I really do.
Just like Bob Ross, actually.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want commercials playing either, because you know that's something that you probably don't want to have playing. Also, it's annoying. And I also don't want to take forever. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on any suggestions on what we could do for like a playlist on that? I wonder if I know YouTube has a unless I sign up for Spotify really quick. My poor kid, he's in the 30th-ish percentile in height and weight, and in like the 90-something percentile in head circumference.
Wow, that's quite the proportions.
Smart boy.
Our kids were always in the like 90th something percentile for head too, but they were like at least 50 to 75th percentile for the rest of them. I think it's available on Amazon Music and Apple Music too if you're interested in looking it up later. Do we have Amazon Music? We probably do.
If it comes with Prime, then yeah, I think we do.
And after that, we got to get this talking going because you know we've got a lot of Harry Potter to unpack here.
Yeah, you know we do. Let's see here. What was it called again, Prof?
Stream Beats.
Stream Beats. Cool.
One word.
Prof, thank you so much for the suggestion. Appreciate it.
He's really started growing lately, so that's some dated measurements. Hopefully a little more evened out now.
Mm-hmm.
And they do. I mean, toddlers are like way top heavy. That's why they're always like falling down, bonking their heads on stuff. Every kid's different. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. Our niece and nephew, one of the sets on Oren's side are like tiny kids. They're just like so little. And our kids are like Amazons compared to them.
Ooh. Can everybody hear that? Let me know if I need to turn it up or down or whatever. Yeah, every kid is different for sure, Merv. Cool, good. Prof. Thank you, sir. In with the clutch suggestion. All right. Let's get.
That feels better. More filler space.
Yeah.
Set in the mood.
Let's see here. See if I can. How do I reset this? All right, let's do this. Okay. All right. It's faint in the background, but still audible. Okay. What do you guys think? Should it go up a little bit? Do you want to hear it a little bit more, or is that going to be too intrusive?
I mean, so far it's a song that's not doing much, so it's hard to tell if it's going to get louder.
And that's okay. It seems like it's pretty chill, which is good because I don't want anything too crazy while we're doing this, but okay. So, we're going to get into it.
All right.
And sounds good from our TV. Awesome. So, oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I just said, all right.
All right.
Go ahead.
So yeah, again, if you want to vote, when the poll is up in chat, you can type 1 through 7. You only get one chance to vote, and we're gonna start at the bottom of the list. So we're gonna start with our least favorite book and movie, and we'll just we'll discuss. We'll talk about why, and we're absolutely interested to hear what everyone has for an opinion on that, on their ranking. And like I said, I think it's going to be really fun to see the poll, to see what people think. So we're going to start out with KYLARIS. It's her birthday after all.
Oh, no.
So we'll start out with KYLARIS's movie. Do you want to do movie, book? And kind of discuss it that way, or are we doing movie, book, like between
You mean like my movie, your movie, my book, your book?
Yeah, or your movie and book, my movie and book.
No, let's do movie, book, because then we can compare like on the same scale why they're that.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. So
that means I need an answer, right?
KYLARIS's least favorite.
This is way easier for me. Okay, I've definitely in my mind and with Oren ranked my books before, but movie is harder for me. I don't know if I've ever actually thought about what's hard about ranking the books is sometimes a book. Can I start with my least favorite book, or did you already? What's the poll?
Yeah, no, you can do that. That's fine.
Okay. Because I think this helps me explain it. My least favorite book is Chamber of Secrets.
Okay. Least favorite book.
And so, with that being said, and you can go, I just wanted to make the point of, no, I'll wait for the movie. Here's why Chamber of Secrets is my least favorite book. Let me get my head on straight. Okay. I think that I tend to like the story as it progresses into when they're older more than when they're younger kids. I mean, I feel like a lot of adults are that way because the story kind of really picks up and it's not just such like a kids at school type of book. Mm-hmm. However, like that doesn't apply necessarily to book one because that's like the origin setup that kind of holds its own place and that will come later. But Chamber of Secrets, I think one of the very big reasons why it's low on my list is because the interaction with Lord Voldemort is not that scary.
No.
He's a teenage diary memory, which, I mean, we later find out, obviously, that's a super powerful journal and what it does. But still, and the prospect that it could have turned into him coming back and regaining power, like that's scary, but it's a potential that never actually came to fruition. So it's like you still just have, I mean, it's almost like they make the main baddie of the movie like the basilisk or the unknown. Who's attacking these people? Is it the heir of Slytherin? Who's the actual villain? And it's kind of like it doesn't. I don't want to say that it falls flat, but it's like in comparison to the other movies, it's like, oh, like yeah, like he had to defeat the basilisk, and that was harder than him actually having to defeat the journal. You know what I mean? So, like, again, disclaimer here. In no way are any of the movies or books on any of our lists our least favorite of anything in the world. We love all Harry Potter. They all have their place. And I love Chamber of Secrets. But if I'm comparing them to the rest, Chamber of Secrets falls down low on the list for primarily those reasons. Prof, unfortunately, I need to head off to bed, but hope you all have fun. Happy birthday, KYLARIS. Thank you so much for stopping by, Professor Plum. Happy to hear from you. And I hope you have a great day at work. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah. Thanks, Prof. Hey, Prof, appreciate the music suggestion, too. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Saving the audio world of our stream.
Always got our back. Always got our back. So
I really agree with this decision. Huzzah! Hey, we're on the same page for a change when it comes to rankings. This might be a good night for us. He said, also, Gilderoy Lockhart, you want to throw punch the dude more and more with every chapter. Okay, I will say that the characters later in the sequel, not sequels, the books that I want to throw punch more than Lockhart. And actually, okay, book Lockhart, yeah, I probably agree with that. Movie Lockhart, I think is better than book Lockhart because Kenneth Branagh is like kind of hilarious in the way that he plays him, and I've actually come to appreciate his like smarminess and his portrayal. So I think that's fun. Rita Skeeter, don't even get me started on him. We'll get to her later.
Well, I think who is it? The actor who plays he's
Branagh.
Right. Kenneth Branagh. I always forget his name. I don't know why, but Kenneth Branagh is. I like him as an actor, so I think he brings an appeal to Lockhart that like isn't there in the books, you know. So, yeah. But well, yeah. Like I definitely see what you mean there. Like it isn't. You know, usually the villain in a Harry Potter book or movie is ambiguous anyways, right? But you start to get these little clues, and I feel like you don't really get there super quickly. You know what I mean? And if you haven't been through the movies or the books 100 times, right, the very first time you read that, I feel like it isn't obvious at all who Tom Riddle is, and you know, yeah, I can see that. So.
Can you double check your noise suppression?
Yes, I can.
Mine back on.
Actually, I was thinking about that.
But anyway, my timer's up for glasses. If anyone would like to see them again, you can redeem them in a little bit.
Okay. So, and remember, y'all can vote too, to vote for like if Chamber of Secrets was your, I know that it says what's your favorite Harry Potter book movie, but what I'm going to do is reset that every time we're discussing. And if you want to vote, you can just type a number.
Are we voting right now?
So you could, yeah, it's up. If it's up on there, we're
so
going.
Is this book and movie combined? I'm confused about what's happening.
I'm going to reset it with each one.
Oh.
So
right now, are we supposed to be voting on your
book? So you could put a number 2 in
what's
chat.
Your favorite Harry Potter
I know.
book
I
movie?
just said like the title wasn't very good, but
because that's the opposite. It's what's your least favorite,
right? I know.
Or what's your? It should
it's
be
Harry
what's
Potter rank.
What's your 7th favorite?
Well, then I'd have to change the title every time and re-enter all of the.
It's confusing.
I know. So I mean, Kylaris, if you put a 2 in the chat, I think it counts it. Let's test it. So just a number 2. Okay, yep. So it works. Awesome. Murph as well. So Murph is right there. Murph didn't just agree with the things you said. He's like, nope, Chamber of Secrets is my least favorite.
Yeah.
Same as Clay, really. Least favorite movie.
Or no, book.
Oh, book. Sorry. I mean, yeah. Book.
I have to think about it. Okay, so is there any other reasons I want to talk about? How do you guys feel about everyone conveniently getting petrified? And like no one actually gets moaning riddle. It's like, oh, lucky for you, you saw a reflection, or you stood in a puddle of water.
There's a little bit of plot convenience that happens all throughout Harry Potter. I mean, you know, if you...
I mean, that would be a little dark for the second book when they're like 12 years old or whatever. But it still seems like, how many times can this happen? And
how many...
basilisk
this basilisk stinks at his job, his or her job, right? Like...
or her.
Right. I don't know which it is, but yeah, so like, it's funny because it's like, yeah... They absolutely are terrible at their job.
And I also hate how Hermione's like out of it for a while because she's petrified and they have to like figure it out without her, and like, well, that like makes sense, and it makes it a little bit more dire that one of the trio gets petrified. It's like, that's the main characters that we're not getting to see for a while because she's stuck in the hospital wing.
Word.
But anyway, we may go on to your favorite book, I think, and then we can come back to me for movie.
Least favorite book is The Goblet of Fire.
Ooh, I feel like this one might be
this one's
controversial.
I think it's going to be controversial.
Harry Potter's all plot convenience. Now.
There's just those things in Harry Potter a little bit where you kind of go, like how many times is this basilisk going to attack? And how many times is it going to look at a puddle of water or a mirror instead of somebody in the face? You know what I mean? Like Hermione, at least, like you at least have the fact that she's aware of it now, and she's purposefully using the mirror to look through. But like Everybody else, oh, you know, Justin Finch Fletchley saw it straight through nearly headless Nick. Wow, convenient. So, I don't disagree with that, Oren. Thank you, sir.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Goblet of Fire is my least favorite, and let's put a little caveat to that, okay? Harry Potter is hands down my favorite series of all time.
We're not saying you don't like it.
Right. I love it for its flaws. I love it for its strengths. I love it for the way she wrote it because I think it was very purposeful. I love it for the whimsy, right? Like there's a feeling of whimsy there that's kind of missing sometimes from other similar type books. Jen wants to know if you're just trying to get views with that controversial pick, Oren. Nope. I used to post my rank in our about info for Twitch, and that it's at the bottom of my list. Now, again, here's the deal.
Is it on there still?
No, I took it off because it was getting kind of long. But here,
I was good. That'd be kind of a spoiler alert to this entire stream.
Yeah. Murph says, yeah, I'm listening to this ranking the same way I listen to the Star Wars rankings. We love it all. We're just doing this ranking because that's what we said we're doing tonight. Yeah, and like
it's just a fun way to discuss them because we just like to discuss them anyway. So it's just like let's compare opinions on
so
how much you liked this versus another.
Even saying that Goblet of Fire is my least favorite Harry Potter book, it's still a Harry Potter book. It still, for me, like exceeds just about everything else, you know what I mean? So my thing about Goblet of Fire is, and I think some of the things I don't like might be some of the reasons people do really like the Goblet of Fire. I really don't like, or I don't prefer the change in formula, which is funny because later I don't mind it. But like in this situation, in this spot where Goblet of Fire comes into play, you know, they change up, there's no Quidditch. There's they do the tournament, and the tournament to me feels a little wonky, which I mean the Wizarding World does things differently, right? But like, you know, the maze seems
it takes over the entire school year, I will say that. And that's strange. With like no Quidditch, no like it's just super different. It's like everything revolves around it, even though there's only like 3 tasks through the whole year.
There's 3 tasks. You couldn't have Quidditch in the middle of that? You couldn't shorten the Quidditch tournaments or like work it around 3 tasks? Like I feel like
that's literally also plot convenience because Harry couldn't probably also be on the Quidditch team and be a Triwizard champion.
Yeah, I don't know. So
you would have to replace the Seeker that year, and that would just be.
Murph says, which is our most favorite?
Yeah, he's saying like when we're saying least favorites, it's like they're all favorites. Right. So which one do you like the most?
It's just if I gotta rank them. There's some cool bits of magic and things like that. I actually really enjoy. Meeting people from other countries and other schools.
That is, a good point.
That to me,
that's the first time we've seen, Hogwarts isn't the only wizarding school in the world. And how many more are there out there? Like it broadens. It's the first time that the wizarding world is really broadened to Harry's eyes because it's like all been about Hogwarts and Britain and whatever.
So I mean that's a big pro for Goblet of Fire. I love that. I love, you know, because I mean if you've listened to me talk, I love other cultures, I love other languages, other foods and things like that. And you get a little bit of that with the other schools and stuff. So that to me is the big strength of it. The weakness to me is the actual Triwizard tournament. I don't really like it. I almost feel like, I don't know. Barty Crouch. Hey, Osnatator Raiden. Hey guys.
Hi guys.
Hi Cheppy. Raid.
Thank you.
Birthday Raid. Hey Peripherus. Hey Cheppy. Hey, Valheim? Yeah. We changed the interface.
Thank you for the 12 Prime sub.
Wow, guys.
Your sub anniversary is my birthday? What is that?
That's crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, it may not be exactly, but
I know,
yeah, but that's crazy.
Thank you so much.
How are you guys? How was your stream? What's going on?
Missy was playing some Animal Crossing. I was in for a slow bit.
Yeah. tonight we're chatting, we're celebrating KYLARIS'S birthday, and we are ranking the Harry Potter books and movies. So
thank you, River.
yeah, thank you so much. We also have a poll going, so if you want to vote right now, so the title is misleading on the poll. We're gonna go through. We're gonna lists. We're gonna go through and rank from the bottom up, and each time I put up the poll, you can vote for the rank we're voting on by just putting in the numeric match to the poll.
You need to take the title off because it's like
I can't. I'd have to remake it. So yeah.
Hey, Misty.
Hey, Misty. Stream went well. We discussed which Disney movies have both parents. Woohoo! HP. Nice. That's a great topic. But yeah. Clay said Goblet doesn't rank high for me, but meeting the other schools does keep it off the bottom. Oh yeah. I think that's the strength. So. Okay, did not follow that. Okay, so Oz, what we're gonna do, regardless of ignore the title. Actually, I can take the title off.
Yeah, I agree, Murphy. Goblet of Fire is definitely going to be low for me, and I agree with you with that. Like, meeting the other schools, having something like the tournament, even though it was like drawn out over months and whatever, it was like cool to see. And they're getting older, and he's using more spells, and it's like more serious than just Chamber of Secrets, which is like, eh.
Yeah.
Nieces wanted to do the official sorting. One of my nieces progressed Slytherin.
Nice, that's cool. I always joke around about how I had a friend at work that she said she took the test and got Slytherin, so she took it again and again and again until she got Gryffindor. And I said, "How very Slytherin of you." And she went back and took it honestly again, got Slytherin, and said, "You know what? I'm going to own it." And the problem is like you don't see Slytherins other than through Harry's eyes, and that's a very biased opinion. It's a very biased opinion, and it's a very narrow opinion of just a select few people. So Slytherins are good too, but yeah. So anyways, if you'd like to vote for right now, we're doing our least favorite Harry Potter books.
Yeah.
And so if you type in the chat, say your least favorite is Chamber of Secrets. We have 3 votes for Chamber of Secrets. If you type in the chat what your least favorite is, you can do that by just hitting 1 through 7. You get 1 vote. So what is Peter Pan hot Peter Pan talk consist of?
What is that? I was going to ask that too. What's hot Peter Pan talk?
We're currently.
I want to know. Is it family friendly?
Right. Yeah, we're currently on our least favorite Harry Potter book, and then I'll reset it and we'll talk about movie.
I don't know. Can I go back and forth like that? I feel like
I want to say Goblet. Yeah, I've only seen the movies.
I have to go all through the books first. I really don't even know what my answer for movie is.
Peripherus, the books are so much better, as is usually the case with things, right? But yeah, the books are incredible. They're my favorite. I'm currently on my 24th time through books 1 through 5, and it's got to be like something like 9 and 7 times through the last 2. So
I'm really not sure why you still tell people that.
I like to read.
Not something to bring.
Missy said, "I love Goblet." Okay, so
for the book.
Bear with me. Okay, so what I was saying. Yep. Thank you for the raid, guys. We're gonna hop back into it and get into the discussion. So we want to know what everybody's vote is. So again, I'm gonna put my least favorite is 4. So Goblet of Fire. The pro for me is the other schools and the other cultures and things like that. That's really cool. There's some really cool magic. There's a lot of like interpersonal relationship stuff that's really cool. But a couple of things.
I like the Yule Ball.
See, yeah.
Oh, you don't? Maybe that's like a girl thing.
I don't know. It's just okay to me. I mean, I don't dislike it, but I feel like I'm just a little more like apathetic to it.
Here comes the Ravenclaws on parade. I just started something.
I represent the Ravenclaw.
Sklato, my twin is in the house.
Everybody.
Everyone say happy birthday to Sklato. It's his birthday today as well.
We need happy birthdays for Sklato. Tuna, is Tuna in here?
He's talking to Clay.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry. Look at all the blessed Ravenclaws here. You know it. So Ravenclaw stream. Yeah. Happy birthday in the chat to Sclotto. It's Sclotto's birthday too. We found out he and KYLARIS have the exact same birthday. So that's fun. Sclotto, how are you? Hope you're having a great birthday.
You're welcome. How's your day going, Sclotto? Honestly, Oren, I don't know my movie ranking. I'm having a hard time over here. I'm trying to like figure it out.
I gotta finish this really quick. The things that bring it down for me are really the change in the formula, I guess, a little bit. I find it a little less compelling. I feel like Barty Crouch Jr. could have gotten Harry at any point. I know I can logic out the reasons why they did it that way. It was supposed to be super. Voldemort is trying to not be noticed coming back, right? And what better way to cover that up than a really dangerous, tournament? So I get that, but it just feels, I don't know. It just feels weird. It almost feels weird. Like, why didn't Dumbledore sense that? Could he sense? I don't know, that like some kind of something had happened in there. They disappeared and nobody noticed. Weren't they being watched? Kinda. I don't know. There's some interesting parts, definitely. The other thing that really gets me is the Harry and Ron fight.
That's annoying.
Hate the Harry and Ron fight. Polyjuice must really be a heck of a drug, right? Right. Sclotto said, pretty good. Just spent all day with my son and girlfriend. That's awesome, man. Hope you had such a good day.
Oh, Sclotto voted for Prisoner of Azkaban.
Ooh, Sclotto, that's...
For your least favorite?
That's controversial right there. But
interesting, though.
But yeah, the Ron and Harry fight really bugs me. I can logic it, I understand, but like, it's really stupid. And that doesn't mean that really stupid fights don't happen in friendships, but like, it just goes on for... This is least.
You missed the... what the question was.
We're starting
every
at the
round we're going through. We're starting at 7. What's your bottom? You need to change that. Does he get to vote again? Can you fix that?
Well, yeah, we're gonna reset it every time, so we got you, Sclotto. Just you can let us know what.
Just let us know in the chat. What's your number 7 for book?
It was like all of Book of Twilight. Yes. Just get on with it. Exactly. Like, I just want to, and like, you can tell Hermione's frustrated too.
Oh my god.
She's just like, you idiots,
well,
you
like,
idiots.
What's the Twilight book? That New Moon, I think it is the second one. That's like, come on, this is so much angst and I can't deal with it any longer.
Yeah, and I didn't read these as a teenager. Oh, I guess I was 19. But you know what I mean? Like, I was 19. I'd already lived out on my own for, I'd been living out on my own. I was basically in adulthood at that point, right? Working a full-time job kind of thing. And like, I don't know. Just the teenage angst. I hate it. I hate it when they fight with Hermione too, when they're really mean to Hermione. There's another point where they're like, Ron fights with Hermione and they're not talking and Harry's going in the middle of them and stuff like that. And it's just so stupid. And I get so annoyed. Does it make some sense? Yeah, but it bugs me. So yeah, Goblet of Fire is my least.
You made a really good point though about saying that how old you were when you first read the books, because I think that would be something else I'd be interested to know from chat is how old were you the first time you read the books or saw the movies or both or whatever, because I feel like, because I was also like early 20s, like, so we were never kids reading this book. We were never teens. Like, we were already adults, and so we kind of like, that was our perspective in reading it. And I feel like it might be kind of like how we talked about with the Star Wars ranking. A lot of people that came from like a younger generation who the prequels were the first movies that they saw, they love the prequels to this day. Like, they're like, prequels are so much better than the originals because that was their original Star Wars. That's what they started with. And so like, I think it affects things. Yeah. What is your perspective when you first were introduced to this material?
Yep. Sclotto said Order of the Phoenix. also going to be a very controversial I
mean, there's a lot of reasons for that.
Yep.
You were 9? Is that your age? I mean, that's fair, but like, wow. I mean, our daughter's like 5 when she started.
Yeah, Clay said.
What was the year that the first like 1 book was released and 2 movies? Do you know the dates? or somebody wants to look those up, I would be curious to know. Like, I don't even know how old I was when it was even available to me, but I know that I saw personally movies 1 through 4 before I ever started reading the books. And I didn't start reading the books until after I was done with college because I was an English major and I already had to read too many books as it was, and I just couldn't take on like reading for fun at that point. So I waited until I was graduated from college. Then I read the books, and I read everything that was out. Did I read? I think was only up through movie 5 or book 5 out when I read them, because I just know that movie 5 was the first movie that I saw having read the book first, and it was like mind-blowing how different it was, and I was like, it was a totally different perspective than if I had seen the movie before the book in that case.
Just so you know, at 16 I got my GED and spent the next 2 years reading at the library from open to close. Oh, the dream. I would have loved that.
Sclotto.
Yep. You should always be reading Tolkien, right? Just sneak other books in between chapters. Oh, don't worry.
That's Oren with Harry Potter.
Yeah, that's me with HP. I've read it so much. If I'm not reading something new, I'm reading Harry Potter. So, but yeah, it definitely, I think, matters where you get into this book and kind of what's important to you in a story. So, anyway, we're gonna finish up this poll, and we'll get it popped back up here for movies. So we can reset it.
If anybody else wants to vote quickly for what is their, did you already do it?
I closed it.
And you're out of luck. You just write it in the chat. Okay. So then the winner, quote unquote, of least favorite book is Chamber of Secrets.
Yep. First time I read HP, I read all the books in a month and a half. Yeah, I downed them in a couple.
Were they all out when you first read them, Murph? Like all 1 through 7?
It was only 1 through 5 when I first read them, and I think I got them done in a couple of weeks, so, or less, because I read pretty fast the first time through, and I loved them. I was living by myself. I would come home from work, I'd read HP, and then I'd get up and, I'd sleep, get up, go to work, come home, read HP. So, I like Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah. Well, I already explained all the reasons why it's my least favorite, and I won't go through it again. But the gist was, I found Voldemort as a teen memory in a diary lackluster compared to the like compelling villain story in some of the other books.
Yeah, see, Murph, I think too, I'd seen all the movies by then. Yeah, I never read them until after I graduated from grad school. I'd seen all the movies by then. I think that has an effect on, that's going to affect your perspective. I think that would be a good way to do it, actually. Yep.
This is one of those stories where I think if you've seen all the movies, that you'd probably like the books even that much more. Your experience would be like, oh, those were good movies. And then you get like the more fleshed out like answers, full story from reading the books in sequence with that, versus having expectations going into the movie theater, having the book knowledge in your head and going, that's not what happens.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
So I think you did it right, Murph, but unfortunately a lot of people probably didn't. And I mean, not that you did it wrong or anything, but it's like, you're just excited to consume the material, and then you want to go see it acted out before you, and you're like, eh.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's reset the poll, and then we're gonna put it up there for movies. So this time it's your least favorite movie.
Oh, goodness.
We'll start with Kylaris. Remember, put the corresponding numeric number in the chat. I'm gonna start the poll. Should be there.
Oh, also, just in case anyone missed it at the beginning, we're counting movies
Aragon.
7 and 8, Deathly Hallows Part 1 and 2 as one
movie
vote, like as a whole.
Yep. See, that happened to me with Aragon. Major disappointment, dude. For real.
I remember Aragon.
The movie was, Oh.
It lacked, yeah.
I read all Aragon too. I liked Aragon. Best books out there? No. Good? Yeah, I enjoyed them. The ending was a little lackluster for me. But anyways, this is ranking Harry Potter.
I need to think for a minute. If you want to go ahead with your movie, I will let you while I do some thinking, because I don't know my answers yet.
Oh, Periferous said Part 1 is my least favorite. So, I mean, like, Periferous, you could vote that way or whatever, kind of tweak your vote for that, and then we can just talk about it. But, yeah.
The poll is kind of like a fun to give us an idea of where the majority of the opinion lies, but it's not like a hard, fast, like...
Yeah. Whoa, who said, I didn't catch that. Who said that Philosopher's Stone is their least? Did we get a 1? Oh, Periferous, because you said Part 1 is my least favorite. It voted. Hold on, I'm gonna reset this, Peripherus. I'm gonna reset it. Nobody
Don't use numbers if you don't mean
Nobody
it.
use numbers.
Spell it out
If you don't vote.
Yep, so this is your least favorite movie. Been thinking about rereading them? You should, man, for sure. Least favorite movie. Murph says 4, Goblet of Fire. Interesting. Peripherus says 1. So Squatto said 7. Really?
Thank you for the reset.
That's interesting. My brother was not happy with 7. I think he had greater expectations for what Harry would have done. Like, I think he expected that one of my brothers, I think he expected Harry to forcefully, in combat, defeat Voldemort. And I'm like, dude, that's not gonna happen. It doesn't work that way. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, that's fair. I mean, it's fair. That's what he expected, and so he was disappointed when he got there.
Obliterate him.
Yeah.
His memory is clearly failing.
Obliviate, yeah. Okay. KYLARIS, do you have an answer, or do you want me to go first?
I said you go first. I'm formulating, but I've almost got it.
My least favorite movie is Order of the Phoenix. And here's why.
Ooh.
So Order of the Phoenix for me does not rank at the bottom of my book list at all. Okay.
Can I jump in on this?
Sure. Yep.
I think that's my least favorite as well. Can we just talk about it together?
Yeah.
I have that written down on this paper that I'm writing.
I think you and I have very similar reasons for this. Order of the Phoenix, that's fair, Oren. There's so much left out of the movie. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
As the movie's going, so you guys know me, I'm very much about continuity. I'm very much about things making sense to the lore and the characters and everything, right? I don't like when things feel out of character or they don't match up and stuff. And so like when you have the Harry Potter movies, they start out very close to the books, right? I think Chris Columbus convinced J.K. Rowling to let them do the movies because he said, I'm going to do these as close to the books as I possibly can, right? And then you get Alfonso Cuarón on movie 3, and it all just starts to change, you know? And not even from the standpoint of like what they're wearing and what Hogwarts looks like, but Tuna!
Oh, hey, thank you, Tuna.
How's it going, Tuna? But
Michael Jackson.
But all, yeah, thank you, Michael Jackson. with your sweet smile. But you there's like character changes. There's things that happen, right, that just don't make sense. And while that bugs me in some other movies, it bugs me the most in Order of the Phoenix. And by Order of the Phoenix, it got to the point where I was going into the theater. We were going into the theater to go watch this. KYLARIS and me and a couple of our friends and everything. I think Locke was with us. And Kim, our friend Valia. Yeah. And we were going to the movie and everything. And I said, listen, okay, I understand the last couple of movies, things have changed. The books are getting bigger. It's harder to stay close to the movie that much. I get it. Here's my deal. If they screw up the ending, I am going to be so pissed. It's going to take a lot for me to go into the next movie, because book 5 is, Umbridge is just terrible. Like every time I go to read book 5, I have to take a deep breath and like, here we go again. We're diving into it. And I'm like, okay, so Umbridge sucks. And I really hate dealing with her, which mark of a good author right there. Let me just say, when you can hate a fictional character that much, when you can dislike her with a seething passion, like that's fantastic. You've written a great character. But
I definitely dislike Umbridge in the books more than the movies.
Yes. But so not only does movie 5 have Umbridge, and you got to get through all of that, and movie 5 is continuing the trend of things being kind of changed and a lot of things left out. There's a lot of missing plot that I feel like is very important to the story. And then at the end, getting through book 5 is satisfying, because at the end, the ending of book 5 is amazing. The ending of book 5 is amazing, where you have Dumbledore just confident, bold as brass, you know what I mean? Walking through that ministry, fighting Voldemort. I'm getting chills just talking about it, you know what I mean? Like, it's incredible, the magic that he does. Harry's sensing, like, the magical energy in his rage, like coming off of him like heat waves. Harry can feel it.
Yeah, reading that scene was so electrifying. Like, it was awesome.
But on the outside, he's cool and calm. You know what I mean? I mean, gosh, I love that. It makes book 5, everything crappy that happens in book 5, it makes that completely worth it. And I said, if they screw that up in the movie, I'm gonna be real mad. And they did. They made Dumbledore a wimpy snivel. You know, you're like, let me.
Michael Gambon is a whole nother conversation.
That's a
I digress.
Yeah, and so that, I mean, that they did it in a way to just make Voldemort look that much big and badder, you know, because it's how they do it in movies, right? Like they can't have Dumbledore look too powerful, otherwise it's not as climactic. And I'm like, have you read the books?
Oh, definitely.
Have you read the books? Oh, it just drives me crazy. And so like that right there just tanks it right down to the fact that they absolutely screwed up, butchered.
That was so, yeah.
Purpose
said maybe that's why it's different for me. I don't have the books to compare to. That's 100% the reason why it's on the bottom of my list, because that one, that was the first movie I ever saw after reading the book from the first 5. And so it was like a huge, it was such a departure. And I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So yeah, the comparison is what sealed the deal for me. I was like, all right, I can see where someone, if they didn't have that context, would think, oh, that was a really good movie, like good action, whatever. I get it. I still like it. We still watch it, but it's like, I have to think of it separately from the book, because that's not the same.
It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. We don't get hardly any of the ministry. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I was going to say too. The Department of Mysteries is such an epic whole sequence. I'm trying to remember, but like all the other rooms you get to visit, I was going to make this point. The entire Department of Mysteries scene where you get to see the members of the DA fighting the Death Eaters and using all the training that they had learned from Harry during their meetings through the year. They're like, oh, this is awesome. They're fighting wizards in the real world. Like, they're like doing actual defense against the dark arts. And they were like holding their own, you know, for quite a while. In the movie, you don't get to see any of the rooms. And all of a sudden, like, in 1 second, all the Death Eaters just capture them. And like, they didn't even fight back or get a chance to. What was the point of the DA in the movie if they didn't literally learn anything about how to defend themselves?
Tuna said, can you believe I've never seen a single Harry Potter movie? Yeah. Yeah. I get that.
Tuna.
Yeah, for sure. That's totally fair, Tuna. Spoiler alert. Maybe I should put something on the screen. There will be spoilers.
I would say if you're Harry Potter
ranking,
you're prepared for spoilers.
I don't like Fantastic Beasts. I have my we can talk about those later. I have my my likes and dislikes in that, but it just like even Murph said, the stuff about Neville's parents and everything too. Like, we get so many things that are important to the stories of these, and again, they have 2.5 hours to tell it. I kind of get it, but like, look at Lord of the Rings. How many people love the extended edition of Lord of the Rings?
I know.
The last 2 movies in Lord of the Rings are like over 4.5 hours long. I will sit down and watch those. This is Harry Potter. It's like one of the best-selling book series in the world. Do it justice.
Still, Selfish Lock said, spoiler, Harry Potter is Luke's father. Tuna said, it's not that I don't like them, just have never watched them. I want to, though, especially before I go to Experience Universal.
Oh, yeah. Tuna.
Okay, I will say this. I went to Harry Potter Universal, at least the Hogsmeade side, with my parents, and my parents have maybe seen like the first movie, never read any of the books. They're not Harry Potter fans, but they still really enjoyed it. They thought it was really cool to go through. They liked watching me go through it and like walk into a movie that I like, kind of a thing. They thought that was really cool. But me and my friend Valia, us having so much knowledge of it and what we were looking at and all the detail that they put into it, we got so much more out of it than they did. They enjoyed it, but we were like, oh my gosh, you know, like we're in it.
The detail, the little bit of detail, you know.
I definitely recommend watching if you can beforehand. Cam, how you doing?
Quit staring at me, Potter.
Oh my goodness.
Hi, Cam. How are ya?
Don't mind if I do.
Oz said, I don't like to watch the regular versions of Lord of the Rings, even with the extended, they botched the ending. Oh man, I know Oz's feelings hardcore on on the Lord of the Rings movies. So I kind of almost expect similar opinions from Murph too. They're very the same in that kind of thing. So
I was going to add to Order of the Phoenix. Yeah, I definitely would have loved an extended edition, at least that was obtainable. This was before splitting up movies was really a popular thing. You know, they finally got to do it for book 7, which is not as long as book 5. And if any other movie probably needed to be split up, it was book 5 because that's the longest one in the series. There's so much to cover. Although I don't know if I would want to watch a movie 5 part 1 and it would just be like the biggest downer ever when you're just mad at everyone and you have Umbridge and it's like, oh my gosh, when is this going to end? Oh, not till book 2. But anyway, yeah, the ending was just
botched, butchered.
I will say, getting ahead of myself, Order of the Phoenix even holds a higher, not high, but like a higher place in my list because of the ending. Like that's what saves that entire book. Because the whole time you get mad at Ron, mad at Umbridge, like the whole thing is just a pile of angst, and then in the end it all comes together, everything happens, and it's like you're like, oh my gosh, that ending was so cool. You're so pumped up by the end of it, and the fact that they ruined that in the movie lands us on the bottom for me, like no question. Movie wise, I thought they CGI, I thought they did a really good job on like the Thestrals. I thought Grop was like not so great. The Centaurs, medium. You cannot read Odin's Eye on top of HP glasses. These are the Odin's Eye of the night, and they're on theme. So I'm sorry, and you're welcome at the same time.
Sclotto said, seems like everyone is a Ravenclaw. I feel like we kind of attract Ravenclaw type people. Kylaris and Prof are actually Gryffindors, but I think we attract Ravenclaw. I think it's a lot of Ravenclaws who stick around, you know what I mean? Because I like to talk and deep dive into lots of things.
And I do, and actually, I think some people know this because I've said it before, is when I first took the test, I got Ravenclaw, and then I took the test again after I became a mom and I had kids, and I became a Gryffindor. It was like something changed in me, and I was all of a sudden more bold and more like, you know, protective mama bear bravery, like whatever. So, I still appreciate, I'd like borderline a Ravenclaw, like I get it, and I'm that way a lot, but now I'm a Gryffindor and I'm embracing it.
Clay said, birds of a feather, I'll show myself out. Wah, wah. Never seen Harry Potter or anything? That's fair, Cam.
I'm glad you came by. Stick around if you want to hang. We're just chatting anyway.
I wish I was Slytherin. So, like, people have a bad rap on Slytherin. Slytherins actually aren't bad. We just have a very biased and narrow view of Slytherins, and that's why we get the feelings we do about them initially. So, but anyway.
I would prefer Slytherin too, Selfish Lock, because I feel like you do have Slytherin traits, not in an exalting way, and it's also more on brand for your green selfishness.
I blame the movies. So really quick, Misty isn't Ravenclaw. Ooh, what's Misty?
I would guess Hufflepuff. She seems like a Hufflepuff to me.
She's House Buttercup.
Does that mean Hufflepuff?
I'm gonna close the poll in a second. So if anyone has a last minute vote for their 7th place, their bottom of the list Harry Potter movie, you can type the corresponding numeric value in the chat. Jen is Slytherin, that's right. Clay, isn't Jen and your son are Slytherin, right? Or is it one of the girls? I can't remember. I like to be mean. Lol, retaking the test.
Yeah, you should.
You like to be mean.
When was the last time you took the test? Was it when you were a dad? Because that changed it for me.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to reset the poll, and we're going to move to our 6th spot.
Okay. So once it's reset, you can type number 1 through 7 in the chat. Tell us, what is your 6th place book?
Oh, Oz, I was there. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to take the Mickey out of Misty because I already did that once with Anakin. so I was being nice. Yep.
Oh, Misty.
Jen, Darren, and Joe, our youngest, are Slytherins. Wow, that's awesome.
They're going places in the world.
Ambition isn't necessarily a bad ambition from a healthy perspective is not a bad thing.
It's all about how you use it.
Yep. So
you do to get what you want.
I only watched Spectacular Spider-Man when I was younger. I think that show was on 2008. Someone fact check me, please, on that. Yeah. Yeah. I knew I liked Jen. Also, her response to Oren last night was so Slytherin, right?
That's fair.
Oh, I'm paying for it right now. Okay, we're gonna get the poll started. So once again, okay, I think we're gonna go. What are we gonna go book now? Have we switched to that?
6th place book.
6th place book. So in the chat, 6th place book. Oren used to read comic books, right? No, I didn't. Comic books and I don't really mesh. I'm more of a large novel type person. I don't need the pictures. So even from a very young age, I was reading very large novels. So the bigger the book, the better, in my opinion. Wow, a lot of 4. I would also be Dark Side of the Force. Whatever, Locke. Can you ask a question, course? Thanks, Oren Law. Oz now has to sit a space away. Somebody sleeping on the couch tonight. It's Oz. It's Oz. Look at those rolls, lol. Look at this community agreeing on what matters most, right? Okay, KYLARIS, what is your 6th rank book?
Well, it's number 4 as well.
Oh, okay. So
I'll go quick because you already talked about it a bit. Let's see if I have anything to add. Talked about after 3 books, the entire school year changes and everything's focused on this tournament that's like, how often is it done? Every 100 years or something? It's
3, every 100 years or something. Or
that's what I just said.
It hasn't been done. It was very frequent in the past, and then because of the deaths, they put it on hiatus for a while.
Because of the deaths, let's stop. But hey, let's bring it back. Not because of the deaths.
Which one is Umbridge? That is book 5, Order of the Phoenix.
Right.
Yep. Really quick, Cam, what did you think when you saw Spider-Man wearing the Venom suit? So the only time I've really seen that actually is in the old school cartoons from like the 90s. And that I thought looked pretty cool. I haven't seen any of the new Spider-Man stuff. So, yep.
I don't know. I feel like we covered most of it. There's just, Ron and Harry fight. You get mad at Ron. You're like, come on, dude. Like, you should know your best friend better than this by now, that he isn't out for his own, like, pat on the back fame. Like, that's not who he is, and why don't you know that about him? Like, stop being so jealous, stop being the youngest boy Weasley, and get over yourself. And as for the tasks, I will say that they're better in the books than they are in the movies. The maze is, there's actually something to do in there other than lose yourself.
The maze will make you lose yourself. Oh. Huh. Sounds like
gosh. Rita Skeeter, Murph. Yeah, how did we not talk about her yet, did we?
That sounds like a back alley trench coat transaction. Hey, kid, enter this maze and lose yourself.
Yeah, I forgot. Murph wants to also throat punch Rita Skeeter. We've covered that already.
Yeah, yep.
She's super obnoxious. But, I mean, she does fill that role well. Like, this is...
I kind of like
obnoxious crest in the situation.
I kind of like the like her purpose in the story, even if her character in and of itself is to be obnoxious. Go ahead.
So we just talked about something that's good about that for the book's argument is that what they do with Rita Skeeter at the end. She becomes, we find out she's an unregistered animagus who turns into like a beetle, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And that's how she gets all of her news scoops is by literally being a fly on a wall and invading people's privacy. And then Hermione like gets her, like she's like captures her, threatens her, tells like, I'm gonna report you for being unregistered, and Hermione just goes all awesome on her.
Yeah.
What's up?
And lose Cedric. The worst.
Not Cedric.
The worst. Not Cedric. My boy. That's my son. Okay, I will say in the movie, that part right there, like, wrenches my heart, which may be another reason why it's my, my least favorite movie, because, it just kills me.
And speaking of Twilight, did you like Robert Pattinson better as Cedric or Edward?
Right.
Because I think
Kill the
he was less cringy as Cedric.
Yeah, Cedric's dad makes me tear up. Oh, that guy, the actor for Amos Diggory was like spot on with that. Like, he made me feel like that, like the pain that a parent would have losing their child. Oh, shit.
That's the worst type of
Oh, man. Yeah, that's...
Oh, my gosh, Claudio, if you weren't my twin. Whew.
Oh, yeah, Murph, for sure. Yep. But even that, in comparison to the book, I feel like doesn't stand up, you know what I mean? But anyway.
Not over it.
It's interesting. We have 6 votes for Goblet of Fire in number 6 spot. That's interesting, so...
Jeez, did anyone vote for anything else? Oh, maybe you, Warren. I think we've said about all I need to say about it, because there's parts I liked. Like we said, meeting the international schools, broadening the wizarding world for the first time.
Yep.
I like the dual ball. I don't like all the petty drama / the entire layout of the school year. No Quidditch. Yep. Why are we focusing on this so much when there's literally 3 things that happen all year? That kind of stuff.
Yep.
So yeah. We can move on, though. You already discussed this one, so we can go to your 6th place book.
My 6th place book is Chamber of Secrets.
I just saw Edward comment.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is Black. We have the same bottom, too, and so we've kind of covered it, but go ahead.
I want to read Merce really quick. Yeah, more info about the wizarding world and the schools in the book. That was pretty neat, but the domination of the tournament throughout the entire story is just too much. It is, for real. And I feel like it would have been saved if there was a little less of that or a little more interesting tournament. You could have made the tournament more interesting and whatever, so. That rules be she gets last. He was born in 1800, so great Vampa. Cam said, so I played catch up at school, then I had to take 2 tests. I forgot other test was, but one was serve safe, and I passed both tests. Nice, Cam, good work. A lot of study, I'm sure. Sounds like it. Nice work. So, Chamber of Secrets is, did mine get counted? I don't think it got counted. Oh, I didn't hit enter. So Chamber of Secrets is my 6th place book. I like Chamber of Secrets. I just feel like
100%. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, sorry. 91 questions, dang son. That's a hefty test. I like... Sclotto says no.
The answer is no.
Just no. I like Chamber of Secrets. Again, I like them all, but like, I feel like the least amount of stuff happens in it. Like, it's interesting, the idea of Lord Voldemort's soul piece in this journal being able to be almost potentially gaining independence and becoming a person because of what it did. Like, that's interesting. It's kind of cool, and it serves the purpose of giving us a little clue as to what's going on in the whole thing, and plays a part later. But it just feels like the least amount of interesting stuff kind of happens. Do I hate it? No, I really like it, but like, it's just kind of lackluster. And so I don't put it in my bottom spot for that, because I have beefs with Goblet of Fire, but I also can't say it's more exciting than any of the others. So it's good.
That's my main reason it's on the bottom for me. It's more boring than the others.
Oh, you hated taking that test? I've never even heard. I don't think I've heard of it. So interesting. Okay. So if we take a look at that, 6 votes for Goblet of Fire, and my vote for Chamber of Secrets. That's interesting. Oh, my bottom movie is hands down Half-Blood Prince because it's my favorite book and they ruined it. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Locke, I feel like we're gonna have some similar situations when I tell you my ranking, as we did with Star Wars, but some surprise. But yeah, that's interesting to me. I think that's my favorite film, Half-Blood Prince.
Chris has not read the books, so that's
right.
This all makes sense. We're respecting everyone's status at where you are in book and movie consumption and what that means for that, because it makes complete sense to me.
Oh, Sclotto, that makes sense. Gotcha. So it was terrible, huh? Spoiler alert, Seth Schlock, that's my favorite book too. Oh yeah.
Interesting.
I think when it comes to movie stuff, there's gonna be surprises.
I think so too.
Assistant to the regional manager.
It's a bit different.
Cost the most jovial of days to you, commemorating your conception and subsequent expulsion into the world, as well as your continued survival thereafter. That is
Thank you.
Quite the happy birthday.
Not quite sure I've ever watched that before. Thanks for that.
Hi, Cost. Welcome to the channel. How are you? But yeah, so yeah. Just I think it makes sense, kind of what everybody's thinking in regards. Nothing's really super surprising me yet, even in the community, what the ranks are. So, all right, I'm gonna reset the poll, and we will we'll switch over to movie.
So far, I must say that my opinion is matching up with the community the best.
Yeah.
Because what? That's not the case for Star Wars.
Yep.
Unchun.
Reshun, yeah. Okay, KYLARIS. Six place.
Okay, everyone. Place movies in the poll.
Yep, in the poll. You can type 1 through 7 to vote for your 6th place movie.
I feel like I'm ready to talk about some other stories, but I'm not going to yet because mine is Goblet of Fire.
Oh, okay. Yep. We'll get through the bottom ones that I feel like pretty quickly, but that's cool. Okay.
But it's going to be exciting to talk about the top ones because it's like, these are reasons I love these.
Interesting, guys. So 4 I get. That makes sense to me. I feel like I know why. 5 kind of makes sense to me. I feel like, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but 5 seems like kind of for the same reasons we've been talking about why the movie 5 would be down there. Did I mention that Rules Lady yet? You did. Rules
Lady is my bottom movie, but she hasn't made my book list yet.
Have I heard of Beyblades? I've heard of them. Our nephews were really into Beyblades, but
it's a couple.
Yeah, Beyblades were a little after our time. Yeah, a little bit. So I think we were very much grown-ups by the time those came around, and so I don't think we didn't really see much of that. So I've heard of them. I haven't really seen much about them. I'm just going to let you vote for both of us. What do you?
Okay.
Hey, what do you mean? Like you're gonna let me vote?
Like,
oh yeah.
Okay, so Goblet of Fire, the movie. Like I said, there are things about Goblet of Fire, the book. Oh gosh, that's my 6th place for both movie and book. That's interesting. But the book's better, if I have to say that. There's a lot that they just didn't do in Goblet of Fire. One, why are all the haircuts super shaggy long beard? I'll just say that for the girls. Like, what is happening with their hair?
Yeah.
Also, I did like the Yule Ball in the movie as well as the book. The tasks, the dragon, like they did too much, and the maze they didn't do enough.
Yeah.
Like
yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The dragon task, they fly. Oh, he got off his chain, and Harry's in mortal danger because they're flying all around the castle and falling off roofs. And it's like, okay, I see where. Okay, I get from a director producer standpoint that makes for an epic movie scene. Great. I can accept that. But if you're gonna do that in lieu of giving us like what actually happens in the maze and just saying people lose themselves in the maze. Victor Krim's gonna be glossed over when you see him, and it's like, actually, like, put the Sphinx in there, put something in there that makes them use any of their wizarding skills. Like, what skill are they supposed to be doing in there? Find a bush that won't eat you? Like, what? It doesn't make sense for, like, how in the movie is that testing them as wizards?
Right. Hey, Barlow.
Hey, Barlow, how's it going?
It's so I don't know, it's so underwhelming, right? Like the dragon thing just felt very much like, hey, did you need this part for the theme park that you were planning? Like, what's up with that? And then in the books you get all the monsters that are in, and all the different magic that's in the third task in the maze.
Show me a last-ended Scroot, for Pete's sake.
Show me the mist that makes the world flip upside down. Show me the acromantulas and the what is it? There's a chimera in there and stuff. Like, show me that stuff. That made it interesting. But instead, like, ooh, here's some scary hedges and they're waving in the wind. Whoa!
I think that the second task in the movie is the most true done to the book in a lot of ways between the rest of the choices. Task 2 win. Rita Skeeter.
Accio Firebolt, good job, bud, you win.
Nobody likes Rita Skeeter, but you're not supposed to like Rita Skeeter, so in that way I guess she's like a good character because she does her job. As long as she doesn't get throat punched by Murph. And what?
Dude, those hedges. I can't cut grass after that.
People change in the maze.
Locke says I can't do this list without rewatching or rereading all of them, no doubt.
But no, people don't change in the maze. They get imperious by
a Death Eater. Yeah.
That's the answer. That's not the maze.
Door. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Anyway.
Great. Orin doesn't need any more excuses not to do yard work. Thank you. That's going to be his next excuse.
Right. Oh man, those hedges.
I don't know. I think we've covered
fair.
Goblet of Fire probably enough, but those were my main points. As I'm just like, to some degree, what's the point here? Oh, and totally creepy moaning Myrtle in the prefect bathroom, also in the movie. Am I right? Anyone?
Yep. Ah.
All the bubbles are gone.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Let's keep this family friendly, all right? Yep.
Can keep Goblet of Fire family friendly? Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so it's gonna be, I feel like, no surprise, my sixth movie.
Barlow, that's totally okay, but we're glad you're here. Saying.
Yeah, that's fair, Barlow. No big deal.
And if you would like to, and you've seen the movies or read the books, you can tell us why you don't like them.
Yeah.
We're up for all kinds of discussions.
So my wait, what? Goblet of Fire? Goblet of Fire is my sixth ranked movie for sure. We've talked all about it. That's why, I mean, it's my least favorite book. Even though I still like it. Again, disclaimer here, we love all of the books. If we got to rank them against each other, this is where they fall. We've talked all about it. The only reason it's not in the bottom spot for my movies as well is because Order of the Phoenix was absolutely massacred, and that's the only reason. So it was just massacred. And you know what we haven't brought up yet? Did you put your name on the Goblet of Fire?
Oh my gosh!
He said calmly. He said calmly.
That's one of the worst parts of Goblet of Fire, and reason enough to put it in the bottom of the list.
If you haven't read the books and the movies, okay, the part, and say you've only seen the movies, I know a couple of people have said they've only seen the movies. There's that part in movie 4 where after Harry's name comes out of the Goblet of Fire, he goes down to like the trophy room in the movie, and then like the grown-ups come downstairs to the trophy room, and Dumbledore comes like jog hopping and like runs up to him, grabs him by the shirt collar, and basically spits in his face. Did you put your name on the Goblet of Fire?
knocking over trophies and clattering to the ground.
Sorry, sir. And
not a Dumbledore thing to do ever. Not even just because the book said calmly in that one moment, which it did clearly. That is not Dumbledore's character.
No. And in the book, it literally, like, Dumbledore says almost like he's almost just exhausted by it all, right? Like, bye, Clay. Have a good night, man. Amy's seen everything regarding Harry Potter and Star Wars. Oh, man. Get her opinion, man. I'm not a fan of Harry Potter or Hermione. I like the world, though. Yeah, that's fair, Peripherus. The world building is awesome. Oren, so there was creepy monster in the restroom in the movie. Did I hear that right? Yes. Yes. There's a whole story for that. Favorite character in the movie is Neville Longbottom because they make him literally do everything, including serving them that smart kid club, right? In the movies.
That's not movie 6, but I remember watching that in the theater with Selfish Lock, and both of us busted out laughing that they made Neville waiter at the Sludge Club party.
Stupid.
We're like, he's a waiter.
Yeah, the second Dumbledore actor was the worst choice of all time. Well, and the thing is I feel like it's not all Michael Gambon's fault.
There's direction involved, for sure.
He never read the books, and he said that. I've never read the books, and so I'm playing a headmaster. I took inspiration from my own headmasters back in the days of my own boarding school times, and they were always imposing, and, you were a little afraid of them and everything, and I'm like, yeah, it's obvious you haven't read the books, because Dumbledore is the opposite of every other headmaster that's probably been...
boarding school.
That's Dumbledore, right? That's why everybody loves him, because he doesn't embody everybody else. He values learning in children and like their minds. How you can be a positive influence on these kids. Oh man.
He values being unique and eccentric, and he just brings calm to everybody. Yeah. Especially Harry. Like Harry can and that's what's so frustrating to Harry in later story, that he doesn't have that relationship with him when Dumbledore is pushing him away, and he's like, what is going on? Because usually I've been able to go to Dumbledore for a sense of calm, everything's under control, we've got this.
Yep. Well, that makes it, when Dumbledore admits he's screwed up, when Dumbledore has screwed up, that makes it that much more powerful, that no matter how good and how powerful and how talented and things you are, Dumbledore is the prime example of you can still screw up and you can still choose to do the right thing. And so having him, that was just the ultimate slap in the face, I feel like, to the fandom, to have Dumbledore come down those stairs screaming, "Did you put your name on the Goblet of Fire?" It is the worst.
The entire movie.
I love the memes. I just want to post the memes everywhere. Did you put... And then, he said calmly. In the books, it's more like, Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? You know what I mean? Oh, what a mess. Can't anything just go right?
Totally right, Murph. I'm skipping down chat a little bit, but he said Richard Harris was lovely, but I struggled to see him acting the more action-laden scenes in Phoenix and Prince. And I totally agree with you.
I've heard that.
I think definitely as Dumbledore, he had the twinkle, if you will. They described a twinkle in his eye. He exudes magic kind of, and calm, everything's under control. I agree with you, though. It would be hard to see him in an action situation, but I still don't think Michael Gambon was the right choice.
I almost feel like we need a merging of the two. We need to take the good aspects of both and merge it into, if we could merge it into one actor, where you have that caring, calm, twinkle in the eye.
We all know that's Ian McKellen, but he's already Gandalf.
Right, yes. Yep.
Gandalf.
Yep. Ian McKellen would have been amazing as Gandalf, as Dumbledore. But yeah, you know what I mean? Just that twinkle in the eye, the calm, kind of person in control feel of Richard Harris, mixed with the energy of Michael Gambon. I think that would have been kind of the perfect mix. But I blame the directors. No one told Michael Gambon, hey man, Dumbledore wouldn't do that, so don't do that.
Backing up in the chat, Selfish said that second Dumbledore actor was the worst choice of all time. They should have gotten a sack of potatoes and it would have been better. Tom Hanks would have been a better choice, and I hate him. And somebody says that old Costco lady that turns into the cat was cast perfectly. Are you pretending like you don't know who Dave Maggie Smith is? Because what the heck? And Professor Bionicle, what's happening?
We're getting body lock. We're getting body lock. Lock,
and I don't know if I enjoy him as well.
Right.
Like what?
Dame Maggie Smith playing McGonagall was like one of the best castings I feel like I have ever seen. The look.
Hagrid, spot on.
Yep, absolutely. Still playing Battlefront 2? Nah, not that much. Occasionally. We played occasionally. We got it on PC and we have fun with that every once in a while, but not much. I literally said that to Misty 5 minutes ago. Couldn't believe the director didn't step in for that scene. I don't know. Good night, everyone. Hey, Cam, have a great night. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. Glad you passed your test. It's awesome, man. Can't spell her name. Yeah. But yeah, like some of the casting was just amazing. But that I love the memes. Did you put your name? He said calmly. I love that. I just want to send that to the directors over and over and over and over and over again because it just annoys the tar out of me. But anyways, Goblet of Fire.
Go on.
So for the community, then kind of a mix.
Goblet of Fire.
Yep. Most Goblet of Fire. We've got a vote for Prisoner of Azkaban. That's interesting. I feel like Prisoner of Azkaban, that's the really controversial one.
We'll talk about that one when
we
get
will
to
talk
it
about that one. Prisoner of Azkaban, I feel like, is one of the most controversial in book and movie.
Agreed. Good.
And where you rank them. 2 votes for Order of the Phoenix, a vote for Half-Blood Prince. I find that interesting. Who voted Half-Blood Prince?
I believe it was Selfish Lock because he.
Unless
yep. Was his least favorite, I can't remember, but he's not a fan of the movie because he loves the book.
Yeah.
And there was somebody else too that said that the book was their favorite. It might have been Clay even.
Yeah. Oh.
Agree.
Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman, Maggie Smith, and what's his name? What's that name?
Robbie Coltrane.
Robbie Coltrane.
Yeah. Robbie Coltrane. Yep.
Dad Weasley? No, I don't think he's the greatest Arthur. He's okay, but I'm not blown away.
I feel like he makes Arthur a little too bumbling.
Yeah.
I think he's
actually a smart, very capable wizard, and yes, he's like quirky and he's so obsessed with muggles, but he's not like dumb. Like they just make him seem like he's not that capable, and like that's the reason that they're not well off, you know.
And I mean, you need a little bit of comedy in the movies, I think, but in the books, he's a little. Molly calls the shots for sure, but like Arthur's still kind of that calm,
fatherly.
Yeah, there's that like warm, intelligent kind of, you know, like. He's definitely not as talented as Molly or as naturally powerful, I think. But, you know, he has kind of a different sense, I think. In the
movie, I always portray him like he has no idea what's going on.
It was, Locke. I will agree with that. The end battle in Half-Blood was ruined in that movie. Yeah, that's fair. Oz said, I also think they did that a little on purpose in the movies. Yeah, for sure. They kind of tweak characters a little bit, I think, when they're kind of funny in the books. They have funny moments. I feel like they kind of exaggerate that in the movies because they want that a little bit extra in the movies. They don't have as much time, right? So they got to make that hit. So it also makes him more relatable to children. That's fair. Movie Arthur was a little too clumsy for me. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at with it. So,
all right,
okay,
let's go. We're
gonna reset. Yep.
All right. What are we on? Next is, what is your number 5
book? Number 5 book. So votes in the chat.
This is where my order gets dicey, and it could be one of 3 books because I have like 3 in the middle that are almost completely tied with each other, and it's kind of like whatever mood I'm in might determine what their order is. So, it's hard. I think what I have written down tonight, and like I said, this could change tomorrow for me, is I might have to say Sorcerer's Stone.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'll say Philosopher's Sorcerer's Stone.
Like I said, number 3, 4, and 5 on the list could be a 3-way tie for me on any given day. So just bear that in mind.
Yep.
Phil.
Interesting.
Oh, where's the poll?
Oh, is the poll not up? Oh, sorry. Start poll. If you voted already, vote again. Polls up. Sorry about that.
I don't feel okay about this. If anybody wants to argue with me, that's fine. Let me start talking. So, obviously, this beats my bottom two because it's the origin story. It's the where did all this begin? We're being introduced to the characters. We're being introduced to the wizarding world. Everything that is magical. Hogwarts. You have to love it for that. That's why it could literally be third place for me, and I'd be fine with it. Like it's almost like I can't put book one in the entire list. It's like in its own category for me because it has like constant honorable mention because it's where we all started, you know? Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that so much about it. However, that being said, kind of like Chamber of Secrets, it's when they're younger. The action isn't quite the same feel. Voldemort's not back. It's not like there's not real crazy danger in the overall wizarding world happening. And I really like when the books progress to the point where we're seeing more of what's happening outside of Hogwarts. And obviously we don't get that in Sorcerer's Stone. It's like all very insular. Harry's learning. What I do like is that we're learning everything about the world through Harry's eyes. We don't learn anything extra that Harry doesn't know because we are from his perspective. So there's so much that I do like about it. Just call me broken, even though it's my birthday. Thank you. But Osvo, I'm winning. Everyone likes not everyone, but I'm doing okay. All right, you guys are making me feel better. You know, like I said, the first time I read these books was when I was in my early 20s. I'm reading about 11-year-olds, and even though these books have never been for children, in my opinion, they're young reader, but the story is not just for kids. It's still about kids, and in terms of relating to the main characters, it's you know, they're 11. And stuff happens to happen to an 11-year-old, and it's just not the same feel as later on in the story when things are like culminating. So, like I said, I don't really have much to say about it. I love book one. I wish I had 3 lists, and it was just like, where do you put the first book and movie, because they just will hold a special place in your heart no matter where they fall on your list, I think.
Good night, Misty. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for joining us. Glad you had a good night.
Anyway, thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I get it.
I know that book is much higher for you. I don't know.
Book one is a different ranking.
Huh?
Book one is definitely a different ranking for me.
I don't know exactly where, but I know that for the reasons that I said, it has a much higher place on your list.
Yep. Oz said really quick, I will say my middle 3, 4, and 5 are interchangeable. 1 and 2 as well as 6 and 7 are pretty set. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's something to that as well, right? Like, I think there's something story-wise. Not even just this story, but generically story-wise. I think that can easily happen, but... Yeah, that's weird, Tayton. That's weird.
I was trying to explain it as best I could.
Yeah.
It's like, it just seems unrankable to me.
Yeah.
Because I really love it.
Yeah.
But if you're making me compare it,
right,
it's all somewhere in the middle.
Yep. Cool. Okay. You good?
Yeah.
All right. So I have 2 books that I find are kind of interchangeable for me.
I have 3.
You
are we
have
talking
3.
about?
I have 2. The rest of them are pretty set for me. I have 2 that are interchangeable, but I'm going to make a call, and I'm going to say slightly like one better than the other. And my 5th is Order of the Phoenix.
Ooh.
So Order of the Phoenix is a great book. I've mentioned I like really big books. It's the biggest Harry Potter book. There are a lot of good things that happen in Order of the Phoenix. I love seeing the Order develop. I love going to Grimmauld Place. There's a lot of new magic we find out about, a lot of new things. Voldemort's on the move. He's doing things, right? Like, I love the Chamber of Secrets. I very much love the ending of that book. The ending of the book is, you get through Order of the Phoenix, and it's a struggle sometimes. And when you've read it as many times as I have, like this is the 24th time Em and I are reading Order of the Phoenix right now. This is the 24th time I've read this book.
Out of control, everyone.
It's Harry Potter's my fallback. I'm always reading. You know, every time I go to read book 5, like I said earlier, I have to take a deep breath. Like,
it's daunting. Not only is it so long, but you know what you're about to go through.
Everything you go through in that book makes the ending that much better. It's so epic. It's so epic.
It's great. The tone, it's so heavy.
It is. Yep.
I agree. Like, it's not a fun one to start.
Yeah, exactly, Oz. Oz said that. Let's remember, the worst book out of these 7 is better than the majority of other books. Absolutely.
I heard that already, because we definitely do that.
Yep. This puts you on notice, Oren. Sorry, Murph.
Been told.
Yeah. It's a great book, but the tone, yep. It is very heavy. Well, and so, okay, so I want to kind of explain this in a way that hopefully makes sense. So I've described all those things that I think are really awesome. To write a book that has such a tremendous payout at the end really takes you going through some stuff to get there, right? Like, you have to really hit a low to get such an amazing ending. And you know, like you do, and that's why you see that in stories, right? That's why, like, I feel like Empire is one of my favorite movies of all time, right? Like, that is their low point, and now you get the payout of that. So what makes it really tough for me, the things I don't like are also kind of strengths. So I kind of understand that these things I'm gonna say are actually kind of strengths for it, because it supports and makes the payout of the ending that much better. But I hate Umbridge. Like, the first thing I think of when I pick up book 5 is I gotta go through Umbridge. I have to subject myself to Umbridge, and I just can't stand her. Careful talking Empire around KYLARIS'S, right? Yeah, it is heavy. It won't. Don't try. Yeah. I cannot stand her. What's great about that is J.K. Rowling wrote her in a way that, like, one, she exemplifies the fact that, like, and Sirius even kind of says this, I think more in the movies, but he maybe says something similar in the book, where he talks about, like, not everybody in the world is divided up into good people and Death Eaters, right? And she's evil, but she's a different kind of evil than what Voldemort and the Death Eaters are, right?
Questionable faction in play here than just Death Eaters versus There's also Ministry, and is the Ministry really good, like, lawful, or are they for the greater good no matter what? Right. Like, it's way gray area and not great.
1 second. Murph, hey, thanks for coming and hanging with us, buddy. Appreciate you. Hope you have a great night. And maybe we'll post the ranking in the Discord. So
maybe you can do the rest of the VOD too if you want to hear the explanations, but we'll try to post this for you. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for the birthday wishes.
Yeah, Murph. Hope you have a great night, buddy.
Worst.
Yeah. She's a beast, both book and movie. Yeah.
Terrible, but great.
Yes. Yeah. She's so hard to read. She's so hard for me to, like, get past. I can't stand her.
For making me feel real emotions and loathing for a fictional character. It's impressive. Do I want to start that book and crack it open always? It's a little rough, but sometimes the payout is worth it.
Yeah, yep. The other thing that really gets me too, and I see the point in this, right? I see how it expresses a 15-year-old boy's feelings or whatever, but I hate Harry's angst and mopiness. Get over it. I just want to slap him and just be like, as another 15-year-old, not as a 38-year-old man slapping a 15-year-old. But I know that was weird. But anyway, you know what I mean? Like, I'm being dramatic. Like, man, Harry, get a grip. And I understand a lot of things are going on. Frankly, everything he's been through, he's actually pretty well off psychologically. He could be worse. So
not Cedric.
That's not Cedric. He could be a lot worse. So I mean, like, there is that factor. It's just really hard to read.
I realize that Voldemort's in his head, and that's not great. And
did you see what Peripherus just said? Of me for saying I'm gonna slap a 15-year-old.
Oh yeah.
No.
I really hate children.
Not really. No, just, you know, the kind of like, hey man, hey, wake up. You know what I mean? Come on, snap out of it kind of thing. You know, it's like, oh, geez. He just so mopey, so angsty, and he's flying off the handle at Ron and Hermione and everything. And, you know, I've already mentioned I hate that. Like, you know, I feel like, and again, nobody's perfect. This could very well be a very realistic,
He's going through stuff.
Yeah. And he's getting older too, right? And he's kind of at that fine line between feeling like wanting to be an adult, feeling more like an adult, but still having a foot in childhood. And he doesn't know how to express it and stuff. And but like Ron and Hermione are like Harry's only real family in that sense. And he is just a jerk. He's a jerk. And man, I just get over it, man. Get over it. So I don't know. In that way, book five is my number 5 there. It kind of interchanges with my number 4 spot, but I really like it. There's a lot of good parts, but it's really like it's the ending that where the payoff is at, and the rest of the book I just kind of feel like I just got to get through it. I just got to get through it. So still great. It's just compared to the other ones. That's how I end up feeling. Okay. I think this is where the last book would be in ranking for me, maybe. Oh, okay. That's fair. So number 7 in that number 5 spot. Deathly Hallows. So it's interesting to me, for number 5, we've got Philosopher's Stone. We've got 2 votes for that and a vote for Prisoner of Azkaban. Prisoner of Azkaban, that's an interesting one to me. Wasn't that Murph? Who was that? I can't remember. But
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I can't remember off the top of my head now.
But yeah, I kind of get that. Oh, it could have been Scotto. I'm not sure. I'd have to go up through the chat. But anyways, yeah, I think those are fair. That makes sense to me. Let's restart it and let's talk
movie number 5. Not movie number 5.
Rank 5. Yep. KYLARIS, what you got? Vote in the chat if you'd like.
This is, I think, where it starts to get a little dicey for me also for movies. I feel like in a list of 7 things, books or movies, you're like, these are my top 2 and these are my bottom 2. And where do I put the rest of them? That's how I feel about both lists. It's kind of difficult for me. This one, not super difficult. It might get a little worse farther up the list. But I think for this one, I'm going to put Chamber of Secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've already talked about Chamber of Secrets, the book. Why the story of it is lackluster for me. The whole who's the villain, it's not that grand. It's okay. I like the story. Lockhart, we're still 12 years old. There's a whole bunch of, I've already covered a lot of this, so I'm not going to rehash it to bits. But I think the reason that the movie is higher for me in my list than the book is primarily, I actually really like Kenneth Branagh as Lockhart, even more than book Lockhart. I like his portrayal. It's fun. It's funny. I think he does a really good job. And also, I thought that the CGI of the basilisk fight and everything, I thought that was actually pretty good. And Aragog, I think they did well on that one. And it kind of makes, Order of the Phoenix, Grop, and everything look worse than I think what's said in Chamber of Secrets.
Yep.
So, like, as like a movie going standpoint, I thought the CGI was actually really good. And the number one reason that this has gotten bumped up at all on the list as a story is that being the second smallest book and Chris Columbus directing, it's the second closest movie to its original book material, which I give a lot of weight to. Because at the end of the day, I want to see the book on film.
Yeah. Said I rank this movie a lot higher than I do the book. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I think they did a really good job with it for that. So, cool. Anything else, KYLARIS?
No, I think we've hashed Chamber of Secrets enough, I think, in general.
Yep.
Basically the same reasons why it's low on my book list, but it's higher because I think they did the movie well and did justice to the book.
I am going to say I am probably going to say, let me think here a second.
Ooh, he's...
I know.
I like it. Well,
the CGI is a big part of it, though. Yeah, that's fair, man. I think there was a lot of practical stuff going on with like Aragog and the Basilisk too. It wasn't all, they maybe enhanced it, but I think
maybe that makes it look so good because honestly, when you look at that, even the way that the Basilisk moves and the spiders running through the forest after the flying
CGI.
It's just, it looks like it's happening. And then you see like the scene in Order of the Phoenix when they take umbrage into the forest and the centaurs are looking a little and is looking like not great. And I mean the Thestrals, like I said, the Thestrals were good, but the rest of it was like, didn't you guys do better than this in Chamber of Secrets? Like why am I was
Grub was an afterthought. They barely did anything with that. There was a little bit more to it in the book.
Side team that was like on Grop duty, and that was their whole little job.
Yeah, for sure, Oz. I think I'm also going to put Chamber of Secrets here. Okay. The reason isn't because I don't very, very much respect. Hold on, let me think about this again really quick. I would say this is almost where I could flip-flop with another one. You know, so almost even like the books, I could flip-flop 2 for 4 and 5. I could flip-flop a couple of books. It's the same thing for the movie, I think. I could flip-flop this for different reasons.
The middle range is hard to nail down.
The middle range is really hard. I'm going to say Chamber of Secrets right here. Again, primarily because story-wise, I think it's a little more boring comparatively.
Vote.
What's that?
Vote.
Oh yeah, yep. 2.
Yeah. Boring story.
Yeah, and like, again, there's good things about it. I still love it. It's not that. It's just.
And it definitely has its place in setting up the story of Voldemort and Horcruxes and things we don't even know about yet. Like, it has its place.
Harry going to the Burrow for the first time.
Yeah. We see the past of Hogwarts. We see Voldemort when he was a student there. Like, we're introduced to more, like, first movie, Voldemort's the big bad and he's not back yet, but we don't know that much about him. He's kind of mysterious and we're learning more about him, which comes into huge play later in the story. Like, you have to have Chamber of Secrets. We're not saying that it doesn't have its place in the list, because it definitely needs to be there and be exactly what it is. But as a standalone, is it my most like, ooh, I really feel like watching Chamber of Secrets? It fills a spot, but it's not my number one go-to. This is the most entertaining.
Well, and I feel like too, I give it a lot of credit for being so close to the book. I really like Kenneth Branagh. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of good things in there, but I just feel like story-wise, because my number 4 spot, I actually have a lot of problem with in some ways, but the story I feel like is a more compelling, interesting story. So the child acting in the first films was rather lacking too. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
they were kind of like learning on the set. It seems that
they were young, and I think these were the first like big parts they'd had
movie roles for kids that age. Like the amount of scenes that they're in, it's nuts.
Barlow, thank you for coming by. Hope you're you're doing better soon, buddy. So hope you take it easy, and we'll talk to you later.
Barlow, good to see you.
That's basically my reasons for Chamber of Secrets. I feel like we've covered that a bit. So yep. Cool. All right. We're reset. Well, the poll. So let's we've got 2 votes for Chamber of Secret, 1 vote for Philosopher's Stone. Again, I think kind of par for the course. I feel like that it makes a lot of sense. I think there's going to be a lot of similarity in this. We've had a couple of votes along the line that I feel like were a little. I like it when they're kind of controversial almost, or like there's differences. But
to be the popular opinion.
Yeah. I feel like the middle movies or the middle movies and middle books in stories, right? They're there to like really do a lot of heavy lifting, but what you yearn for is the beginnings and the ends. And so, I feel like that ends up being
arc
a
you
thing.
need fleshed out,
right.
But it's not the
payoff. Where's the payoff, right? Yeah. So, all right. So we've reset the poll, and then we're gonna go to our rank 4 for the books. KYLARIS, what you got?
Okay, 4th place book. Again, this is in my mid-range of. It's dicey. I think I'm gonna today on this very day, and maybe it's different tomorrow. I'm going to put Order of the Phoenix.
Okay.
Again, covered this book your last round. I agree with many of those reasons, but I think that it's a slot higher for me than you because I love the end that much that it's almost like. Well, let's see. I wrote down some points. Overall, I think the epic ending, by the time you get there, it's so good that it makes you forget what you just went through. Like it's the redeeming factor of the entire story. It is you just had to make it through all the angst, all the umbrage, and
quit staring at me, Potter.
And you made it, and here you are, and you're seeing everything that was supposed to culminate happen, and it's so cool. Like I love just getting through Order of the Phoenix to get to the end. Like, you just got to do it.
Yeah, Peripher said too, First Hollows was the worst movie for me, so that brought the second down on my list because they were combined. Yeah, they're a continuation of the same book story, right? Like that makes sense.
So, other points for me in Order of the Phoenix is, like I said about the movie, or the opposite of the movie. For the movie, I said that the Dumbledore's army had no purpose when it came to how they butchered the ending, because it's like, okay, we're going to form this secret club where Harry's going to teach us defensive dark arts, and we're going to like learn to use all these spells in case we have to be in a real like wizarding war that might be culminating, and we know how to defend ourselves and how to fight for the side we want to fight for, and it's all this stuff, and that because they literally have nothing in this room. Like nothing. They get insta captured by the Death Eaters. Now the book, amidst all the horrible umbrage going on, the Dumbledore's army, the DA, has a purpose of they're not just sitting there and taking this, they're fighting against the machine. This is an example of Harry stepping up to leadership as a reluctant he's one of those people that like greatness is thrust upon, he doesn't go looking for it. He doesn't go doing it for his own glory or anything like that. He, even Hermione, he's like, I can't teach this. Why do you think that I'm going to be the one good at this? And Hermione's like, no, you are really good at this. And
you're the best person for this.
I can't do this. We need you to help us because this is happening and we don't want to be defenseless out in the world when all this goes down. And so like they actually pull it off. They learn from him, they get really good at it, and they go actually to Death Eaters as high school students, and they hold their own through all the rooms And, it's just like the coolest fight to see because everything that they've been secretly learning all year when Dumbridge was like, Dumbridge.
When Dumbridge.
That was a slip that was so true. It was almost like Dumbledore, but no. Umbridge was trying to keep them down, trying to make sure they didn't learn any defensive spells specifically, nothing practical allowed in the class. And they took it on themselves, and it actually worked. And they had the big fight at the end, and it was right for Dumbridge. That's just my mind working for me. But also in that book, you get the end of the story with Sirius, or a big part of it, and what that does to Harry. Poor Harry and all the people that he loses that are close to him. So that's a big, epic, powerful moment that even though the ending of the book is so awesome, it's just like hitting you in the feels at the same time. So it's like tons of emotion. Again, like Lauren talked about the Dumbledore electrifying scene in the book versus the movie. How like it just gives chills when he shows up and helps the Order. And you also get characters like Bellatrix that haven't really had a main role yet, and you get to know a little bit. You get to know the Death Eaters a little bit more individually instead of they're just like this group with masks. And I think that that's cool too. So there's a lot of development there. This is like, I feel like Order of the Phoenix is a turning point book in the entire story arc. That we're venturing outside of school now, and Voldemort's back obviously at the end of book 4, and now it's book 5, and he's getting his forces together, and Harry and everyone else on the good side is trying to figure out what to do about it. And so it's like, while there's a whole bunch of surface stuff going on with Umbridge that is like painful to read through, and Harry angst and everything else, there's also a lot of cool momentum going on in the background that all ends in an epic explosion.
Yep, absolutely.
That's why I hate Rita Skeeter the movie, because what a fail.
Yep, seriously, massacre, absolute massacre.
I just remember going to the theater and it was like they just did that technique where they flipped through the like newspaper pages of the Daily Prophet to like flash by like events that they're not going to show in the movie. But they're like, oh, this happened, and there's another newspaper page, and this happened, and it's like, seriously, it was like 20 minutes into the movie and it was already Christmas. And I'm like, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, what a massacre.
Anyway, I don't want to talk the movie anymore, but I just thought of that again.
Absolute massacre.
We are one braining all
similar
over.
Mind. Yep. Okay. My book, and again, this could kind of flip-flop with Order of the Phoenix, I think, but I do think really when it comes down to it, it takes the number 4 spot easily. Or like it's just kind of bumped up. It can kind of edge out over Order of the Phoenix, is Prisoner of Azkaban. And we haven't really talked about Prisoner of Azkaban at all.
Not one that hasn't been on the list yet for us.
I think the reason for that is it is such a good book.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting into the realm now of like, it's just so good that it's, now we're ranking it. Yeah, now we're ranking it more based on like, it's just so good, and it's that much more better than something else. You know what I mean? There's less wrong and more, this is awesome. And again, people are going to disagree with our perspectives on certain things, I'm sure. But like Prisoner of Azkaban, I love Prisoner of Azkaban. The book is incredible. It does deviate a little bit from the formula, right? Which is a con that I kind of said for Chamber of Secrets. But that's because Chamber of Secrets went so off the rails, and it wasn't in a very comparatively in a satisfying way. But Prisoner of Azkaban deviated a little bit in a very satisfying way. The plot twist, the character arcs, the history that you get, which is a big thing for me. I love the lore. I love the history. What led to these things? Prisoner of Azkaban has all of that.
Yeah.
It's got that, there's that dark feel, the grittiness, it's like things are getting a little more real. Things are happening more outside of Hogwarts right now that are a danger. They're coming into Hogwarts, right? The danger is moving into the school. It's literally trying to break in, it feels like. And then come to find out that was never the danger at all. That was never the danger at all. And the danger had been there the entire time. The ending of that book is phenomenal. Finding out the history of Lupin and Sirius as friend, and Peter as friends of James and Lily, how they were so close, what happened with that. I mean, the whole thing with the Fidelius charm, and how, like, hey, I thought you would be their secret keeper and you would hold the secret to their location magically. So if you haven't seen this, I don't want to, I mean, spoiler warning, right? But like, seriously, you are the perfect choice. And Sirius is like, yeah, that's why we didn't pick me. And then, oh, Lupin, I thought you were the traitor. Forgive me. Oh, no, you weren't. Oh, hey, we picked Peter because nobody would have expected Peter to be the choice for keeping this secret.
I love, like, explosive fact that all the Marauders, in the moment of what happened, nobody really knows who did what and who to trust and what actually happened. Did you get betrayed? I don't know if I can trust you. What actually happened?
Right.
Like, it's all a mess. And this is like 12, 13 years later, whatever it is. And it's like, the fact that they actually get to sort that out and find out who the culprit is like, oh my gosh. And then you for Sirius, he's just rotting in Azkaban and he can't tell anyone.
Here's a group.
He did it.
Here's a group of friends that loved each other so much and cared about each other so much that when this happened, they almost couldn't figure out. I mean, Sirius knows, but like Lupin has to just believe it was Sirius, right? He doesn't want to. I think it wrecks him. But
and Lupin's already somebody who had a hard time with friends anyway, and then his friendship circle blew up. Like, and how hard, it's not even like he doesn't want to, one friend has died. And another friend, or two, he thinks two friends
plus
other
Lily.
One is the cause. So then he's back to having no one and living his werewolf life of like sadness.
He basically has to, by process of elimination, literally elimination.
It makes me so mad at Peter.
I know, what a jerk.
What a word.
But literally, Lupin is left with no other choice than to believe that one of his very best friends, who did so much for him, killed everyone else, right? Like, it's insane. It's so good. The writing in that is so good. The payout, finding out what happened is so good, and you just hate Peter Pettigrew because what a punk. Who could be that selfish? It is just so good. It's so good. So like, I remember reading that with our daughter, and I loved reading that book with our daughter because almost immediately she was like, oh, Sirius is a bad guy. And he was James's best friend and stuff like that, and like, and then the ending when she figured, I could see the gears turning, right? Em was catching on, and she's hearing these things, and she's, Dad, is that true?
Like,
and like
jaw-droppy Darth Vader news kind of like reactions to it, which was awesome to see someone go through that for the first time.
So Oz, there's a reason for that. Like I said, we're getting into the realm where like it is so good. It's not that
the competition is fierce.
It's not that Prisoner of Azkaban isn't. It's not like I have a problem with the book. I really have very little problem with the book. I can't even think of anything right now that I could critique it on, give as like a con or like a dislike to the book. I don't know if I have any of that. It's just amazing. But for me, the remaining books edge it lower, more in the middle.
I have a question for you about your view of Azkaban.
Okay.
Or Prisoner of Azkaban, because you haven't mentioned this yet, I don't think, is your typical beef with time travel stories versus this one.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. I can talk about that a bit. So, I despise time travel as a plot element. I hate it. I can't stand it. to me, in I know some people can just take it at face value. They can just be there enjoying the ride, you know, and time travel just isn't even a thought to them. But the way my brain works, that is an understatement. Yeah, Oz knows me. We've had plenty of conversation about this.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because I don't have nearly as much issue with that as he does. And the fact that he can overlook it in this, and for the reasons he's probably about to say, is like a big deal.
Yep, absolutely. So here's the deal for me. Time travel in a story, in a plot, right? The only way that I can conceive of it actually working out is if time travel is always a part of time. It always happened, and all it does is perpetuate time. It happened, so it's always going to happen, and because it's always going to happen, you're gonna have somebody going through that time loop, right? And like, and then time just happens the way it would normally. So like, to me, that's the only way you can even give it any validity, because otherwise this whole like branching realities I think are stupid. I hate that whole other dimension branching timelines.
Oh yeah,
bull crap. It gets so messy and stupid, and I no matter how many times I've talked about it, no one can ever satisfy me in how that all works. I don't like it.
It just seems too plot holy.
It does. I don't like the whole changing time thing. If you could change time, then you got the butterfly effect, and it's very likely that you change something that stops you from going back in time when you did, even if you still go back in time, because your general idea is, you know, it didn't change your desire to go back in time or erase you from the fabric of the universe to begin with. You know what I mean? Like even if that's the intent, you wouldn't. It's completely unlikely that you would go back in time at the same point, and then that in and of itself changes what you do. And then it doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold up. So I hate it. I hate it as a plot point. And then on top of that, it does feel very like, oh, we'll just change time. No big deal, right? Like that's how we're gonna fix all of this. Is we're gonna go back in time. There's a loophole here, and I just can't stand it.
Yep. As Cher would say, if I could turn back time. Well, you can't.
Right. Yeah.
No, but talk about too. Oh yeah, purposes.
I agree.
Talk about too the fact that she smashed them in the Department of Mystery.
Yeah. Well, so okay, I'll get there. So here's the deal with Prisoner of Azkaban. They use the time turners. It's kind of fun. I kind of wish we didn't need it, but it's kind of fun. But my understanding of it is J.K. Rowling writes it in the way where she is perpetuating time. Harry and Hermione were always going to go back in time. They were always going to do the things that they did, and that's even shown in the fact that the first time through, in seeing it from the perspective of before time travel Harry, he sees himself across the lake, right? And he's not changing anything. They're perpetuating time. This was always going to happen, and it was always going to result in the same way, right? I was just going to mention Department of Mysteries. Yep, absolutely. So J.K. Rowling herself has even kind of said, yeah, I should have never used time travel, because people will ask her, well, how come they just didn't go back in time and kill Lord Voldemort's parents?
I have to have answers for that all the time.
Or derail that. Right? Yeah. And so she said that it is one of the most difficult things for me, because how do I answer that? And
you can't.
So,
you should have never done it.
Right. And so she said, then I tried to apply some rules to it. You can only go back so far. You know, there's the whole thing about like, if you see yourself, you're going to think it's dark magic. And like,
I like the attempt at that, where they're like,
I like the attempt.
Bad things happen with those who meddle with time. So it's like, they don't let hardly anybody do it, and they have to be really careful. And she tries to make it like this isn't super common, and there's reasons for that. But it was something as important as changing like something huge, horrible that happened. Why didn't you?
Why wouldn't we do that? Like, why wouldn't there be a squad just sitting there ready? Hey, something horrible happened. Switch back time. You know?
They could call that partnership Time Turner and Hooch. Oh, like Madam Hooch.
Yeah, Madam Hooch
Time
is
Turner and Madam Hooch.
That's what Madam Hooch is doing the whole time when she's not like teaching kids how to ride broomsticks and coaching or refereeing Quidditch. She's on a time squad. But anyway, so J.K. Rowling has said, I tried to fix that, or I tried to put rules on it. It still didn't work. And so in book 5, I just have them go smash it all. They're smashed. The entire point of Hermione and Harry fighting in the time room in the Department of Mysteries is so they can smash all of the time turners, and that's all they got. So I'm like, so that's interesting. But
did we see them smash them in the movie? No.
Nope. But right. But so
only the prophecies.
That's, I mean, it's testament to that book that time travel is a large part of the plot, and yet I still love it. I still love that book. It's amazing. So
that's true, Perverse. If you saw yourself, you'd probably think it was someone using a polyjuice.
Yeah.
And then what would you do? Attack them? Be like, that's my body. Like,
right.
You can't pretend to be me. And
yep. Well, Hermione says it straight to Harry in the books. You would think you had gone mad, or that it was dark magic.
I never even thought about thinking it was someone with polyjuice, but even then, you'd be like, that's not okay, and I'm gonna stop.
Well, yeah, of course. Hey, that's me, but it can't be me because I'm me, right? Like, I don't know, it's messed up. But again, that to me is testament to how good that book is that even with the time elements, I love that book. It's just, there are things in the other books remaining for me that I love more, which is why they rank higher. So, all right, we're gonna reset the poll. We'll keep moving. KYLARIS'S movie.
Well, this is perfect. I think it's Prisoner of Azkaban.
Okay, yep.
Let's segue into Prisoner of Azkaban, the movie.
Oh, Prefer says Chamber of Secrets. Interesting. So kind of in that middle ground. What do you love so much about the movie for Chamber of Secrets, Prefer? I'm curious. Oh yeah, continue, KYLARIS'S.
I mean, it's middle of the road for him. It's like dead center at number 4. So
yeah.
So the movie. This is hard for me because I haven't talked about the book from my own perspective yet.
Mm-hmm.
But the movie, I think, okay, obviously Prisoner of Azkaban isn't on my book list yet. It's coming soon. Spoiler alert. But anyway, I think the reason that it's lower on my movie list is because after Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, which are so very much the books, and even in like feel, they wear their school robes all the time. It's Richard Harris. It's the castle feels like warm and glowy and inviting, and it has this like candlelight. It's a whole different feel. It's magical. It's whimsical. It's wondrous to Harry's eyes and ours seeing it for the first time. Now, in movie 3 especially, the director really went for the like, we're gonna turn this and it's gonna be darker and it's gonna be gritty and gray and we're gonna wear street clothes instead of like, for some reason they like dress like muggles the entire movie for the first time. So I think that like it's just jarring to me after movie 1 and 2. The feel of movie 3 is like, is this the same school? Are these the same people? Like, everything feels different. And even the castle grounds are different. Like where Hagrid's hut is and how the layout is and that big clock tower that wasn't there before that we never saw. And just like, because they wanted to show time in the movie. Like I get it, but it's like, everything felt different. It felt like a different setting. And yeah, like I said, I think it was just a little jarring. Now, do I still love the story because I like the book a lot? Yeah. And so that's why it gets, movie 4 rank or whatever. But yeah, I don't want to go too much into the story. Like you were just talking about it. I'm going to talk about it again soon. But like overall, I think that's why the movie is what it is for me. And still a little bit of the acting, like he was a friend and he betrayed them. He was a friend. Like just
over the top. The shrunken heads.
Oh my gosh, the night bus. 2. No, yeah.
And then, so shrunken head on the night bus, and then the shrunken heads at the entrance of the 3 broomsticks.
Yeah. I do like that we can see Hogsmeade in the movie.
Hey, how about Harry punching over a bunch of elves singing Christmas carols? What a guy.
Sorry, holding a lollipop as he walks.
Yeah.
And stealing it from Neville. Again, Neville's lollipop. Was it Neville?
It was Neville.
He's like, why does this always happen to me?
Right.
But trying to think if there's any other. Towards the end, I like get used to the feel, and I kind of like how they do the Shrieking Shack, and I like the, it's to be a darker movie. There's werewolves. There's yeah. Thank you, Oz, for the birthday wishes. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for coming and hanging.
If you want to give us the rest of your list in the Discord, we'd love to see it.
Yeah.
And that's for anybody else too. If you want to share your completed list with us, where should we post that, Oren?
Maybe like lore and literature.
Lore and literature.
Lore and literature, the channel.
Channels in the Discord. If you want to share your list with everybody else, please post it there, and we will definitely look those over.
Yep.
And if you want to give any reasons, that's awesome.
Yep.
So anyway.
Thanks for joining us, Oz. Have a good night, buddy.
And yeah, I'm big in the Walking Willow, the feel of the Shrieking Shack, like even the Dementors. Okay, we haven't talked about Dementors. They can't fly. There's a little too much overreach there in the movie, in like the Quidditch match and everything else. Also the way they portray the Grim a little bit too, like, oh, it's Grim with the clouds. No, actually, he saw a dog in the stands and it was serious, but we didn't get to see that.
Right.
I'm trying to think what I said in the movie. Yeah, we talked about the Oh, isn't that the movie where they start with like the choir? Oh, they changed Professor all together.
We're losing you a little bit. You need the mic in your face. We're losing you a little bit. What was that?
It's right in my face.
I don't know if it's a height thing or what. I don't know.
I'm sorry. The fact that they changed Professor Flitwick.
Yeah.
And he's now the school choir director instead of the charms teacher and head of Ravenclaw. It's like his only purpose, and he looks completely different than he did the other.
Yep.
I don't know. There's a lot of jarring differences from where we were heading in the movie lineup. So
it's interesting because J.K. Rowling has said that when they changed Flitwick, at least his appearance, that was more like not what she imagined, but more towards what she imagined. Just a shorter man. You know what I mean? Like
better the other way, but it was just so like that's the same character.
But it's the changing him midway through. That is the problem. Yep. So. Mm-hmm. And to the choir was complete. What's with this choir?
Yeah, I didn't know there was a school choir.
What's with this choir holding giant toads? I don't.
The rhythm section. They have to like ribbon along for the beat. Or
They're the ribbit section.
What?
They're the ribbit section.
Oh gosh.
I don't know. Well, then I feel like it's gonna be no surprise that mine is Prisoner of Azkaban.
Oh. And thrown that.
And actually, the only reason, so I kind of said it could kind of flip-flop with Chamber of Secrets, and it could. I think the only thing that bumps it up is the book for me actually elevates the movie, because the movie on its own makes me kind of mad. That's where things really started to change, and I was upset by that. It was still Chamber of Secret, still Prisoner of Azkaban, you know what I mean? Still got the gist of the story that was done okay, but I came out of that movie going, yeah, they changed some stuff. This was actually the first movie I saw after reading the book.
Okay, so it's for you, My Order of the Phoenix.
Yes. Yep. This is the first movie I saw after reading books 1 through 5. And I had seen the other 2 movies before I read the books. I think the book story elevates it higher for me. It's just so good that it kind of edges it out, but I really don't like Alfonso Cuarón's approach. I don't like what he changed. We talk a lot about the whimsy of Harry Potter. Harry Potter is a lot of things. It's very dark. It can be very serious, but there's always that feeling of whimsy. And that's one of the things that I really, really like, is that no matter what else is going on, there's that little bit of like whimsical, magical aspect and the unknown. And I feel like in a way some people like the changes. I know people who like the changes that he made, in the set. and the direction and the feel and everything, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like that suddenly now you have all these weird, like almost dead looking, like almost evil looking vines. Like Hogwarts goes from like, hey, this is a castle people live in, and sure, there's some ivy and stuff, but hey, that's just adding character, to like, wow, this looks kind of like a rundown shack of a castle. You know what I mean? Like, what's up with all these
like,
weird
are we
dark
seeing
weeds?
it like the Muggles who see it as ruins all of a sudden?
Right. Yeah, it's terrible. Perfer said the diary and Lockhart really make Chamber of Secrets for me. The intro of the sword, the child acting was the weak point. Yeah, that's fair, man.
Yeah, it was.
Ooh, we have theories about the sword. We'll have to talk about some other time, but the sword's an interesting topic. So, and the diary is really interesting too. And Lockhart is a funny character. I think, yeah, and even Kenneth Branagh, man, what a guy.
Yeah. That being said, I think I would be curious to know, and I don't know who's still around right now, but I would be curious to know if everyone is like enjoying the Harry Potter chat, if you'd want to have more of it from time to time. Like, obviously, I think we're going to plow through on the rankings today, but if you would be interested in us doing just chattings on like Harry Potter theories and Harry Potter trivia and things like that, I'd be curious to know if people would be interested in that, because I think we would be for sure.
West Coast people in the house. Hey, Jesse, how are ya?
Thank you for the birthday wishes.
Jesse, I feel like some of our Brits and our East Coast have all gone to bed now, and so I'm so glad. I'm so glad that West Coast has arrived.
You know, Jesse, my day was very momish. I took one child to the dentist. I had a parent-teacher conference on Zoom with another child's teacher, and, you know, it was fine. I did a lot of celebrating over the weekend with some family when we saw them for Mother's Day and whatnot. And so, you know, Lauren and the kids tried their best to make today special with, like, we got, you know, fun food, and I got to open more gifts, and it was nice. It was low key today and also kind of like a normal Tuesday, but we decided to do a bonus stream tonight to kind of like, you know, we didn't have anything else going on. So yeah, hang out with everyone. And we've been wanting to do this Harry Potter chat for a really long time. And it's like, what better time to do it than like a bonus activity of something special? So here we are.
I'm not surprised at all that the stream is at like 2 hours and 41 minutes already. And we're only like...
but we're like almost down to top 3 now.
Yeah,
I'm actually impressed by our speed.
And we're doing it by movie and book because we have a lot of things to say about Harry Potter.
You know what I noticed too is up till now, our movies are the same list.
Really?
And I'm surprised by it.
Yeah.
I had no idea that was
KYLARIS and I usually don't match up in our expectations and desires for like movies, and like generally we like the same things, but we like them for different reasons.
And like the books are, none of them are the same so far.
Yeah. Yep.
The same 4? No, not the same 4. But anyway, but it also isn't surprising because I would feel like the movie viewings, is something we would do together, where the book reading would do separate. So it kind of makes sense that our movie list matches up better.
Yep. Or in Goblet is your least? Yes. Yeah. So I mean, Jesse, with the disclaimer,
controversial opinion.
Yeah, with the disclaimer that they're all Harry Potter books and they beat most books. I mean, Goblet of Fire still beats most books for me. Like Harry Potter's my favorite. Even just from a writing standpoint, like my friend one time was like, even like, oh man, you know, like I like the stories, but like this isn't highbrow, or this isn't really good writing. And then one day, and I've argued with him over and over again about it for years. And then one day we actually started talking about Myers-Briggs, which again, controversial topic. We like it, whether there's a whole lot of real science to it or not, whatever. Can you categorize people that much? Who knows? But we enjoy it. We enjoy talking about it. And we started talking about the Myers-Briggs, and we got into an argument or a discussion.
Which is like a personality test if no one knows what that is.
Yeah.
Or if anyone doesn't know what that is.
It's more about how your brain takes in data and how you interpret it. So it's not your personality is affected by a whole lot more things, but just it's kind of brain chemistry, sort of. But anyway, I digress. We started getting into a discussion about how some characters, especially Dumbledore and Lupin and things like that, how they would be, what category they would fall in the MBTI. And my friend, I mean, we're going back and forth. And finally, my friend just goes, you know, it's really good writing when we could sit here arguing and coming up with valid points for why characters would fit into the Myers-Briggs personality template, basically, you know what I mean? And really, the characters, you know them so well, they feel like real people that you could categorize. You know, it's not like she just has cookie cutter, you know, characters
like
in
any
that
situation. What would whatever character do? Oh, that's how they would respond. Like I know them so well that I could definitively say that.
So yeah, but yeah, Goblet is my least, just because it breaks the formula, and I don't have to have a formula, but it kind of breaks the formula too much without enough payout. So like I said that about Prisoner of Azkaban too. Prisoner of Azkaban kind of breaks the formula, but the payout is so good that it's okay. Whereas Goblet of Fire doesn't. There's fun things, there's good things still about it, but definitely. But the change in formula doesn't have the same payout. I think that the ending of Goblet of Fire is really cool. With Voldemort coming back, I thought that was all really interesting. But yeah,
and we talked about it a lot before. So if you want to see the more fleshed out reason, you can like rewatch that part. But
did you see what Perfa said? I don't argue. I just explain how I'm right with passion. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you talking about taking the test again, the Myers-Briggs test? Because I feel like I took that after. I don't remember, but I was saying the same thing earlier about the Hogwarts sorting hat quiz, as because I took that before and after kids, and my house changed from Ravenclaw to Gryffindor. So
not to derail too much, but with the Myers-Briggs, it's interesting because I took the test. I'm an INFJ. And when I was reading that with my friend who really enjoys it, and KYLARIS, even when I'm reading the description, everybody's like, yep, you're an INFJ. Like that is what you are. KYLARIS took it and actually got a result that was very much like her best friend. But there are some key, when I started talking to my friend about that, he was like, you know, based on what you've told me, KYLARIS and her best friend, while they're similar, they're very different in some ways. And he goes, based on what you've told me, I would have picked, I can't remember what yours was. Was it IS? It was ISFJ or ISFP?
I don't know. I expect you to remember that for me.
Right?
We've got a ring going.
Hold on.
We're getting off the rails here on Harry Potter, though. So don't go into this too much.
But anyway, so like, yes, you're an ISFP.
Okay.
And so anyways, when he said that, and I went to KYLARIS, I said, yeah, you know, my buddy thinks you sound more like this. And she was like, no. And then we started reading it, and she was like, wow, that fits me a lot better. So the test is just a starting point to kind of get somewhat of an idea, but it's not necessarily totally accurate. You know what I mean?
What was the what was our results for where we got matched up with Harry Potter characters loosely, that what they thought would be each one?
It's kind of, this is where our disagreement about typing Harry Potter characters came from.
I know.
So
I'm just wondering which were our two.
I am Lupin.
You were Lupin. Was I Hagrid?
Hagrid.
Right.
Right.
There you go. Lupin and Hagrid.
Yes, Rhea, I haven't taken it in a while. Yeah, for sure. I feel like you also need someone else who knows you really well to give more insight as well sometimes. Yeah, absolutely. So it's interesting. Being an INFJ, I'm incredibly honest with myself. So I think some of the things that very naturally can change your results a little bit when you're taking tests like these is that sometimes we have a tendency to answer questions about ourselves in ways that either this is how we want people to see us, or you know, this is just kind of like I've gravitated to thinking about these specific things but haven't really thought outside the box on that, you know what I mean? And I think that's all very normal human things. I'm incredibly honest with myself.
We definitely know some people that we think would take the test and not answer really truthfully with themselves because they want to come off a certain way.
Right. Which again, I think is for a lot of people a very natural.
Mm-hmm.
I think
it's hard to be that brutally honest with yourself, like vulnerable with how you really are.
Yep.
What would I actually do in this situation? Not what I should do.
I think too that leads to some things too, where like there are some people who are very optimistic, and so it's even hard sometimes to, like, it almost steps too much down the line of pessimism if you have to try and be that brutally honest. And I'm very brutally honest.
No, I'm not that
about
person.
myself.
I would hope that I would do this.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's get back on track.
Yeah.
Were we just on your movie?
Yeah, movie Prisoner of Azkaban. So yeah, I mean, like, I think the book elevates the movie for me. I was really upset with Alfonso Cuarón for changing what he did. I know a lot of people like it. I think they feel like that added a little more of the grittiness that ends up in Harry Potter a little bit later, or like dark undertones. You get a little bit more, but I just felt like what he did was too far and had changed too much of like the established. I love the whimsical feel of the earlier movies. So
that's exactly why that's in that same spot for me.
Yep.
Let's move on to book 3 and wrap up Prisoner of Azkaban. Reset the poll because my book number 3 is Prisoner of Azkaban.
So we're resetting the poll. You can type in chat the corresponding number for your number 3 rank. Priver said, I think that was how my niece answered her house sorting. She got into Gryffindor because she was saying she would act in ways she wouldn't, being more confrontational, right? Yeah.
No, that's funny because I'm a Gryffindor, so it says, and I'm really not confrontational. Like, it must be. But here's the thing about getting sorted into houses, like in the case of Neville and Hermione and people that don't seem to fit into their houses. It is not so much about who you are, what your personality traits are, but it is about what you value. And so, like in the case of Neville, he's not the most brave and bold person, but he looks up to his parents and his family, and he wants to be that person. He values that trait in people, so it puts him there because that's what he wants to surround himself by. Hermione she could easily be a Ravenclaw, but she values bravery and friendship more than she values books, which is shocking, but when it comes down to it, that's what's important to her.
She even says something like that in the first movie, right? Like, and I think there's something similar said in the books too. It's like, it is, KYLARIS and I have thought about even doing a whole video on how people view the sorting.
It's not just a personality test. It is it's more.
What do you value?
Right. Yeah, Jesse said once Chris left, the whimsy was just different.
It was.
We totally agree.
Well, and
I honestly wish he would have done every single movie because it was it captured the essence of its book.
Yep.
And that's what I want to see.
That's one of the things I love about Harry Potter over other books, amongst many other things, is the fact that no matter how serious it gets or dark or whatever, you still always have that level of magical whimsy. The world is whimsical, and that world exists coinciding with our own. It's the same world. We Muggles just don't know about it, right? And there's that level of whimsy, and you start to lose that once Prisoner of Azkaban comes into play.
Purpose said, well, her latest test, she got Slytherin, and she was smiling from ear to ear.
Nice.
Like, I'm not sure how to take that.
Yeah.
That's like almost creepy sounding. But
I don't know, Peripherus, if you heard earlier on, I was talking about, maybe you did, but I was talking earlier about how I had a friend at work who took the test. So she told me this. I took the test because I told her about it. I got Slytherin. So I retook the test over and over until I answered in a way that I could get Gryffindor, because everybody wants to be a Gryffindor except me. I was like, yep, I'm a Ravenclaw. Oh yeah, you heard. Yep, yeah. And then I just said, how very Slytherin of you. and she ended up, retaking it and coming to terms and owning it. So, but anyway, okay. Yes, the other movies tried to make the magical world almost too similar to the Muggle world, like having them wear Muggle clothes and almost getting rid of the robe fashion altogether. KYLARIS was just talking about that a little bit ago.
Yes! What's with the Muggle clothes all the time?
Yep.
What am I looking at?
Stupid.
Different Hogwarts, different costumes. Oh, Jessie's a costumer. She must have loathed the idea. She's like, where are the robes? This is not how you dress at school. You're not a Muggle here. Come on. Where's the continuity?
and Peripherus just said, embracing it as she should. Embracing the only view we have of Slytherins is basically Harry's, and the people Harry associates with. It's a very narrow, biased view of Slytherins, and there are way more Slytherins than Malfoy and his crew. But yeah, and Jesse, absolutely, we were just saying that. Oh yes, I was so mad when they changed it. And what school changes their uniform almost every year, right? Okay, seriously, like when we talk about culture, like I love different cultures, different languages, that kind of thing. The wizarding world has its own culture, and they're trying to get rid of that with some of these things, and it just kills me. Like there's that overlap. There's an overlap with the Muggle culture and the wizarding, but primarily the wizarding world sort of develops culturally on its own. It's influenced, but it has a different branch of its own culture, and you're changing that when you
step into Hogwarts, when you step into Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, you don't see Muggle clothes. You see wizard robes. That's how you dress there. It's like the only time you see them dressing like that in the Muggle world is when, book 1, when Voldemort goes away and they're all like out in the streets because they don't care. They're like, woo, statute of secrecy. This is crazy.
Yeah, they're proud. They're proud of the difference. And even some of that development culturally, right, is they don't need the things that Muggles have done to make life easier or whatever, right? Like they don't need electricity. It doesn't. I see electricity as being the opposite end of the spectrum of magic, and they don't mix. But even if they did, I don't see them having light switches and light bulbs and things. I see them still using candles because they don't need electricity. So yes, they also have different fashion styles. Best example was the Yule Ball. Yeah, absolutely. The dress cloaks is what I want to see on the girls, not just a fancy dress.
Yeah.
Preach.
Totally.
Yep.
At least they gave the guys dress robes, or at least tried to. Well, and that was like made a comedic device too, but
yeah. Well,
what's the thing about electricity and magic? Weren't we talking about that the other day?
They don't mix. Anything electrical that's like around Hogwarts where there's too much magic in the air will make it not work. So like Hermione talks about walkie-talkies. How is Rita Skeeter communicating, getting her information? She seems to be getting it from the inside. And Harry says something about walkie-talkies, and Hermione's like, no, that doesn't work. Anything electrical that gets anywhere near, radar and like radio waves and things like that, any of that gets near Hogwarts and it goes crazy because magic and electricity do not mix. And why pay for the electricity? Exactly. They can magic fire. Right. Somebody has to produce, thank you. Wait for it. Oh, it's behind the thing. Dang it. Sorry. Thank you so much, Jesse. Or that was Christian too. Yeah, Christian and Jesse. Hey, Christian.
I love that it says Mr. and the Mrs. is paying forward a gift they got from Cheppy to Misty. Like, that's all such good things.
Oh, that's so cool. Thank you, guys.
Cheppy's been super generous with the gift subs lately, so I'm super grateful to you for paying that forward. And Misty is also super deserving of that. I'm really glad that she got one.
Yep, that's really cool. Christian, how are you? What's going on, buddy?
Hi, friend.
Yeah.
And happy belated birthday to you. All the May birthdays up in here tonight.
Yep. So yeah, going well. How are you?
Good. We are down to we're trying to get on to top 3 of our list. A while.
Oh, we have so many things to say about Harry Potter. We love the topics so much.
But anyway, electricity. Yeah. There's like the car, gets like crazy in the forest, that kind of stuff.
Well, the car has been magic so much that at this point it's gained a level of sapience even, you know what I mean? Like it's more like a dog almost, maybe a little bit more, but it's
their pet car.
Yeah, kinda. Yep.
All right, where are we at? Oh, I said
Book 3.
put up Prisoner of Azkaban on my number 3. I said, let's wrap up Prisoner because we've got it 3 times
We
on
talked a
row
lot
4.
about it. Yep.
Yeah. Some things I wanted to add to what you did, a lot of the Prisoner talk, so I'm in agreement with most of that. Again, the time turner stuff, well, time travel in general doesn't bother me as much as it does you for like plot situations, so I can kind of pretty easily overlook it, even as a thing. And I'm glad that they got destroyed later too, because that's a plot hole. But that being said, I love that, kind of similar to I'm like losing my ability to speak. This is Excel.
It is.
Oh, Christian. Okay, so similar to how we start to glean into the past of Voldemort in Chamber of Secrets, Prisoner of Azkaban, we're starting to learn about the Marauders. We're learning about another generation of Hogwarts students, the parents of the people that we know now, the people that aren't around anymore because of circumstances. And it's so cool to be able to look through a lens of this is what it was like for people at another time at school, especially Harry's parents, who us, like Harry, are yearning to know more about them because they're not present. And why is that? And it's like the entire premise of the whole story. So I love that we get that, the relationship with Snape and why we start to learn why Snape is the way he is to Harry, and why that's so powerful, obviously, toward the end. And
then also how some of that is so much a scapegoat. I mean, you don't find that out until later, really, but I mean, it's true, it plays into it, but it's not the thing. So
well, and then like you said earlier, about kind of the feeling of that book of who's really the villain here the entire time. We're being misdirected at every turn, like, oh, Sirius Black is out to get you, Harry, and it's just like it's a whole thing, and then you find out that no, that's not what happened at all. Literally, Peter Pettigrew has been living in your room for like 3 years, and that's just so creepy.
Yeah.
And you just start despising Peter for like the little weasel that he is. And like you said, the truth for the Marauders comes out. Lupin's been living a lie for these years, thinking Sirius killed everyone else in their friend group, and now he's rotting in prison. Sirius has been rotting in prison for something he didn't do, and he's the only one that knows the truth, and he can't tell Lupin, and it's a whole thing. It's like there's so much,
it's a tragedy
that comes to light in that book, and I really love that. The rat, why did I call him a weasel? Purpose, like he's a rat. Like, thank you for clearing that up. Jesse said, and I feel like most people are super vague in describing his parents as well. We only get to know James through Sirius in the order.
Yeah. We get some more later, but you know what I mean?
And the fact that we see him like kind of being not super nice to Snape for not really a good reason. And it's like, okay, James just wasn't this like superhero. He had more sides to him just like everybody does. And I think it was good for Harry to see too that like he was a real person.
Yep.
He had faults as well.
See, Jesse, I think they kind of explain that with like Crouch. Crouch doesn't give him a trial. Fudge is on the task force that even goes and like picks him up and has to like clean up the mess, right? Like, I think they were perfectly happy just blaming him. It makes it real clean, right? I think they thought the evidence was enough. I mean, Sirius didn't fight him. He's laughing his face off. There's what's left of Peter, right? So if he's going after Peter, why not? Why didn't he kill James and Lily and stuff? You know what I mean? So I think they were totally fine just believing he did it, and his supposed crimes were bad enough that even Crouch just throw him in. We don't even care. We're not going to ask him questions. And Dumbledore makes a comment about Sirius at one point too, where he says Sirius has not, in the books, he says Sirius has not behaved like an innocent man.
It's true.
And that's the thing. That's the kicker right there, right? When Sirius loses James, Sirius is caring for decorum or tact or any of that goes completely out the window, right? And he does.
When he finds Peter, and he still wants to kill him. Like, he's like, I went to prison for this, but I want to kill you again.
He does not act like an innocent man. And right there, that is enough for the Ministry to just go, yep, he did it. So.
And then lastly, I remember the first time, especially reading Prisoner of Azkaban, I was blown away by the Time Turner section. Like, looking back on it in hindsight, now I can see where that would open up some plot holes in the future and why Time Turners probably aren't the best thing for a story. But reading it through the first time, I thought the book was laid out brilliantly. I was like,
it's genius.
Reading through the Time Turner section and seeing all those parts that you like when you don't know what's coming, and then you're seeing all those parts and things that happened that you're like, oh, that was them. Like, you know, that was them from the future, and this happened because of this. And they're watching it. We're watching it with them from another viewpoint, and knowing what you know now about Sirius being innocent and Wormtail being the real protagonist or antagonist, like, it changes your whole perspective, and it, like, you get to rewind and watch that all again, knowing the truth, and it changes everything. Like, I just thought that was so cool.
Yep, absolutely. Jesse said something that I agree with a lot here. Yes, I think he felt like he should go to jail for killing his friend Peter. I mean, at that point, you got to think, okay, I'm the one who decided Peter should be the secret keeper. So in a way, and he even admits this, in a way, it's he feels responsible.
Right.
Then he kills Peter, who betrayed them, but that was still his friend growing up, right? That was one of his closest friends. There's a level of pain there that even though he, you know, Peter essentially murdered James and Lily, right? And there's that is compelling him. There's still that conflict, I think. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he was okay with the idea for a while of like, yeah, I killed him. I probably should go to jail. And again, what do I have left? Yeah, there's Lupin, but Lupin is left with literally we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Lupin is literally left with, by simple process of elimination, if I dare say it that way, by process of elimination, to believe that Sirius was the secret keeper and is responsible for all of this. And as far as Sirius knows, for 12 years, he did kill Peter. Or no, right. He thinks Peter blew himself up.
Yeah, I don't think he actually thinks he killed Peter.
He thinks Peter blew himself up, but he still thinks Peter's dead.
You think?
I think he still thinks Peter's dead until he sees the newspaper. He recognizes the rat. He recognizes the finger missing. He knows that's all they found of him, and so he realizes.
That's what makes him escape Azkaban.
Yeah, he didn't blow up. I think he thought Peter's an idiot, blew up the street.
Isn't that serious reasoning for he sees that
and leaves Azkaban?
That Peter is living with Harry Potter's best friend, essentially, and knows Harry's in danger, so he escapes because of that.
They hear him mumbling in his sleep. He's at Hogwarts.
They're talking about Harry,
and he realizes Peter is at Hogwarts, and he figures Harry has got to be at Hogwarts now, right? And so that's what compels him to finally escape. Otherwise, I think he was perfectly content rotting in Azkaban.
Oh, also, the fact that they all like learned how to be animagi by themselves is crazy.
Which she's published how you become an animagi now on like the Wizarding World site, and it's nuts.
Yeah, that's why there's so few of them.
It takes so much.
I know that they said that they helped him along a lot, but he's had to be able to do it himself.
Yep. They really shouldered that burden. But
and lastly, I wanted to touch on Dementors and Azkaban. Because I thought that was cool too. Just a little tidbit of how do you imprison people who can do magic? You know, the powers that the Dementors have, and it makes people they're just like it's crazy. Like it's almost like that's the most horrible prison I can imagine going to, because you're just tormented like internally. But it's like how else do you keep people who can do magic to break themselves out at bay?
You have to hamper their magic and their will
and
to.
You have to take away their will to want to leave. And the fact that Sirius having to be an animagus helps him resist that, because he can be in dog form or whatever. I think that was a pretty cool tie-in.
Jesse said, yes, all his friends but Lupin are dead, and he just lost his best friend, so he probably did kind of lose a sense of self. Absolutely. I don't think he had, and once Peter's dead, it's like, what do I do now? Whatever. She also said, yeah, that's nuts. That's probably why they all did bad in school. So I think Pettigrew was the only one who did bad. Like, Lupin was studious and everything.
Lupin was like Hermione.
Yeah, but James and Sirius were so naturally talented and gifted. Like, they've said that. Like, even, James getting to be head boy. Academically, James was awesome. And in fact, to a point where some of his past grievances, he matures and they say that, but some of his past grievances don't even like work against him in getting head boy because he's just so talented.
Yeah. James and Sirius are both
smart.
naturals at it. Like they don't really have to try. They're not like studying so much.
Right.
Luke's studying really hard and he's really book smart and good at that part, but Sirius and
there's a natural affinity. I forgot he was head boy. That's right. Yep. Well, Jesse, I've read them 24 times, so yeah. So
probably like 5 times, which is like a normal large amount.
Right.
But anyway, speaking of them and their like adventures at school, the Marauders map is introduced to us in that movie.
I love it.
How cool. And the fact that they know it so well and trust its magic so much that they know that it doesn't lie when it shows Peter, they're like, this thing works infallibly. And we're like super proud of it. And the fact that it finds its way into the hands of Fred and George, which is like just priceless because what they're using it for. And actually they're the best people to receive it from the past Marauders who were out breaking school rules at the same time.
Jesse, one of the things that they said that the Marauders put on it was a homunculus charm, which is actually how Dumbledore's able to see Harry under invisibility cloaks, how he knows where he is, because the homunculus charm basically shows any living person to the caster. I think I want to say just from like the fact that their feet are touching the ground. It's almost like that connection. It's something like that. So that's one of the things that actually helps the map pinpoint everyone and where they are. It's the homunculus charms.
That's a great question, Jesse. She said, wouldn't they realize that their brother is sleeping with another man named Peter?
I've thought about that because people have asked that. I had a conversation with one of our friends about that, and I think the only valid answer is that Fred and George are completely unconcerned with Ron.
Like they never even bother to look where he is.
They feel like they know Ron. They kind of walk all over Ron. Ron is a blip, a tiny blip on their radar. I don't think they ever pay Ron enough attention to even notice. And if Ron's walking about, I don't think he has Scabbers with him all the time. It's more like Scabbers would be in the dorm. And I don't know that at that point they're looking to find Ron. They seem to just kind of
for teachers, Filch, like who's on their trail. Like,
I mean, Percy, they would look for Percy, right? Yeah. Which is interesting because Scabbers used to be Percy's rat, but who knows where that. But he may not have been he wouldn't have been a prefect at that point. When Percy becomes a prefect, they would be concerned with Percy where he was, right? Because he would have gotten them into trouble.
But
I don't think they would have been looking for Ron because Ron couldn't get them in trouble, and frankly, they think he's unremarkable compared to them. Like
I was gonna say, got it. They had it while Peter still belonged to Percy, but you're saying Percy wasn't a prefect yet.
Well, they said they nicked it in the first year. I thought it was third year.
Right? Well, at least they say first year in the movie.
I don't know. Maybe it's first, but since maybe the charm works when feet are touching, I'm not totally sure on that part, but when feet are touching the ground, maybe when people are sleeping, it doesn't show them because they are off the floor. So Peter being carried, it wouldn't show him. That's possible.
I don't like maybe wouldn't worry about people that are stationary. Like if you're trying to if someone move, then you could see them obviously touching the floor.
So I know the homunculus charm shows people in the vicinity. It's also how I think the Death Eaters see Luna or at Luna's house are aware that Harry, Ron, and Hermione, someone's hiding upstairs when they come talking to Xenophilius, right? They cast the homunculus charm. It doesn't see through invisibility cloaks, but somehow it registers that there's people there. So my thought is it's actually something with like people touching a surface in an area, and that's how it realizes it. So it only showed when Peter was a rat scampering around.
Well, at least that's when we
It
see
could be.
somebody him on the map.
Yep.
But
Yep.
those are all really good points. I've never even really thought
Yeah.
about why he hadn't been discovered previously.
I think Fred and George, well, they wouldn't have known the name, but that's a good point. Why is there a dude named Peter Pettigrew right where our brother is all the time? But I don't think they ever.
Or like, do they not know everyone in Gryffindor? Like that they'd be like, "Who's Peter Pettigrew? Have you ever heard of him? Is he a Gryffindor?"
Fred and George are smart, but they're so about their own agenda.
Absorbed.
Yeah, they have such an agenda of their own that I think they're only concerned with that and anything that could potentially be a detriment to their agenda. And I don't think they see Ron as a detriment to their agenda at all. And he's really not. So.
I love that they're still so good-hearted that, as useful as that is, they give it to Harry because they realize what's going on with Harry and that they care about him and his well-being. And they're like, you need this more than we do.
Yep, absolutely. Cool.
Wow, that was a lot of Prisoner of
Azkaban is an amazing book. It really is. Like I said, the only reason it's ranked the way it is because I care about certain aspects of other books more. But it's an incredible book. So, anyway.
Okay.
All right. Are you good? Did you cover what you wanted to?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
That was the fourth time we talked about it, essentially. So,
my book 3 is Deathly Hallows.
If anybody else wants to vote in the chat for what is your third place book in your list of 7, type the number
corresponding.
Of them.
Yep.
Type the corresponding number in the chat, 1 through 7, and it'll put it in your third place rank.
Percy would have noticed. Fred and George just wouldn't care enough to look. Yeah. Yep.
7.
Absolutely. Yes, Deathly Hallows is my third rank. I really like Deathly Hallows. I feel like, as a book, I feel like Deathly Hallows wrapped up in a way that was satisfying to me. I know other people have expressed that they wanted Harry to, like, fight Voldemort and defeat Voldemort, and I'm like, that is just not the case. You have a 70-year-old wizard who is lauded as the darkest lord of magic ever. He's had years and years and years and years of experience. He knows spells you can't even imagine, right? You're not beating him that way. So you're beating him in other ways. And the thing I really love about book 7 is they really lean on the fact that Harry's bravery, his commitment to never back down on this, he's going to keep fighting no matter what, and the support of the family and friends that he has, the surrogate family and friends that he has developed because of his loving and his caring for these people, even amidst, Dumbledore even says this, amidst everything that has happened to this guy, he still loves people. He still cares about people, right? He's not so damaged that he doesn't care anymore. He's apathetic to the plight of others, right? I think you could have more of another Dark Lord in him almost if he cared about learning more magic, to the degree Voldemort did, because he was so damaged, but that didn't, it didn't hurt him in a way that he stopped caring about people. And you see that come to fruition, right? When I love the scene, and I'm already getting chills just thinking about it. I love the scene when they're in the Great Hall and Harry reveals himself to Snape and the Carrows and everything into the school, and they go after him, and the students stand up. Oh no, what is it? Pansy Parkinson says, "Oh, there he is, get him." And everybody at the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff tables stand up and point their wands at Pansy and the other Slytherins, and I mean, like, just goosebumps everywhere. I love it. It's so good. The Snape reveals, like, holy cow, blew my mind. So good. So I will say this, so again, spoilers in the chat if anybody's watching, or even the VOD later, spoilers in the chat. I called Snape being in love with Lily way early on, because I had a conversation with my friends and they were like, what's up with Snape? Where's his allegiance really lie? And I said, I think by the end, you're going to find out he's really a good guy. Not a good man necessarily, but he's fighting on the side of good. I said, because you know what? I said, I think he loved Harry's mom, because if you watch what he says and does, he never talks bad about Lily. We find out pretty early on, or at least assume, that he was a Death Eater at one point. Never talks bad about the Muggle-born part of Harry, or him being a half-blood, or anything like that. Never says a word about that. It's all about James. And who does Harry look like? He looks exactly like James, but with Lily's eyes. And I said to him, to a couple of my friends, I said, if you had to sit there and look at the product of the love of your life being in love with someone else, and that someone else happens to be your school nemesis who made your life miserable, and you stare into those eyes and they look like the eyes of the person you loved, but the face, I said, you'd be grumpy too, man. You'd be mad, huh?
Torture.
Yeah, exactly. Kyler said, I think it counted your vote as prisoner because that is book number 3. Sorry if we didn't explain that clearly. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's okay. Honestly, I have 2 top favorites. That's fair. All the rest are great, but I always go reread my top 2. Awesome. I wonder what those are gonna. I'm curious to hear what those are. But yeah, so I just said, to me, that's to find all of that out, to find out Snape's backstory. Snape doesn't come from a very good family. There's a lot of trouble there. And then Lily being kind of the shining light. Like, people talk about how even his infatuation is a little creepy, and I get that, but considering even psychologically what's going on with this kid and how Lily was like this bright shining center to everything for him, I kind of get it. And then the fact that they develop such a close friendship and then he ruins that by his decisions and the things that he says, like, but that never stops him from, it's not like he suddenly started to hate her or anything. In fact, if anything, he loved her more, and it made him rethink things, but not soon enough. He didn't come to grips with that soon enough, because I think he was still so bitter, and I think it took a long time for him. I think it was her death that actually but tempers his bitterness. And like almost now he has to live with the fact that, hey, what have I done? And this is all my fault, and it's just, it's all those things. And so like that to me, very powerful. I love how the Deathly Hallows themselves were such an off the wall thing. Like, we've been aware of the cloak for so long, and then to find out it had that extra meaning and there's more to it, right? Like, it felt a little abrupt sometimes, but the more I've read it, the more I'm like, man, this is just perfect. You can just see it in the lore. You know what I mean? You can just see it in there's going to be more to this world and stuff, and it just adds to that. Like, I love all of that. I love Harry's journey in that. I love the things that have been laid out ahead of time and the choices Harry has made that culminate in how this book ends. And I love Deathly Hallows. I think it's a great ending to the series. So I know some people, like one of my brothers, I've said that before, really wanted Harry to overpower. He just hated Voldemort so much, and he wanted Harry to overpower Voldemort, and he was disappointed by that, and so it ruined the whole book for him. And I'm like, yeah, that wasn't gonna happen. It just wasn't gonna happen that way. So his bitterness consumes him, then regrets the time spent being bitter. Absolutely. And he continues to be kind of bitter, right? He's still mad at James, but the difference is he's not still being a Death Eater, right? He's so upset by what he's done that is what pushes him out of that crowd and literally makes him put his life on the line. He absolutely knows. It made me go back, and on my next reread of Goblet of Fire, where Dumbledore says to him, Snape, Severus, excuse me. Oh my gosh, so many S names. Severus, do are you know what you must do? Are you ready? Are you prepared? And Harry's like describing Snape and how Snape has gone kind of paler than normal almost even, you know what I mean? And like, but there's a resolve there. And that's like Snape is really legitimately willing to do anything to take Voldemort down. No matter how pissed he is at everything else, no matter how much Harry is a reminder of his mistakes and how his life could have been, he is still willing to do anything to destroy Voldemort. And I'm like, the feels so good.
Here you off the side.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so good. That's a really good way to put it. Yeah. But Harry is a kid and Voldemort is like a crazy powerful wizard. It was a shot in the dark and lots of planning for him to defeat Voldemort. Absolutely. And even just, again, like, the fact that Harry endeared himself to people, not by even necessarily always being so nice, but for doing the right thing. And for still listening to people and still showing that level of care and stuff like that. He wasn't a perfect person. He had a hot temper and all that. But like at the end of the day, I think people even started to realize that Harry Potter isn't famous just because he's Harry Potter. He's a hero, and he's a hero in a way that can really be admired. It's not a self-centered type of heroism or anything like that even, or bravery. So yeah, Deathly Hallows is my number 3 only because of my reasons why my remaining are where they are at. Yes, making the right choices. He didn't want what happened to him to define him. Yeah, exactly. Yep, absolutely. And even when they didn't believe him, he stuck to his guns every time when people didn't believe him. And how many times were they all proven wrong? And after a while, you got to kind of start going, hey, okay, this has happened several times. Yeah, this Potter guy, we believe him now, right? He's been tempered by fire. Yeah, right. So, but anyway, okay. I'm gonna finish that.
I'm not saying much about it because I haven't gotten to it on my list, either list yet.
All right, movie KYLARIS'S 3. Ooh, we've been going a long time.
Let's break into Half-Blood Prince.
Okay. Peripherus 5. Okay, 5's up there for Peripherus.
But yeah, we've already talked about this. Peripherus likes that a lot, and we get it because he hadn't read the book and hasn't read the book.
Yep.
So that's totally cool.
If you ever read the books, Peripherus, I would love to have a conversation with you about how that potentially changes your opinion of the movies. I would love it.
Let me just ask you right now, do you have the same number 3 or a different one than me?
Different one.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I was just going to have you throw it up there if it was the same.
Nope.
Oh, this is our first divergence of different movies. Okay.
Yep.
Gosh, now I'm like really... Oh, I think I maybe know.
Yeah.
Okay.
5. Yep, 5 for Jesse too.
Interesting.
Movie... Oh, man.
All right, where do we go with this? Movie. We haven't talked about Half-Blood Prince at all, especially the book. So I have to start by talking about Half-Blood Prince, the movie.
The movie, yeah.
So I think that I wrote down some things when you were talking. Where am I going here? Oh, well, so anyway, this is the first we learned about Horcruxes, which is a huge plot point.
Yep.
I mean...
And you see the bread trails.
Yeah, you see stuff that has been laid out for, Chamber of Secrets, the journals there, or the diary, and just, you're like, what? That was a thing the whole time? Like, that's what we were looking at? Things like that. And the fact that I think movie-wise, I'll critique the movie in this more than I'll talk about the actual plot. But the movie, I think, did a good attempt at trying to show us the memory vials in the Pensieve. They didn't show all of them, of course, but due to time constraints, I can be okay with that. I think they hit the highlights, and I'm glad that they put that in there as a thing for Harry and Dumbledore to go do together. You start seeing Dumbledore Well, it's like the repairing of Harry and Dumbledore's relationship from book 5, or sorry, movie 5. I'm on movies. But it's the repairing of their relationship that now they're going on these like quests together to learn the truth and everything. And they're, back on good terms. Dumbledore spends the whole movie 5 ignoring him, giving him the cold shoulder, like for his own good, and it turns out it backfiring and all that. So it's good to see them back together again, working on stuff together. Harry learning so much from Dumbledore in the process, and I thought the movie did a good job conveying that.
Yeah, for sure.
A beef I have with that movie is, well, the glaring beef is the Battle of Hogwarts.
Yeah.
The entire end of the movie once again didn't do justice to the book whatsoever. I think they made a slightly better attempt, but we just didn't get to see like any of it. It was like going on in the background. Yes, we're like following Harry and everything, but I want to see the Order come in and fight the Death Eaters in the hallways, and I want to see the students rise up and just like, honestly, it's been so long since I read that book that I almost can't remember how cool it is because I've only seen like the cruddy ending of the movie ever since then.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, I feel like like the way that movies in a lot of ways have to be formatted, and the way that script writers for movies try to convey certain feelings and things visually in movies and things like that, I think really, when you're such a fan of the books and how good the books really are and all the plot points and plot devices and things, and then and then for them to have to force that into a movie script that has different constraints, budget, and what they can do visually and what they can, how much time they have. It, in a way, that's one of my biggest beefs with like that's one of the reasons why I love books way more than I love visual media in a lot of ways. But
I think one of the things that bothers me the most about that, though, and especially in this movie, is the extra things that were put in that never happened that we saw instead of what actually happened, like the burrow getting set on fire, like that the entire scene that was like a total add-on. And it was supposed to be like this big, like action pivotal thing. And I'm just like, yeah, the extra time nuts. It's like, okay, if your argument is for time constraints, we need to make some cuts.
Yes.
Why are you adding in things that aren't there? Because that just means to me that you had time, but you just chose to think that your idea was better than the book that everybody is already a big fan of.
To put in some laugh, like laugh track from Harry, Ron, and Hermione, like the forced laughter moments that they have are just the most awkward, weird, stupid moments.
Well, those ones come up at the end of Order of the Phoenix, though, when they're like, "You'll never know love and friendship," and all that stuff, and then you just see Hermione like.
I feel like there was some of that in books or in movie 6 too.
But that was a big deal in movie 5.
But yeah, I mean, but that's the point, right? Like exactly what you're saying. If you had enough time to put that in, why didn't you put something in that was actually more plot relevant? Because we end up by the end of it missing a whole lot of plot relevant things that really made Harry Potter and how he got there, and making the books have a really satisfying ending. And you missed all that, and then in its place you put some really stupid stuff that like okay.
I think that they did a decent job in some parts did a decent job of portraying like the teen situation of like, oh, we're starting to like have relationships and like there's love potion and all those kind of things, and they kind of make it funny and it's like cute and they play off it. Lavender Brown is a ridiculous character in the movie, like she's over the top, and I don't know if I can handle her, honestly. Like it's funny, but I'm like, it's not really how I imagined Lavender, like, oh my gosh. But and then just like honestly, like dead or a werewolf. Like we don't really know what happens to her in the movie. What is it?
Confirmed dead.
Okay.
And we see her in the book. Confirmed.
I remember. Yeah,
Confirmed dead. She dead.
Yes, so annoying, and they did really make Ron a little more lightheaded in this one instead of how Ron was really growing. Yeah.
They start to not do Ron so much justice because the big thing is like everybody loves Harry, and then you've got kind of the female role model thing happening with Hermione, and Hermione really has I relate a lot to Hermione in some ways even, and I think they were the really popular ones, and even though lots of people loved Ron, I think movie sake wise they started to give Rupert Grint a little bit less.
Yeah.
And it's really annoying.
There's a lot of times where when you're remembering stuff from the book, it'll be like, I remember Ron said these lines.
Ron said that.
And because he has knowledge about the wizarding world because he's the one that's from it. And they usually give those lines to Hermione or somebody like that that's like, oh, I read this in a book and I'm going to say it. And Ron just sits there. Isn't it the end of movie 6 when like Harry and Hermione are in the foreground talking about like,
at the railing?
Huh?
At the railing in the tower. Yep.
Yeah. And they're talking about everything, what we're going to do, how we're going to do this next year. Let's make all these decisions. Ron's like sitting off in the background, like kind of listening, but he's not even a part of the conversation at all.
Never said a word. Never.
Zero lines in that scene.
Zero lines in that ending scene.
And I'm like, isn't this supposed to be like the trio? Like they all kind of play a role and they need each other for what it is. And they just make it like the Harry and Hermione show, but they have to keep Ron around because eventually Harry and Hermione don't end up together.
And they know I mean, they're not really going to get rid of him, but they
I know he has to be there, but they
give him less.
Do.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So yeah, while this is funny, it's like this is my third place movie, but I have all these beefs with it. But that being said, there's a lot I think that they do right. I like the overall feel of it. I think what especially I like about it is that I feel like the movies redeem themselves a little bit after what I felt about Order of the Phoenix, the movie.
Yep.
Order of the Phoenix was so far off the book, and I thought they did such a bad job of so many of the scenes and the parts that I wanted to see come to life on the screen that I thought Half-Blood Prince was like a step back in the right direction. So I feel like I overlook a lot of the things, even at the end scene, like Selfish Locke was saying earlier that Half-Blood Prince is his favorite book, so he despises the movie because of what they did to the end of the movie versus what the end of the book is. And I feel the same way about Order of the Phoenix, so I totally get it, but it's like at that point I was so happy to see some stuff be correct that I was like, well, I'll give you a pass for that. Like that's kind of like, I feel like that's the only reason that it made it so high in my list was because I thought they did like a decent job, and at this point I'm so far removed from like movie 1 and 2 that I'm not expecting it to be right on.
Yeah.
They can't even go back from the stuff that they changed at this point really, and we're like on a different trajectory, and I've just like come to accept it.
Yep, for sure.
And I like Slug. I thought he did a good job in the movie.
Yeah.
And stuff. And I like that they didn't get too far into that, but I like that they put it in. That's something that they could have kind of skipped altogether. But Slughorn's kind of an important character for certain reasons, so they had to give him some of his like
some personality stuff. Yeah. Yep. You gotta, in a movie, you have to exemplify that by showing it, right? Like and in a book too, right? Like you build a character by their actions even more than their dialogue, which dialogue's important too, but so I get that, but
and as Jack and I were commenting on earlier, we thought it was like we literally bust out laughing in the theater when we saw that they made Neville a waiter at the Slug Club party.
Yeah.
We're like, Neville's the waiter. Oh my gosh, that was just too much. Like poor Neville, he just always gets dumped on. Like it's just too much. Like there was a lot of comedy in this movie, and it was a refreshing change from the annoying angst of Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
But we still had a lot of angst. Like there was everyone doesn't believe Harry. Voldemort's not really back. I have to like prove myself to the wizarding world, and Fudge is trying to get everybody to believe that I'm lying. And so we still were dealing with angst.
Sure.
But I think that the movie approach took it a lot lighter than what they did in Order of the Phoenix. And it's like, even though this is all going on and it's cruddy for Harry, we're still gonna have like these funny things happening on the side, like Ron took a love potion, and just like it's a more of a balanced movie.
Yep, absolutely, I agree. Yeah, Slughorn was fun, and I loved the party and dinners. They were pretty accurate. Yeah, pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I think they did a good job of that. It was just funny to see like Ron or Neville is definitely not a waiter in
He's not even there.
Right in the
him more.
Yeah, and
He's
that's fair. Actually, Matthew is it Matthew Lewis? What?
Yes,
I believe so. Is I think a really great actor, and in fact, like even as a child, I think he's one of the better child actors in it. And so I give him a lot of credit. He is Neville to me in a lot of ways. No, they didn't have waiters because house elves, right?
House elves.
Can
we stamp that on the entire movie series and say they left out spew?
Yep. Okay. Have you made all your points?
One other thing. What was it? Oh, my stream paused.
Oh, weird.
I'm refreshing a second. There was one other thing I was gonna say. It will come to me in a second. Oh, I know what it is. The growing relationships of people that end up together.
Wait, say it again. It didn't come through.
The growing relationships of the people that end up together.
Yes.
Hermione and Ron tend to flare. I think that's acted well in the movie. Hermione's really upset. Ron has this whole thing with Lavender. I think that one's pretty good in setting them up for movie 7. Harry and Ginny are the cringiest thing in my life. Like, I can't.
Yes.
Those two actors have zero chemistry. Zero.
None.
And they give them all these really, really awkward scenes. Like, I'm going to tie your shoe and I'm going to wipe toothpaste off your face. And then I'm going to sit down with an entire platter of cookies and go, open up you. And like, who does that? You're like teenagers. And I'm going to feed you a cookie. And Harry, you're going to take the smallest bite ever and be like, it's good. Like, what is that? I can't. I'm shuddering to even remember. I'm watching it in my brain right now and I hate it.
I misheard her saying open up you, and I asked KYLARIS, I was like, we were watching it again at home, and this was years later from when it released and stuff, and I looked at her and I said, what's an apanapu? Is that some kind of appetizer hors d'oeuvre thing that I'm just completely unaware of? What's an apanapu? Yeah. Apanapu? And she looks at me and she said, open up you. And I went, oh!
No, that's too cringy.
Yeah. Ouch, Harry and Ginny, absolutely. I'm not going to be able to watch these movies in the same way now. Oh,
we're tearing them to shreds a little bit, and I'm sorry for that.
I'm sorry.
If anything, I just hope it encourages you to someday read the books and see what we're talking about and formulate your own opinions.
The books are amazing.
They're well worth a read, at least once.
Yep.
Maybe not 24 times, but once.
Me, I like to read. I always have a book. I don't really watch TV, and I don't even really watch movies that much anymore comparatively. I play video games and I read books and I come up with book ideas. And that's kind of what I like to do. And so if I don't have anything new to read, and I'm a little picky about it, if I'm honest, I'm a little picky about what I read, and because I don't like to waste my time, and I don't consider reading Harry Potter over again wasting my time. And people have asked me too, do you still get anything out of it reading? And I said, well, besides just loving the story, I have found things rereading. I have found things that I didn't notice before, and it's starting now into the 20s. It's starting now to be there isn't that much new, but KYLARIS and I follow a couple of YouTubers that do Harry Potter theories, and there are things that have come up that I don't agree with everything, but man, I never even thought of that. And when you can be a fan of something for nearly 20 years and still be thinking of theories and
it's just so thought-provoking. Someone will say one of those theories to you and you'll be like, huh.
Never considered that.
Even just Jesse tonight being like, how did no one notice that Peter lived in Ron's bed? I was like, that never crossed my mind once.
Carlin Brothers. The Carlin Brothers are who we watch.
Yes, Jesse.
Yep.
You're on
The Carlin brothers. If you look at our
watched for a long time.
If you look at our Twitch info, I think it still says, I don't know if I removed it or whatever because we were kind of cleaning that up, but that we are friends of the Super Carlin brothers.
Good.
Yep.
We followed them for a while.
I don't always agree with them, but I never say that their theories aren't very well researched and thought out. It's amazing.
And we'll like read the title and they'll start out and we'll be super skeptical. Like there's no way that theory is going to pan out.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the video, we're like, that makes a lot of sense. You might have convinced me. Like I didn't think that was going to catch on, but now I can think about it a different way. Like it very well could be plausible.
We have theories for the Sword of Gryffindor and how there are more things that were planned for that sword. Beyond what they actually show in the books and things like that. Whole discussion points, which we won't get into tonight. We'll save that because we got more stuff to go.
Jesse, actually, one of our earliest YouTube videos on our YouTube channel is us reviewing the Carlin Brothers coffee when it first came out because I got it for Oren one of his birthdays, and that was like before I really even started streaming. So it's a little like awkward. We're not like super great.
It's not polished. It's terrible.
We did a coffee review video, and there's also like an edited down version that's shorter.
Yep.
But it's there. It's on the YouTube.
All right. Did you hit? Oh yes, I remember when they came out with that. Yeah, she got it for me. It was really good. So I got a shirt and everything, a shirt and a mug and the coffee. It was really cool.
It was a whole birthday package.
Yep. Did you hit your points?
Yeah. I don't do that until I talk about the book.
Okay. My number 3 movie is the Deathly Hallows movies. I really love the cinematic quality of these movies. I really like the look. I like the feel. Don't get me wrong, there are things that I feel like they really did some stupid crap. I don't like how apparition in a lot of these movies is portrayed. The whooshy tendrils of smoke, I'm not really a fan of. I really don't like the whole like Harry and Voldemort hold each other's faces and they sort of merge into one. I get it kind of. They're trying to make a point about them having a piece, like Harry having a piece of Voldemort's soul inside him and everything, and they're trying to do that visually, and I get that it's a movie, but there are just things about it that I'm like, wow, this is really dumb. I really don't, and I'm starting with what I don't like primarily. I don't really like the end scene where Harry and Voldemort are essentially alone in the courtyard, and they are, it's Priori Incantatem gets used way too many times in this series. It's like Priori Incantatem happens in book and movie 4, and they went, yeah, it's really cool to have those wands connect and fight and whatever, you know what I mean? And like, oh, that's really cool. We need to have Priori Incantatem again. And that, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't feel like it really conveys what actually happens in that confrontation, and it's not Harry surrounded by the people who care about him and are there to defend Hogwarts, because at that point they have subdued or eliminated the Death Eaters in their way, and all that's left is Voldemort and Harry, so overused. Absolutely. Hey Cheppy, I do like the downtime to deal with emotions. It's nice. Absolutely. I love the parts where they're in the woods. I know a lot of people kind of think that's boring, but I actually love the character dynamics in that and everything. I love that they're out in the world, and like, it's more than just being at school. It's the world itself is really at stake here, and they're out in it. And I love that part. I haven't seen any of the movies or read any of the books. Oh, Chappie, I'm so sorry. Spoilers. Yeah,
there will be spoilers.
They're my favorite books by far, and I really love the movies too. But yeah, it's like a cheap shot because they already know how it looks and works. Yep, absolutely. They're basically reusing digital assets, and I think they think that it looks super epic, and it was epic the first time, but that's really
You have seen Fantastic Beasts and no Harry
Didn't
Potter.
have to make something new. Yep, absolutely, Jesse.
I know anybody that applies.
You saw Fantastic Beasts but haven't seen Harry Potter. Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
I mean, I guess you could. Like, it could be a standalone and it would make sense enough, but there's a lot of tie-in story that is not explained to you.
Yeah, context, because there's a lot of things that Fantastic Beasts is fleshing out that that is hinted at in the Harry Potter series, that somebody who's kind of aware of that is able to watch Fantastic Beasts and go, oh,
it's a little bit like
why,
like watching the Star Wars prequels and not knowing who Darth Vader is.
Yeah, right. It's all good. I've seen oh yeah, we read that. The Voldemort Dumbledore fight was how wizard fights should be. The wand connection was silly to me. I didn't mind it the one time. I didn't mind the idea, like the whole villain Grindelwald. Yes, right. Yeah. I didn't mind it the one time. I was okay with the fact that like these two wands coming from the same thing would have a hard time fighting against each other, because it's almost like it's almost like the idea of the essence of a magical being at war with itself. So I kind of get that, but like in the books, Voldemort very quickly is like, yeah, that's never gonna happen again. Right? And then it just keeps happening in the movie, because they're like,
that doesn't make sense.
They're like, yeah, glowy wand connection. Whoa, magic. You know, red and green. You know, it's stupid.
And the only way to win a fight is not to like get your shot in and do good blocking. It's like, it's if your connection overpowers the other one and like moves the little ball across the line and to the other person's wand. Like, it's like, that's not how this works.
I honestly think part of the reason they did that is to fan service the people that thought, like my brother, that Harry should have overpowered Voldemort, because that's what it looks like in the movie. Whereas in the book, it's different. Harry doesn't overpower him. Harry outsmarts him. And there's no actual fight at that point.
There doesn't have to be.
There doesn't have to be. And that's the clincher right there, right? That's the key. And the movie, I think, is catering to the people that wanted Harry. They needed to find a way that Harry was more powerful than Voldemort, and that was it. In the books and how they set it up, that would have never been possible at that point. Voldemort had immediately taken measures after that to ensure that would never happen again. Yeah, they made it about the Horcruxes, not the wands. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, Deathly Hallows, I have some beefs, but I will say I love the cinematics. I love how they made it look. I thought the acting was really good. I thought like the dance between Hermione and Harry, and like they're like, oh yeah, you know, it's like playing with the idea that could they, and it's like, nope.
I call it another added scene when we could have got something that actually happened.
Yes. So like, you know, I'm not a big fan of that, but otherwise I really love the interactions with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. I thought they were fantastic. I thought they tried to do in a lot of ways what happened in the book. I have some beefs with it. Obviously, I just named a few, but for the most part, I thought it was a fun experience. The music was great. The cinematography was great. The acting was really great with them. I thought they were good movies. So Harry was more powerful because Voldemort was already dead.
He was pretty torn up, if you will.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Let's reset it. Let's get to book number 2. I really liked, it was interesting to me. I'm seeing a lot of like higher up Order of the Phoenix and stuff.
Yeah.
Order of the Phoenix seems to be that one that I feel like is just kind of all across the board with people.
Depends on how you handled it.
Yeah, you see it. And Prisoner of Azkaban, we see that one kind of. Whereas Chamber, Goblet
of Fire is controversial too, though. I've seen a lot of people be like, I love Goblet, it's my favorite.
This is why when Jessie came into the stream, she was like, Oren, Goblet of Fire is your least favorite book? Because it is Jessie's number two.
Okay. All right.
Interesting. Jesse, I am super curious if you have the ability to type out your reasons for that. I mean, I know for me, I'm super chatty. I'd be typing a block, but like if you could tell us why, I'm super curious.
Yeah, right.
Yep. KYLARIS, what is your rank 2 for book?
Oh, she said, I think you need to reset again. She said Goblet is my 2 book, and it counted a vote for Chamber of Secrets.
Well, I think. Oh, okay. Hold on.
No,
we're gonna reset that.
Can we switch first and do? Can we do 2 movie next? Because sure. I have Deathly Hallows there.
Okay, we're switching, y'all. So if you're gonna put
Since you just talked about it, I kind of want to segue into that.
For me, it was the connection of being a teenager and Harry being a teenager and the school interactions and emotional. See, we were talking about this at the beginning of the stream about how people's perspective can be very determined by at what stage in life they got into something like this. It sounds like you got into it as a teenager. I was 19 when I first read it, 19, 20, somewhere in there.
And I was like 22 or 3.
Yeah. KYLARIS was older, so it's interesting to hear from someone who got into it as a teenager. 3 for movie. Gotcha, Purpose. Nice. Azkaban is a great one. I can totally see. I know a lot of people who Azkaban is way up there. Just a regular human. Hello, how are ya?
Hey,
thanks for joining us. Chamber of Secrets. Interesting. That's interesting. Why is Chamber of Secrets your number 2 spot?
Yeah, but back to what Jesse was saying too. We touched on that. Like, there's people that we know that, like we said in Star Wars, watched the prequels when they were growing up, and that was their first Star Wars experience, and they love them the most to this day. And it's not the most popular opinion, but it's like that's where they were in their life when it meant the most to them. And it's like, so I totally get it. I was never a kid growing up with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. I was an adult reading the entire series, like, from an adult perspective.
I think too, it's like a teenager relating to a teenager is a different type of connection of like an adult understanding where the teenager is coming from.
I've been there.
But being past that stage, you know what I mean? And so there's the relatability.
And therefore having the
it's relatable
hindsight perspective of I'm out the other side of that, so I understand the angst, but I also think you're being dramatic.
Yeah. I think there's relatability, and then there's like sympathy, empathy, sympathy, sympathy, having sympathy for that character, understanding, but not really at that point. So yes, much so. I would love to reread all of them to see now as an adult to see if my list changed. Yeah. That would be really interesting. I mean, and the thing about that is, though, Jesse, that there's going to be nostalgia that plays into that, though, right?
Sure.
There's going to be a connection, so it's going to be a little bit different.
Never turn off when your first read was.
Right.
But you can gain other perspectives as well, I guess.
Yep. But nostalgia will play a little bit for you there, so interesting. KYLARIS, what's your number 2 movie?
Well, it's Deathly Hallows.
Okay.
And again, I don't know if I could actually break them down into part 1 and 2. I think they're both really good. Part 1 standalone is a little rougher because there's not a huge conclusion. But as a whole story, I think, for one thing, I was super happy that they were able to do a part 1 and 2 to actually kind of get back to, and it was a hard roadmap to get back to. Let's try to get back to like trying to show as much of the books as we can and being as close to the story as possible. But we've already taken these like side detours on the way, so we can't really get all the way back there because we've gone too far off the rails. That being said, I'm glad that they spread it out and tried to show as much as possible because there's a lot of content there to unpack, and it would be really hard to skip over a lot of it.
Oh, I loved Regular Human's comment. I love that. The first 2 movies filled my what was then child brain with magical wonder, and I felt like Chamber of Secrets was more action-y than Philosopher's Stone. That's fair.
I literally used the term magical wonder earlier to describe the first 2 because they're movie and book. They're both so whimsical. Your eyes are just open and you're like in awe of the wizarding world alongside Harry when you're learning everything and it's all new to you, and it's just like everything is glowy and warm and inviting, and like none of the real dark stuff has happened yet.
It's just very
magical.
under the surface.
Very on the back.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We talk about that. That's one of the things that I feel like really sets Harry Potter as a series apart from others. For me, is it can have these really dark undertones. It can have really thick plot and twists and turns and things like that. It can have really great character development and a fantastic, but that fantastic magical world that provides the whimsy. And we never fully understand the magic even. The magic isn't really explained. We get how they access it, you know, that kind of thing. But what magic is and how it exists and things like that, and we kind of get rules, but magic in Harry Potter is what's called a soft magic system, really, and it just that, along with the world that they've created, that J.K. Rowling has done, is the whimsy, and a lot of things don't have that whimsy. It's almost like, you know, the dark aspects and the plot seem to almost kind of like be on this scale with whimsy, and the more you have of one, the less you have of the other. And I feel like in Harry Potter it is a very equal giving of those things. So
that's fair. Purpose said part 1 lowers it so much in my ranking. Part 2 would have been higher alone. Can't be doing with all the angst, moodiness, silly dancing, and not much happening.
Yeah,
that's totally fair. Standalone movies, I get that.
Yep. Sorry, so continue, KYLARIS, with, I don't know if you have more points on.
Yeah, so, right, I was talking about how they were able to do it in 2 parts, and I was happy for that. I was going to just say just a minute ago, I lost my train because you were
sorry.
Still talking. No, it's okay. Usually I start talking and it comes back to me. Right, so I thought their attempt at the epic conclusion was good. Again, from movie 5, which I thought was pretty butchered, a little better in 6, better in 7, part 1, part 2. Like, it's like they kept trying to come back and they almost fully redeemed themselves. They did a pretty good job, I thought,
with what they were left to work with.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like, how do you make you know, the 9th Star Wars movie with what you're left to work with, kind of a thing. But anyway, I won't even start that conversation. I think I was gonna say this, not back on movie 7, but in response to Regular Human, about I will never stop loving the setup of this magical world, that it's not in a galaxy far, far away. It's not in Middle Earth. It's accessible. It could be happening right now under our noses in our world, and we just don't know about it because we're muggles. You know, it's like, not that I really believe it, but it's like the fact that it's written in a way that it could be possible, and here's all the reasons why I can't know about it, is like, the fact that it makes it just slightly plausible is so smart and so awesome.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
That was a whole other story. We already did that.
We could have, I feel like some of these topics about Harry Potter, we could have, or even Star Wars, we could have whole just chattings about that. So,
I know.
Yep.
I mean, I had a lot of unpopular Star Wars opinions, but you can watch that on the YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Deathly Hallows, the movie. I thought the movie portrayal of Snape's culmination of his character arc was really well done. The memory scene with Harry, you know, putting his tear memories in the pensieve and seeing everything, finding out everything, even just the way that it happens in the books, like just all that just knowledge crashing on you of who Snape really is as a person, why he's done all the things he's done. And I thought that in the movie, they, you know, when he's like sobbing and holding Lily in the bedroom and Harry's crying and, you know, she's just died and he's just, you feel his anguish. Like Alan Rickman was so good. And like, I love him as Snape. And I thought that he showed that memory scene. He did it so much justice, and I really, really appreciated that.
Yep.
I like how all over the place this story takes you, and that they showed so much of it in the movie. Like, you're in London, you're in the forest, you're in Gringotts, you're in memories. You're like, it's like you're just. There's so many more to name all of the things. Like, we've had all these books and movies set up of all these settings, and we're gonna like hit a bunch of Malfoy Manor. Like there's just like tons of places that you get to visit.
What is it? Godric's Hollow.
Yeah, that's on my list. I think I have that in my book one, but I love Godric's Hollow. Like I think it's Christmas Eve and you get to see it, and this is where, you know, not only were James and Lily, like their house that you get to see and the site of all this happening that we've like heard about for so long, but also the place that's named from Godric Gryffindor. You know, it's like this place is important in the wizarding world and in history, and the graveyard that has a Peveril gravestone, right?
Yep.
There's like so much history in that place. The fact that we got to go there and see it is like awesome. That's the kind of stuff that I want to, as a fan, see. Like somebody show me this. Like I've seen it in my head so far, but I want to see it on screen. And like I loved it.
You gotta move your mic a little bit. Sorry.
I'm like eating it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there were so many sentences that I think they really nailed with how they showed it. Even like from Gringotts, like there were so many things I thought they did well, and CGI just feel. I think the whole feel of movie 7 is why it's so high on my list.
Yep,
Not 7, 7 and 8.
Yeah.
8. I would rank 8 higher than 7 if given the option. But as an entire story, I love the direction they took with it. I don't really have many complaints. I don't have like a list of beefs like I did with some of the other ones.
So you know what I think is interesting? I would rank movie 7 over 8. If we were picking between the two, I would put 7 over 8.
Yeah, I have a hard time. I think I don't like part 1 as much because I have a hard time breaking up the story and stopping there. Like that's really what weighs on it for me, is that I'm like, but I want to keep going, and like as a standalone movie, I think it sucks because that's all that happens.
Sure.
So it's hard for me to see it as anything but that. What else was I going to say? Oh, you touched on the end scene. Well, one of the end scenes with Harry versus Voldemort, and I think I agree. I'm in the house of I like how it happened in the book. I like that it was Harry's intellect and research and the footwork that he had done to figure all of this out that actually outsmarted Voldemort, and that's how he was defeated, not by overpowering him. I liked that when Voldemort died in the book, it was insignificant. He got like kind of thrown into a side. Like,
something's happening. I want to be able to hear this, but something's happening with the mic that it's kind of going in and out.
Is it like?
That's clearer for some reason when it's like you're talking into it almost at the side.
I don't know. I should turn right at my face this direction.
Yeah, right there I think was pretty good. Try that.
Anyway, you know, in the book his death felt, once it was done, he felt insignificant, and he was cast aside into a room. What's happening?
My lights were flashing or something for some reason, but anyway.
And like, it was uneventful. It's like, you know, you're this big bad, but you're really not that special, and that's like inhuman that you're not just gonna. I don't know how to say that, you know. I don't like that he had to like flake away into the breeze in the movie. That effect was just, or the fly. When they're like, I'm gonna grab your face and we're gonna fly through the air, and it was just all these like visual tricks that they were trying to pull off, when really the culmination of that entire fight is them having their talk in front of everybody, so everyone's informed how all this went down, who's the master of like, you know, the whole how it all works out. It's like,
I'm getting chills. I died for them.
Yeah.
I died for them.
Surrounded by all of them, and you know, they've been protected by his sacrifice, and just that's what I need. I need the explain it to me so I can feel it, not show me like Voldemort's made of dandruff and now he's gone. Like you know?
Yeah.
Like they're all about it's a budget movie that's about giant effects, and I get it. They don't want to just be like, well, he died and we stuck him in the side room. Like, I get it, but the book was more powerful for doing less.
Yep. Yeah, Jesse, I agree. I almost wonder if they kind of thought like, well, you know, his soul's so butchered. Is he really still kind of alive? Is he, you know, like Bilbo even says, feeling like butter, you know, too little butter stretched over bread. You know what I mean? Really thin. And I almost wonder if that's kind of their take on that. But it just didn't have the same depth. It didn't have the same effect as what happened in the book. And so, you know, it's like at that point in the book, he's like, here's what do we do with this body? Who cares? Toss him in a room. It's just Voldemort. He's dead. Mm-hmm. We're not afraid anymore. And so, you know, whatever, just throw him in the room, because now we're going to be here grieving together. Yeah. And in a way, in that grieving, also celebrating those who have lived, and grieving together for those who didn't, but who sacrificed themselves for this, right? And you don't get that as much from the movie. That, I mean, even Harry and Voldemort's speech together in the book was what happened. The dialogue there was so powerful. Like I said, even just saying, like, you know, like, I died for them. Haven't you noticed? Nothing's sticking. You try to hurt them and you can't, because I died for them. And you know, that doesn't happen in the movie. And it's like, how do you leave that out for him flaking away? KYLARIS, you saying dandruff, like he's made of dandruff. I'm going, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
So I think, yeah, to sum up that movie for me, obviously I haven't talked about the book yet, and obviously that book is in my top 2. So for that to be in my top 2 movies as well means I think they did a really good job with it overall. There's things I can overlook at this point. I'm glad they headed back in the right direction. And yeah, I think they're really entertaining. I don't think they did enough wrong that it's not still
a good movie.
Watching one of my favorite books on film. Yep. In a pretty good version of it.
So that's actually the only reason that I think I would put movie 7 over movie 8. Sure, movie 7 in a way, I can see people being more bored with that movie than movie 8, but I actually have most of my beefs with Deathly Hallows is in part 2, whereas the only thing I really have a beef with in the first one is really the Harry Hermione dance.
Also, the whole Jesse brought up the fact that they nixed the house elves for a while, and then they just decide to bring Dobby back so that they can kill him. And it's like, Harry Potter, I haven't seen you in so long, or whatever. It's like, that's not your relationship. Why do you even care? Right. You haven't seen him since movie 2. Like anyone who's watching the movies only, like, I would wonder what Perforce's take is on this. If you haven't seen this house elf since movie 2, why do you care that he came back? Like, yeah, sure, he saved them, he helped them escape, and that sucks. But you don't have Dobby's been there working at Hogwarts, having interactions with them the entire time. And like in the book, when they're like, when, you know, the charge of house elves is coming up the stairs to join the battle because, you know, there's so much that's happened there. And like, I get that it's kind of a side story and some things have to get cut, but it's like at that point, for people who have read the book, we're like, oh, like that's gut wrenching when Dobby doesn't make it. And it's like, for just movie people, I'm like, that kind of maybe falls flat.
It's so underwhelming. And it's harder when you've read the books.
Being the end of part 1.
Yeah, I think it's harder when you've read the books, when it's that underwhelming, that it's like, it's not even just like, you know, if I just seen the movies, it's like, huh, what, you know, okay, cool. I mean, that sucks. Yeah, I never cared for Dobby. Right. Why would you?
You didn't have a chance to.
Why would you? And that's the thing.
For
being someone who's read the books and then seeing that and stuff, it's like I'm not only just underwhelmed, but I'm also upset because what an opportunity missed. I cried my eyes out as a grown man for this fictional character. I cried the first 3 times I read that book. I remember the first time going into KYLARIS. I was reading it really early in the morning on a Saturday. She was sleeping, and I went in there, and she was like, "What's wrong? You know, like what happened?" And I'm like, "You'll have to read." And she's like, "You're joking." And then she got there, and I said, "You will know when you get there. You will know what part I'm crying about." And when she got there, tears in her eyes, was like, "Yep, okay, I get it." Like,
we literally, of course, had to buy. We bought like one copy of book 7 because like we don't really need 2. So I had to like wait my turn to read it because he reads super fast. So I was like, "You can go first," and he was the first one to get there. So, but I was like, you know, having to swap out that book was like, and we didn't have like digital stuff.
Yep. Jesse said they made him kind of ethereal and loses the actual beef of the ending. Yeah, absolutely. The feeling is completely different at the ending in the movie than in the book. Yeah, like let's ignore an entire race of creatures until we need Dobby to sacrifice. Right. Yes. Yeah. Right. I mean, it'd be like Peeves showing up in movie 7 or movie 8 to drop like potted plants on, or on Death Eaters or something like that. Right. It's like, hey, who's this guy?
Oh my gosh.
Who's this
they brought
guy?
Pete for the last movie.
No, they didn't. But if they did,
so ridiculous.
Who's this thing? Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
They made Dobby likable, obviously, in movie 2. I never cared for Dobby, Purvis says, and like I totally get that, but it's like over time, Harry like becomes so endearing to Harry and the reader just because of like the personality that he has, and like once he's free and you get to like see him living out his free life, which you don't in the movies. It's like there's a lot there, and there's so much makes that really powerful, and how he's like the antithesis of Creature, like they're opposite ends of the spectrum in duty as house elves, loyalty to family that they work for better or worse and stuff like that.
We barely get any Creature at all, too.
Yeah, we at least saw Creature in like Order of the Phoenix but it's just like
you see more in the books.
Different house elf personalities, but the fact that they both kind of come to the same conclusion and what side to be on, is cool.
Yep, it is. Absolutely. Yeah, you get more Creature in the books, and Creature's arc is incredibly interesting.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Cool.
What's your second favorite movie?
My second favorite movie
Let's clear the vote.
Is Half-Blood Prince.
Okay.
So obviously this, if you look at the list, this does kind of tell us a little bit it implies our first, but we'll talk about this. So my second favorite movie is Half-Blood Prince. I will really quick, I'm going to read what Jesse said. You see in the books why Dobby is different from other house elves as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, very different.
And how Creature is very much like other house elves, and the difference in what happens with them and how that culminates in somewhat similar ideals almost. And it has a lot involved with treatment, right? Yeah. Respect. And there's a big lesson to be learned from both of their cases. And
like, what's the reason for being loyal to somebody too?
Right. It's just so good. But Half-Blood Prince is my second favorite movie. I have a lot that I like about it. I agree with Locke in the way that like there are some missed opportunities in this movie, but I also agree with you, KYLARIS, that this was an attempt to bring it back. And I will say I came out of movie 5 so upset.
Anything seems better than that.
I remember I walked out and I was like, I'm never gonna watch another one of these movies again. I was so mad. And I
remember all just like going to a restaurant or something
and just like sitting there for a little bit.
I don't remember if anyone else was with us, but we just were like pouring over the details of like, I can't believe they did this and like they left this out, and it was, oh man.
I think it was I want to say Selfish Locke, maybe Locke was with us, I can't remember. My sister Biz, and I think Valia, our friend Valia. And it just coming out, I was so mad. And then once movie 6 kind of came back around, it was almost like I went to it because I think you were like, I said
expectations had changed.
Yeah, well, and I think you, or like I said to you, I don't even know if I want to go, and you were like, you're gonna go, let's go,
you're going. But yeah, I think you were still so hopeful before Order of the Phoenix and so let down that we kind of went into Half-Blood Prince with like zero expectations.
Almost apathy.
We want to see this for what it is. We're gonna like treat it separately. We don't have hope anymore that it's gonna be that much like the book, and we're just gonna see it for what it is.
Yep.
And then we were like, based on that expectation, which was like a very low set bar, we were like kind of pleasantly surprised.
I came out of Order of the Phoenix thinking like, wow, I actually really had a good time. Did they do it perfectly? No, it's almost like the apathy allowed me to forgive some of those things that I wasn't willing to forgive in 3, 4, and 5. You know what I mean? And then and like you said, it's like they tried to bring it back a little bit. I thought there was a good level of humor. I liked some of the humor in that. I love the soundtrack. I love the soundtrack of that movie. I like kind of those dark tones. I like 2 kinds of music primarily, or my criteria. Either gotta be dark, or it's gotta have a lot of energy, or it can have both. But yeah, like I love the soundtrack. I love the feel of it. I like the humor. All of those things that you said. So I'm not gonna get too deep into it because it starts to kind of play on my last 2 book order.
I know, that's hard.
Right. But yeah, primarily I feel kind of the same. They started to try and course correct, and they could only do so much with it. Then you can't introduce Peeves at that point. You can't introduce some very specific and important plot points because they've never been important now. But with what they were working with, I thought they did a good job. I really like it. Oh yeah, Phoenix was so rough. The ending was such a letdown. I was so mad. Yeah,
we talked about that a lot earlier.
Yeah. Sorry, Jesse, you weren't there for that because it's bottom of my movie list. Because I was saying Order of the Phoenix is a book that like it's tough to get through. Like she does an amazing job writing it, right? Like how can I like dislike a fictional character as much as I dislike Umbridge? Oh yeah, because she wrote her perfectly. That was the intent.
If anybody else missed any of the beginning, also, we're obviously this is going to be on our VODs, but I'm sure this is going to be one of the ones we upload to our YouTube channel.
Absolutely.
So if anybody wants to like watch the beginning that missed it, you'll be able to find it if you want to hear what we have to say about the rest of our list.
Yep. But we just went over how like the ending of book 5 of Order of the Phoenix is the payout. The ending is phenomenal. And when we went into movie 5, I said, I don't care what they do to this movie as long as the ending, they do the ending justice. And they completely made Dumbledore look like a cowering fool. And I just couldn't. I was so mad. Lily walked around the house the other day singing the Imperial March, and I have never been so proud. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Ben is to the point where, like, largely due to Battlefront 2, he can sing many of the Star Wars like instrumental songs, and he associates it with the character that it's like their intro music into Battlefront 2. And so we're like, sing Obi-Wan, like ba 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 ba, and like they has them all like associated with stuff. Luke's like the main theme title.
And his little squeaky voice trying to sing it too.
Duel of the Fates.
Yep.
There's so many, and he's so cute.
It's
we
adorable.
honestly have talked before about recording him doing some of that and putting it to some of our alerts, but we haven't actually done it because it is adorable.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyways, because of that, I put Half-Blood Prince as my number 2 movie. I really like it. So, and I think that's interesting. So Chamber of Secrets, again, Chamber of Secrets getting a vote for number 2. I love Humans' answer for that is great. I loved that answer. And I think that explains it really well. So, and then Prisoner of Azkaban. We didn't put our votes in there. So like mine was 6. Yep. And yours was 7. Yep. Yes, please. That would be so fun. I know, it's so cute. And his little like 5-year-old squeaky boy voice, like it's, oh man. But anyway, okay, so we are going to reset the poll, and we're going to go into number 2 book. KYLARIS.
Oh, number 2 book.
KYLARIS has a hard time deciding on number 1
it's
favorites.
not a hard time for this one.
Oh, okay.
It's Half-Blood Prince.
Okay, cool. Why is that your number 2 book? Oh, and you need to vote, toss your vote in there.
Okay.
I feel like I need to...
I feel like at this point we've talked about like everything, so it's hard to like... I was writing down some stuff as you were talking to try to remember like any points that I wanted to hit that you maybe didn't, or at least that were my own. So I'm trying to remember what I even wrote down. But I won't go too much into depth because you did hit a lot of my points. But basically, like I was saying for the movie version, I love that Harry and Dumbledore are back on the same page again.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on one second. And just I love that we get introduced to Horcruxes, and there's this whole other layer of like depth to what is going on in this magical world and the story, and like what Dumbledore knows and has been working on that like nobody else is even aware of, because this is like some deep dark stuff that you know, Dumbledore's just smart enough to know that Voldemort might be on the trail of this, and what that could even mean, what the possibilities are that go with that, and how like frightening that is to everyone else. If he's like, I've got these theories, and if they're true, that's a lot of trouble. And
think about it too. If anyone else were to spill the beans that Dumbledore knew, look at how much Voldemort protected those things and was. And for good reason, paranoid about them. I think Dumbledore thought if there was a chance that anyone could leak out that he knew or give away that he guessed even that it was Horcrux, they would have disappeared. And now his trail would go cold. So I think he's following the trail. Yeah.
And I really like that you get a lot more of Dumbledore as a wizard than you've ever gotten before. He's just been kind of ahead. You know he's a powerful wizard. You're told he's a powerful wizard. You see him as a headmaster, and his relationship with Harry thus far, but you never really get to see him in action, except for like at the end of Order of the Phoenix. Obviously, he fights with Voldemort, and so you kind of see it then. But right after that, you go into book 6, and you're like, you know, and he starts to reveal all the things that he knows, and he's like, I'm leaving Hogwarts for amounts of time because I'm going on these quests to like find these really dark magical objects and collect memories that are clues. Like he's putting all these pieces together. It's like Dumbledore is like in his study with one of those big boards that has like all the red lines like pinned to like this goes with this goes with this. He's like got a whole like board like that, you know, in my mind. But basically that's the pensieve, and the magical board, and just it's so cool to see him working on stuff and being the cool, epic, powerful wizard that we've heard about all this time. It's like, and of course, this is like his last chance to do so because he doesn't make it through the end of the book, but which is also super powerful. Like that was one, I have to say, spoiler king over here, that was the one horrible spoiler that Oren dropped on me before I got that far in Harry Potter, was that Dumbledore died.
I felt
and then
so
of course
bad.
I was just like waiting for it after that, and I was like, oh god.
KYLARIS hadn't gotten to that point. I was talking to, so at the time my brother's wife, before they were married, she rented a room from us, and I know Jesse, I felt,
I don't know,
I've never lived
like
it down. So our friend, so Echo Moose, she's played like Overwatch and Valheim with us and everything. She rented a room from us at one point, before our friend Valia, after Locke. And I don't know why that's relevant. Right, but just at some point, right? And she was here, and we had both read it. We were talking about it. We were trying to keep all spoilers out, but you know how it gets. We're starting to get more amped about it, and I just happened to mention, you know, and then you know, Dumbledore dies, and I snapped over and looked at KYLARIS, and she was like, "Oh no, you idiot!" yeah. I
never really trusted him with spoilers.
No.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant by unforgettables. You got it. Yeah, like you go to Azkaban for that.
Yeah, it was so bad. I felt so bad.
Seriously, I've never really trusted him with spoilers
It was
since then.
just
That was many years ago.
That one little slip up.
He's the type to like read ahead about like, oh, we're gonna watch a show, but I'm gonna read all about it on Wikipedia first just because I am that person. And I'm like, please don't, or like really don't talk to me about it at all because I know you're gonna slip and tell me something that I don't want to know. And I just like I can't chance it anymore after that. That's too big.
So bad. I felt so bad. I felt so bad. Yeah, I've never lived that one down. So anytime,
it's horrible. You can't live it down.
Anytime something like that, like right now, KYLARIS'S she started Mistborn. Right. She hasn't read it that much, but she started Mistborn. At some point, I hope she reads more because like now Valia's into it. Her brother is into it. Locke is reading more of it and really liking it, and so I'm trying to get her to read more.
Happening around me, and I'm like on chapter 5 or something.
Yeah, and she's always like, "Don't tell me, don't tell me, don't say anything." So, because I felt so bad. I felt so bad because that is a moment in Harry Potter that is crazy. You know?
Yeah.
It's tragic and epic. And
I didn't touch on this in the movie, but I didn't like the way that Michael Gambon said, Severus, please. I didn't like his tone because it's not how I heard him say it in my head in the book. Because from Harry's point of view, watching this under the cloak, he's not under the impression that Dumbledore's actually asking Snape to do it. Because in the movie, he's like, Severus, please, like after you, like it's like that kind of tone, and it's like weird. You almost in the book think that he's like, obviously you can't hear it, but it's written in a way that you're like, yeah, it's like Severus, please, like almost like you know now he's like, we've talked about this, I'm gonna die, and like the whole story, but it's like they have a plan and it's time and whatever. I'm suffering, the time is right now. He's like conveying that to him, but from Harry's point of view, who still thinks Snape is a total baddie, he's like, Dumbledore's begging him to spare his life, and Severus Avada Kedavra's off the tower anyway.
That's KYLARIS, can you even talk, because you've hit on something too that I think is really important in this conversation. Can you talk about the difference between book and movie Dumbledore in that suffering? You know what I mean?
What, like in the cave?
Well, even by the time they get back to Hogwarts, it's like you don't get, like I don't want to talk about it because you've brought that up, but like, it's your turn, but
if you don't want to think about it, go ahead.
In the book, you get the whole like Harry is in a panic because Dumbledore is so weak. Michael Gambon, Dumbledore yells, "Did you put your name on the Goblet of Fire?" He said quietly. Right? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It's the worst. Just the worst. The worst moment in Harry Potter. Yeah. But anyway, in the book, Harry is in a panic. Right? He's watched Dumbledore drink from the
basin.
The basin and everything, and what's happening to him, and it's like he's going crazy, and then all of a sudden he has this moment of strength and lucidity, but then after that he's weak, he's frail, and for like the first time Harry sees him as an old man, right? And
he's not at his power.
And Harry's going, "Don't worry, sir, don't worry," and Dumbledore says, "I'm not worried, Harry, I'm with you." And but throughout that whole thing, Dumbledore is, you get the impression that he is not doing well, and and very frail, very weak, almost about to like fall over, like can barely keep himself up. Like even when he's talking to Draco, he starts to lean on the parapet. You know what I mean? And like trying to hold himself up. And Draco even asks him, "What's wrong with you?" Yeah.
Because he's like back by how frail he is.
By
too.
how frail he is, and in the movie, he doesn't.
He's like, here, take my
fairly normal. Severus, please.
It's like literally, it's like I'd be so honored if you would do this right now. Like it's so cool.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, come on, dude. Another line wrongly delivered after all this time.
You don't get any of that. Like he's really not doing well. You don't get any of that. Yep. Poison making him crazy, and a kid watching anyone go crazy is a stressful situation. Absolutely. And to even think like that is making him relive his worst memories. It's essentially a reverse pensieve in a way. It is making him relive his absolute worst memories, knowing he can do nothing about it. And that is causing a type of pain that no physical pain could touch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. It's almost like liquid Dementor effect, you know? And you just get none of that frailty in the movie, so. But anyway.
And I think that the movie, too, doesn't flesh out quite as well what is all happening on the Astronomy Tower right now. How is Dumbledore's status right now? Harry's position and what he's seeing. And is he like immobilized in the movie, or is he just hiding under the stairs?
No. In the movie, he's just hiding under the stairs. Even Snape even comes up behind him and says,
right. And so that's supposed to keep him in his place because Snape told him to shush.
Right.
Like, if Harry sees this happening, like, why isn't he rushing in there?
That would be Harry. Like in the book, Dumbledore petrifies him.
Yeah. He cannot move. He's under the cloak. He can't move. He can only watch the whole thing helplessly. And that's a big dynamic. He has no choice in the matter of not stepping in, and Dumbledore makes it that way.
Because Dumbledore knows what Harry's like.
Yeah, and he knows what can happen, and he doesn't want anything getting in the way of what Harry's supposed to do next, including stepping in to save him.
Yep.
Because he's not supposed to be saved, and he knows it.
Yep. Yeah,
and the whole plan to spare Draco from his task as part of it, and Harry doesn't know that Dumbledore does any of this. He's so in the dark still, and it's just like, it's so hard to grapple with what Dumbledore tells Harry when and why, and just the fact that in that moment he knows that he's putting Harry through watching this without all the information, and there's a reason for that, but it's still hard to come to terms with that he would put Harry through that and make him loathe Malfoy and Snape that much more for what he thinks their roles are in this.
Yep, absolutely.
It's a really powerful scene, and again, the book does it better than the movie.
Yep. Can you imagine killing your sister over and over and over? Probably. Yeah, like that's the clincher there, right? That's the kicker. He doesn't know. That's the fear. He does not know. That's why he says he waited to confront Grindelwald. He does not know who really killed his sister, and it could have been him.
Peripheral just confirmed what we were saying. The bit in the was well done. It gave the feeling of suffering, but it ended in the cave. Other than the black mark on his hand, Dumbledore seemed normal.
Oh, absolutely. Perforce,
I love that you're giving this perspective because it's not one that we hear very often. Well, like a lot of the people that we know are fans and they've read
the
and
books.
watched. So it's refreshing to me to get to see through somebody's eyes that has only seen the movies and doesn't have the book knowledge to go with it, because you see them in a totally different way than we do. And I'm not like, oh, that's like, you're missing half the stuff and you should remedy that. I'm like, I'm actually really genuinely interested to talk to you about the way that you see it, because I can no longer see it that way,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting to hear it from your perspective, Peripherus, because you can look at it more objectively, I think, than we can. We have other things. Yeah. We can only look at it subjectively, and and it's interesting to hear that, because essentially at that point, his suffering has ended at that point, and he's just Dumbledore. In the books, it's completely different. It's completely different. The feeling, at least, is completely different, and some of the events. So it's cool.
I don't think I don't even know what we're talking about.
Half-Blood Prince being your second favorite book.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I love, for all the reasons why I know you're going to launch into your stuff when it happens. I also like Half-Blood Prince. I love the backstory of finding out Voldemort's past, why he is the way he is, like diving into all the memories. Like that's so interesting and something we haven't really gotten to see yet as like a type of magic. Like we know the Pensieve exists. We've been in it in Goblet of Fire, but now to like that's like another seed planted early on, and now it's like this thing is a tool that's gonna come in so handy for telling you all the things that you need to know. And the fact that Dumbledore is on a quest not only for Horcruxes but also for memories is like a really cool clue situation. Yep. And so I like that whole, I love the whole Dumbledore, Pensieve, memories of Voldemort whole situation.
Yep, absolutely.
And a lot of fun side things going on, like Quidditch and people's relationships and all that stuff, like same as in the movie, only of course better in the book. So I'm just like, I like a lot of that book. It's really good, and I think that it would probably be my favorite if my favorite wasn't my favorite.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that's fair. You ready?
For what?
Mine or?
Yeah.
Okay. My second favorite book is The Philosopher or Sorcerer's Stone, depending on where you're from. I love this book. You'll find with me as a common theme for me and things, I love origin stuff, as well as I like history of it. I like the backstory. I like to know where things started, how they began, and the things that came before that have affected the current times. That is some of my favorite things. If an author can do that well, I'm hooked.
Did you clear the poll?
No, not yet. We're still in book, so it's okay. As long as we're in the same category, book or movie,
sorry,
we're good. Nope, you're fine. As long as an author can do that really well, that's another reason why I really like Brandon Sanderson as an author as well, because he does this really well too. Oh yeah, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
He does this really well too, where you get this origin, right? You get this meeting these people, and that first step into the story, which is always so exciting and always so gripping and everything, right? And then later on you get the history, and the history of things like way back when even affecting the current time frame, and that adds so much more context even to what you've already even experienced. And so for me, that part of like entering the world, Sorcerer's Stone, Philosopher's Stone, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to call it Sorcerer's Stone. That's how I first knew it. That first step into the magical world, I feel like you take that with Harry, and it almost feels like it's your own. You know what I mean? Like I love him getting the letters. I love the description of, like, you know, Aunt Petunia thinks he looks shaggy, so she shaves his head, and the next morning he has regrown all of his hair exactly like it was before, you know what I mean? And he has no idea, and the Dursleys are so mad about it, you know what I mean? And I love the part where Hagrid comes to get him. Way better not way better, it is better in the book, but I think they did a good job of it in the movie as well. But, you know, like Harry camping under his coat, like Hagrid in the books, gives Harry his big coat, and Harry's warm and kind of taken care of where he wasn't before by the Dursleys in that situation. You know, hunkered down under Hagrid's coat, because Hagrid cares for this kid already. You know what I mean? He feeds him sausages on the fire and stuff, and like just the little details and everything. I love Hagrid bringing him to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley, to me, that the scene with that in the book where you first enter, like at this point, yeah, Harry's kind of like, he's being told you're a wizard, and he's still kind of like, yeah, and he's still kind of like, I don't believe you, you know. Even Hagrid conjuring the fire on the island, Harry doesn't really see him do that. He sees Hagrid get in the way of the fireplace, and then back away and there's a crackling fire there, and he's kind of like, that seemed too quick or something like that, you know? But it isn't until he steps into Diagon Alley that he really sees, oh, this is real. This dude's not lying to me. You know what I mean? Or I think Hagrid does use magic to make the boat go.
I was thinking that too.
But
it's all just
Hagrid,
minor.
Yeah, Harry goes through these levels of disbelief, and he even tells Dumbledore that later. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. And I feel like it's not until you step into Diagon Alley and you know, that is a really powerful moment to me. That's the opening up of this world, of this society, not even just magic, but their culture and how they're set up, and like the hidden nature of it amidst our world. And you know what I mean? Like there's a real magic to you know, to experiencing that. Gringotts, you know, like there's just everything exciting about it. Going to Hogwarts the first time, and you read about them seeing it, you know, through the brush as they're making their way to the boats. It's their first glimpse of the castle, and like that is just so. There's power in that. Like as a reader, as you're taking that all in, that is a level of imaginative power that I love. I get tingles, you know, up my spine about that kind of stuff. And so I love that origin. I love that first, you're stepping into this new experience, and there's so much promise there, right? That like, that to me is some of the best parts of reading a series or a book, is experiencing that beginning. And I like, it's akin to almost like when my children were born, kind of, in a way, right? Like I know of children. I have experienced, you know, I've seen little kids. I have younger siblings and stuff like that. But then to have my own child, and that being the beginning of this adventure, and you don't really know what's going to come. There's going to be trouble, but there's going to be a whole lot of joy as well. And it's that same kind of feeling when I start reading a new book. And I had that with Harry Potter. I was resistant to Harry Potter initially, and then my brother convinces me to read it, and it was that book that hooked me, right? Of course, like that first book, it was that hooked me. And for me, you know, the only reason I rate a book higher than that is because that book is just so good in another way that another aspect of what I really enjoy about stories. That's the only reason that it bumps it, you know, it bumps it down a notch from first place. I love that intro. I love that initial. It's an exciting story. People have pointed out we never see Harry actually cast a spell in that book. Or is it in the movie? We hear of him casting a spell. I don't know that we actually ever see him in the moment cast a spell. He talks about magic, he talks about his classes, he talks about the things that they've done, but I don't know that we actually see him cast a spell.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah. So, I mean, even with that, you're taking this all in, and you're kind of enjoying this ride and experiencing this new thing with him, and I just love it. I just love that. Perfect. So, anyway, that's my Sorcerer's Stone.
Yeah, like in the Sorcerer's Stone, the movie, when he actually draws his wand to fight the troll, he climbs him and sticks it up his nose.
Yeah,
like, don't cast a spell, just use it as a nose plug.
I believe, and I think on after I heard that on my next reread with M, I think I noticed that we never actually see Harry cast a spell. We see just about.
I wonder why that is.
Situationally, I think it just doesn't You know,
I know, but you'd think that the main character that you're like following along would at least get to do magic in front of you.
I kind of actually love that. That's a piece of like the history or whatever of it, you know, like that's a quirk of it, that like in a book filled with magic where he even talks about like, yeah, I learned this magic and stuff. He never casts.
Sorry, I keep yawning now because it's getting really.
It's very late. Well, he never casts a spell.
I would be curious to know, even in the whole series, which is maybe then book 2, what is the first spell that Harry casts that we see?
That'd be interesting. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what that even would be.
Yeah.
Like I can think of Aranya Exame, you know, in part of that's like toward the end of book 2 though.
Book. Or that's movie though. Aranya Exame, I think is movie.
So I'm trying to think of even one that we see him cast in the movie before that. I don't know.
And we'd have to pull it up, I guess.
Well, I'm curious. Like next time we watch, we're gonna like pay attention and whatever. We can look it up and for the book.
So I like to pull Half-Blood Prince in that spot. Chamber of Secrets. I love the answers for Chamber of Secrets. I think Jessie voted too for Chamber of Secrets as her number 2 spot. And I'm wondering if the reason is any different from what Regular Human was saying too, you know, like why that one. And then, Philosopher's Stone. Okay. I'm going to reset the poll.
I think we need to go to, that is a segue into top movie.
Top movie? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because you were just talking about it.
Yep. So for both of us, our favorite movie, and this doesn't surprise me that me and Kylaris have the same favorite, and Jessie, have the same.
I mean, it's a little because I wasn't sure what I was actually going to say. Like I said, I don't think I've really thought about my movie rankings before today. I've thought about my book rankings, but I'm like, when I kind of wrote it down, I was like, I just have to put it at the top. Like, it's our go-to.
We used to fall asleep to Sorcerer's Stone every night.
Was that one?
Yeah.
I don't even remember what we watched.
Yep.
We used, watch movies a lot before bed and stuff. So anyway, Purpose said 6, by the way.
Which I love. Yeah, that's awesome.
Good choice.
Yep.
Especially, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Purpose, I would love for you to someday read book 6 and flesh out the ending of that story for you if you like it that much.
We would have such a good conversation. It's like Purpose, I would want to get you like on stream, I think, like, and us
like
just
interview.
And just talk about it. I would just love it. I would love it so much. I want that perspective, Oh, so good. But anyway,
like you were saying with the book, okay. First of all, we've already touched on our love of Chris Columbus's imagining of the wizarding world and how he presented it all to us in the beginning and how magical and wondrous it really was. It came through pretty strongly, almost as strongly as it did in the book. And that was no easy feat. Like, I thought he did a fantastic job. And book 1 is the most spot on of all the movies. It's the shortest. It was the easiest to make into a movie. And he did a great job. So therefore, already it has that going for it, that it's like, for people like us who are hardcore lovers of the books, that is a book on screen. And that's what we wanted the whole time.
Even down to the visuals.
Like
a lot of the visuals.
Written descriptions are followed. Like there's certain things obviously that are left out. There's no peeves. There's but there's not. You can't name a whole giant list of stuff that doesn't make sense as to why they left it out, like you can with some of the other movies.
Visually, I think we can have a tandem talk here about it then, because but because after you were already talking about your book, I'm like, well, we both have the same type movie, so let's get that checked off. I think visually, really hit that on the mark. Story wise, like you said, very little missing. The music.
How cool was it when you see the scene with the boats pulling up the glowy castle in the dark? Like, you had that as the background on your computer for a long time. I just got that as a puzzle for my friend Valia for Christmas. along with like it's like one of those ones that is like ends up being poster size, and I got her a frame to put it in because it's like that's just the most magical backdrop you ever saw in your life. Like the castle up on the hill
with the
with the
building
roads
music.
approaching. Yeah, with the John Williams swelling in the background, like you just
it's just
it's
perfect.
so well captured.
It's perfect. It's like such a good movie. It captures the whimsy, it captures the danger, the plot.
Yeah.
It is, Jesse, it is. Perfect combination.
The child acting is okay, but like at the same time they feel like 11-year-olds. Like, you know, they're going to be a little awkward and they're going to be a little, I don't know. If they were any more polished than that, it might borderline on unbelievable.
I think I could say for that movie, maybe the lowest, the low point of it, if it has one, is the acting a little bit sometimes. But
well, they're all pretty used to it then too. That's the first one they made, and they were all like, some of them had some acting experience, but this was like by far the hugest thing ever for all of them.
Yep. But you know, overall, I thought really good. Really good. And again, Richard Harris to me looks like Dumbledore, apart from the energy. I think that's the only thing he's really missing is the energy. You don't see him as a sprightly Dumbledore, and Dumbledore comes off as sprightly, right? He's an old man, but even Harry, like, not until like Dumbledore's really like hurting in book 6 does Harry think, wow, he's an old guy. You know what I mean? Like, he is sprightly, and Richard Harris is missing that a little bit, but he's got the twinkle and the fatherliness. And
great castings started right there with the first movie. Like, so many of the Hogwarts teachers were so well casted. And I thought at that age, out of like the main trio, I thought Ron was the best actor when they were young, like Rupert Grint.
Yep.
Ron was like, I don't know, he was. I don't have a problem with that acting at all in that movie. I thought he did a really good job.
I thought Rupert Grint was one of the best actors in that.
Yeah. I think that Dan Radcliffe and Emma Watson ended up catching up to him a little bit, but like in the beginning they were more awkward and unseasoned.
Yep. Rupert Grint as Ron was a more believable character right from the start. So Perfer said, somebody said Harry Potter has such great world building that you miss little things like how they have one of the slowest birds delivering mail, the music kicking in as you first see Hogwarts. It takes you into that world. It does. There's so much going on. And, you know, like some of that stuff, right? Like, you know, they talk about birds delivering mail and stuff, and again, that's almost one of those things the author talks about, that where like, yeah, they could have adopted easier things, right, to make things more convenient, but there's a level of wizarding pride involved in that. We're set apart, we do things differently, you know what I mean? And they don't want to give up. Somebody said earlier, Jesse or you, I can't remember, about the tradition of it. Even like there's a level of traditionalism in that, and you know, hey, we use owls. You know, I want to
enjoy the modern world on principle kind of thing.
Yep. And J.K. Rowling has said the one thing that they kind of, that the Wizarding Society really kind of can't help themselves is cars. So like that's why you see cars crop up as that's kind of the one thing that they're like, hey, the Muggles really had a good idea here and we really can't find a reason to hate it. So
and also it probably makes it easier for them to travel around in the Muggle world without being detected using magic. Because otherwise, like, if you can't use your magic, how are you going to get there faster?
Well, and to bring their families and things like that. And I think there's a level of almost like you have people who just love cars here. I think there's a level of car fandom in the wizarding world. Do they all love them? No, of course not. It's not that generalized, right? But most of them, a lot of them, cars are that weak spot, but so it's interesting, the whimsy and all of that, like you just, some of those things just don't matter. So even when we talk about some of the acting, not the best acting you've ever seen, I don't think I ever really thought about it until somebody said something, you know what I mean? I didn't even.
like I said again, like for 11-year-olds, you kind of give them a pass. Like they do the job. It's
they gotta grow. They gotta grow too. They gotta grow as people and actors and everything, and that makes sense. But yeah, like the movie too. It just captured. I think the added element of the music for me is really what just made it.
Don't even get me started on how much we love John.
We love John Williams. That was actually something that KYLARIS and I very early on were like, because KYLARIS is very musically talented, has been involved in a lot of music programs and things like that, you know, like marching band and things like that and everything. And right away, it's like both of us had this love of John Williams and music and, you know, and all that. Yeah, and so
like in my opinion, you just can't beat it. There's a lot of movie composers out there, but it's just the iconic, like soaring melodies. Like it's just he just hits the nail on the head so often.
He sets a stage musically like no one else. So and while I think the music is really good in the other movies as well that he doesn't compose, there is nothing like the music in this first movie.
At least like the not predecessors. What's the ones after?
Successors.
It's getting late. The successors at least had his original themes to work with and do variations of and whatever. So it wasn't like it was so stretched out that it didn't seem like Harry Potter anymore. But they did add their own flair to it, and I enjoyed all of it. But it would have been completely different though if he hadn't done the beginning.
Yep. Just amazing. So the music added to that. Again, talking about when he goes into Diagon Alley and that what's the music? How does it go? I can hear it in my head, but I'm yeah. You know, like I don't know. There's just something fun, you know. There's that fun energy. It's not super quick, but it's like that little bit of energy about like what's happening. This is a bustling lane, and Harry's just looking around amazed. Hey, Demonic. Well. Look who's live at 7:20 a.m. for me. It's 2:19 here. Hey, buddy. How are ya?
Good morning.
Demonic in the house.
How are you? Oh, thank you. At this point, it was yesterday, but thank you. We started on my birthday. We just hit the 5-hour mark on this stream.
Yep, we sure did.
For the birthday wishes.
Demonic, hope you're doing well, buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, like it's just so good. I just can't, you know. Geez, how long do you plan to go for? Until we're almost done.
Honestly,
done.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you look at the chart we have going on, we've now ranked our top 7 favorite movies, or the order of the movies of the Harry Potter movies, and we've done 6 out of 7 books. So we're almost there.
Sorry. Ooh. Yeah, there is just something about that movie that I'm if it wasn't for Empire, I feel like I've always kind of said I like the Star Wars movies more than the Harry Potter movies, but movie 1, Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone, whichever you prefer, that movie is phenomenal. And if it wasn't for like Empire and stuff. Whew.
Hey, CJ, how are you? Thank you for the song.
Nice. How are you? What's going on? Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, so what else? We're losing our train of thought because our minds are turning to jello at this hour. But what else do we want to say about?
I think we've covered it. The music's great. The cinematography's great. Chris Columbus, like, definitely, you know, took the descriptions in the book and really tried to stay true to that. The plot is pretty spot on. There's a couple of things, but plot's spot on, you know. Yeah, but then you got to rank all the Star Wars movies and all the Star Wars books, both canon and legend. So you're going to be here for at least another 12 hours. So we have a video where we've ranked the Star Wars movies. It's on our YouTube, which KYLARIS'S just linked. We have a stream where we ranked and discuss with chat our Star Wars movies.
And we included all three trilogies, and
Rogue
we also
One and
included
Solo.
Rogue One, Solo. Yeah, so
Yep.
like we ranked 11 movies on that.
Yep, for sure.
Not Warren has read a lot of the Star Wars books. I have not.
I've read a lot of the older books, the Legends now. I've read a lot of the Legends books, but long time ago. Yep. Up to a point. I didn't read some of the newer ones before they changed the canon, but because I started to get a little, all the Abeloth stuff and everything, I started to get a little, I don't know. But anyway. So yeah, I think we've covered a lot of it. Chris Columbus just did a fantastic job of taking the book and converting it, and then also John Williams.
And the fact that it's still the story, like that is the beginning of it all.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I put that book a lot lower in my list because, like I said, then it's hard for me to rank it. It like deserves its own special place of honor just because it's the start of everything. It's the start of your introduction to the wizarding world, and it's just wondrous. And yeah, it's like hard to put a finger on where that should actually go.
Yep. For me, right at the top. For the movies, right at the top. Oh, Demonic. Demonic says, well, if Revenge of the Sith isn't at least in the top 3, then you bring shame upon us all. Demonic, I think you would. I think you should go watch that video.
Honestly, I don't even remember what my top 3 ended up being, but it's probably, you're not gonna like anything I have to say.
Yeah.
I have a lot of unpopular opinions when it came. I'm doing a lot better at getting what the community likes to say in this stream.
Yep.
Not everyone's got a lot of differing opinions here, but I've been on the same page as a lot of people for the Harry Potters.
Yep. Cool. All right.
I feel like we start my speech. Whew. All right. Books. Favorite book.
We're gonna reset the poll here. And this is, we're ranking our favorite book. If you'd like to vote Harry Potter book, if you'd like to vote in the chat, you can type the numerical number relating to the book. So
don't type 1 because it's your number 1 book. Only type it if your favorite is Philosopher's Stone, because that's the first book.
Right.
If your favorite is Goblet of Fire, type 4. Anyway, my favorite is The Deathly Hallows. And it has been ever since I read it when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. We've had people stop by today that have never seen or read anything about Harry Potter. We've had people that have only watched the movies and not read the books, and we've had people that are diehard both sides like us.
My favorite are the ones where Dobby doesn't die.
Oh. My favorite is the one where Dobby dies.
So wait, Demonic, have you read the books or have you just seen the movies? Because we talked a little bit about that too. Peripherus has only seen the movies. And so to Peripherus, Dobby was a flash in the pan, right?
Yeah, like consequential, because we're like, this character hasn't been around since the second movie.
Don't really care about Dobby. And we were like, when Dobby died, we cried in the books because the books portray Dobby and portray him better and give him give him more screen time and more important things, and you actually get to see kind of why Harry and Dobby have that relationship. So yeah.
So I've never touched a Harry Potter book, and I've only ever walked in the room and seen parts of the movie whenever my girlfriend's watching them.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know what her ranking is.
Right.
So anyway, Deathly Hallows. Obviously, we touched a lot on this when Oren talked about the book, and I talked about the movie already. But again, just like with the movie, I love the span of all the places that you visit in the Wizarding world and without. Like this Wizarding war is like saturating the magical world and the Muggle world, and it's just everywhere. They get to travel all over the place. You revisit sites that you've seen throughout the series, and you are taken to a lot of other places that you haven't seen yet, or ones that you just heard about. Like I said, Malfoy Manor, and you get new places like Shell Cottage and
The
like,
Forest
I
of
don't think
Dean.
what was it?
The Forest of Dean. And
Yeah. The forest, and they're in London, so you're like urban, out in the middle of, there's just so many I swear she cried just as much, if not more, than she did at a funeral when Dobby died. Like a real life funeral. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It pulls at your
I
heartstrings.
sobbed. I was like,
I think I maybe like missed it up. I don't know if I was like as bad as Oren. Yeah, seeing Godric's Hollow, we touched on that earlier, and how awesome that was, and how much meaning and depth is in that location to the entire story.
yep.
From Godric Gryffindor, the Peverils, the Potters, the Dumbledores. Like, yeah, speaking of the Dumbledores, you get to follow up on finding out everything more about Dumbledore's backstory through like the biographies written about him, and just kind of what Harry gleans from everything after Dumbledore's death, and is like, who was this man really? And like, I thought I knew him, and am I like okay with him not sharing any of this with me? And of course, by the end, you realize that Dumbledore's been just orchestrating the whole time exactly what Harry needs to know when, and even if he wants to tell him more, there's reasons why he can't, and for the sake of having him make the right choice at the right time. And it's just so like, there's so much culmination. That's what, like, if I had to say one thing about why that's my favorite, there was just, the anticipation for the end of the series to come out, and the culmination that it ended up being was like, everything that I could hope for. Like, there's no reason that it shouldn't be my favorite book, because I was like totally blown away by it, totally satisfied with how everything was tied up. Like, you can't say that about many book series or movies that I'm like, man, as something that I'm a huge fan of, I'm totally satisfied with the way that this ended, and I feel good about it. Like, there's usually like, oh my gosh, like after all this time, that's how they're gonna end it, and people, rant and rave about it, and I'm like, that was awesome. Like, that's like one of the most epic like follow through that I've ever witnessed. Like,
everything comes together.
The fact that it was an entire landscape of start to finish whole story, that she had everything planned out really before she even wrote it, was like, you can tell, there's no loose ends. Things that you're finding out now about in book 7, like you said, the breadcrumbs were being laid for that in book 1 and 2, and so on. And it's like, and there's things that you didn't know were significant when you read about them that are now like, oh, we learned about that so long ago, and we didn't know why it was important. And like you said, Oren, obviously you've read them a billion times, and like you keep finding more little tidbits that it's like, man, how many times have you read this now? And it's like, I never once put that together, but it all is just such a like tangled web of like organized chaos. Like, it's just, there's so much there that ties together and works out just so.
I remember reading book 6 and book 7. So for anybody who's just come in, I read the first 5 books before the 6th and 7th came out, and I read those many times. So I read very quickly. I read a lot. And if I don't have something new, I'm very picky about what I read, actually. And if I don't have something new to read, I read Harry Potter. I read it over again. So if I'm just relaxing and I want to sit with a book and I don't have anything new, I read Harry Potter. And so I've read it many times. And I remember the first time I read 6, having read the first 5 as many times as I had, and I can't remember how many it was at that point anymore. You know what I mean? It's so many times. I remember the overload as the realizations with the new info started to snap into place, right? And it's almost overwhelming for my brain, because I'm starting to put together all these little you know how I am with little details and things, right? And like all of a sudden all these little details and things are snapping into place, and I'm going, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. And then I got to book 7, and book 7 did it even more. You know what I mean? It's like when you're getting all of those, you get the full picture. Oh yeah, for sure, demonic. For sure. I cried. I'm not gonna lie. I will be
Put
straight
up
up.
with orange.
Yeah. But so you know, then book 7 where we get all the loose ends are tied up real nice. You know what I mean? And you get the bigger picture, the bigger picture, the really big picture, right? Because it's not even just Horcruxes, which you get in book 6. It's Hallows as well, and it's memories and history and all of these things. And my brain just wanted to explode. Because by then I'd read book 6 even like, you know, 5 or 6 times before 7 came out, and then 7 hits, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, all of the things. This is insanity. It's insanity, and it's so good. It's so well done. And then to go back through from the beginning and read it again straight through, I'm going through book 1 going, I didn't know this before. This seemed completely insignificant, like I would have never needed to know this. And now it's like holy cow, I had no idea the significance at that point. Yeah, I hear that.
So you touched on Hallows. Obviously, we've gone through like the introduction of Horcruxes and what they are, what they could be, what they mean all through book 6, and then you continue on with that in book 7. Obviously, we're still hunting down some Horcruxes, and then but like what's the significance of the Hallows, and you know, talking to Xenophilius Lovegood. Dumbledore's will was like a huge thing. The fact that he knew exactly what to give to all of them to help them on their quest, like he gives Hermione the book and knows that she's gonna figure this out. Like she's the one that figured out like what monster the basilisk was when nobody else did. You know, like she's good at putting that stuff together, and he knew it would lead them to the Hallows. Obviously Ron, he knew needed the Deluminator for, you know, to help bring him back to them, and it's a cool light feature. And for Harry to give him the stone, which was a pretty straightforward one, but it's like he had to decipher, like he's the only one that could get it out of there. And just like I thought that the will items were really cool. And yeah, and then the hunting down of, and then the whole Hallows versus Horcruxes thing, like, and like what's gonna be the answer to this, or the entire thing is how do we solve this riddle of what order do we have to do these things in, and what are all the things we have to check off in order to defeat Voldemort, because it's like so complicated. And like somebody said earlier that it was like such a small chance of any of this succeeding, like a shot in the dark basically, that you had to get it all just right in order for it to work.
Yep. Well, and what's interesting is at one point Harry even kind of deliberates with himself, Horcruxes or Hallows, and
right?
really
You make a choice at some point, right, to like go after one because of timing, and he has to kind of choose which direction they take.
Really, at the end, it was both, which I just find incredibly interesting. And I mean, he chose the right path. It was more like he had to choose a path. In the end, he chose the right path. But it ended up being both were significant. So
right.
Yep.
And you know, like I said, learning more about Dumbledore through Harry learning more about Dumbledore. And that kind of leads into Fantastic Beasts a little bit too. Like someone brought up earlier. I'm not going to get into all that, but it's like there's even more to know about Dumbledore, and we haven't learned it all yet, and that's cool too.
Yep.
And then there's a lot of character arcs that are huge in this one. Obviously, we talked about Snape earlier. That's the big one, really. You know, the complete flip on, like, opening our eyes to all the motivations and history of why this person is who they are, what they've done, what they're doing, what part they play in all this. It's like, you can't say enough about that character arc because that's the big one.
Yep.
And it was just awesome to be like, oh my gosh, because everyone kind of had their suspicions one way or another leading up to that, and just having the confirmation of what really went down was like I said, that was so satisfying to finally like learn the truth about that.
Yep.
Other secondary characters who had really pretty cool transformations in this book were Neville.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Obviously, you see him being the leader at Hogwarts of like the resistance or whatever you want to call it. And really like finding his way, finding his inner Gryffindor, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Being the one that kills Nagini as part of the entire thing. Honestly, Neville's been so tied to this from day one because, you know, the prophecy and everything, all this could have been him. And really, without him killing Nagini, Harry wouldn't have still been successful in the end. So he's like crucial to the plot, even though he's always just been this side kind of overlooked character.
Mm-hmm.
And he finally like comes into his own, and that's really like, that's a cool character arc to watch be fulfilled too.
What I love about that is Neville becomes what he values.
Yeah. Which we talked about that earlier, like about the Sorting Hat, just like it's not so much who you are right now or what your dominant character traits are, but really what is important to you. What do you think is the valuable traits in a person? And then another one that I thought of too was like the Malfoys, especially Narcissa Malfoy by the end. You know, how we've been led to feel about them the entire series, and really kind of it comes out what's most important to them in the end too. And really they're not like the worst of the worst. They just love their family, like truly. They've just been opportunity climbers this entire time, and really they're just kind of, they don't make good choices about who they're aligned with, but in the end they care more about their son than
Lucius is pretty bad.
He is, but there's people worse than him.
Yeah, but that's
he's
the
mostly
thing.
an opportunist.
The redemptive quality of Lucius is that he loves his son more than and I definitely think Narcissa is less afraid of death and Voldemort than Lucius is. She's the brave one.
Yeah.
In regards to that, when it comes to their son, she's willing to lie to the most powerful Legilimens.
Honestly, that's some mama bearness right there.
History.
I gotta respect it.
Right, she's able to pull a Snape,
right,
to try and save her son.
That's crazy.
So
I think that Narcissa and Draco are the most redeemed in that situation. I mean, Draco still, I don't know, him and Harry have a complex thing where they end up being cool or whatever, but he doesn't do much to redeem himself other than not join the bad guys.
So they say, J.K. Rowling has said that, like, they're never going to be best friends. But
no, there's too much like water under the bridge kind of. But
there's an understanding, and even Christian, Draco is just a coward. He's a coward. He's a coward who is. It's almost like, you know, those people who are so self-conscious of themselves that they have to talk themselves up. It's a defense mechanism.
Put on a front.
And I mean, he was raised to feel super special, and I'm rich
and have a superiority complex,
can have whatever I want. And then he gets into the real world, and it's like as a defense mechanism to now these new insecurities, he's leaning on that really, really hard. And on top of that, toss in the cowardice, and you get the character that we have, right? But I think in the very end, or at least, you know, what we've learned from the author is that Draco even starts to stand up to his family. He still adores his parents, still gets along with them really well, but where Narcissa and Lucius still hold on to those prejudices, Draco has completely rid himself of them.
Right.
So he is a better person because of it. And while Harry and him are never going to be best friends, there is a level of understanding and respect there that I'm good with. So,
But like, you know, comparing Narcissa, say, to Neville, they both get there in a very different roundabout way, but both of them are crucial to the end of that story. And the part that they play is, for better or worse, it is part of what makes the end successful.
Yep. I think it's fun. The additional content that J.K. Rowling has written about the Malfoys. The Malfoy family, back in history, the ancestors, the Malfoy family were originally against the Statute of Secrecy. They loved Muggles. You know why? They made a crap ton of money off of them. They had no prejudice against Muggles. There was never any of that. And it wasn't until the Statute of Secrecy was proposed and the Malfoy family was vehemently against it. But once it was enforced, because they're the type to kind of save face and do what's popular with the wizarding crowd, right? Like, it's about status, right? It's about how we're perceived. They suddenly decided to 180 their perspective on Muggles. And so it's like to save face, they had to take the complete different stance on it, even though the original ones doing that in the family didn't really believe it. And they did it, but then the more the generations go on, that whether you believe it or not, that you
behind why you guys believe this.
Yeah, right. The meaning isn't there anymore. You just have the lesson. And so the Malfoys over the generations are taught we're special, Muggles are crap, because we need to fit in with society. That was the original intent. And now it comes down to Lucius and his son, and who he marries, essentially. And and this is being taught, and we're rich and we're special and Muggles are filth. And now you've got Lucius as joining the Death Eaters, essentially. And especially too, that's out of cowardice, right? I think Lucius thought, he's the big bad, nobody's going to be able to defeat him, might as well join him. And the added benefit of, we think Muggles are crap and we should rule the world. So yeah, I don't know.
So just obviously Harry realizing what he has to do in the end through the Pensieve stuff, through just his own realization of what all of the kind of being Master of Death is going to mean, and what's just, I don't even know how to put into words. Obviously that, like, where he's like slow walking through that scene where he's slow walking through everything going on, the forest, but even like
the battle.
The battle's going on, and he's just like very aware of where he's going right now and what's kind of like going on around him that's kind of like blurred out, and he's just like, it's almost like going in slow motion. And I thought, like, that scene is so like chillsy.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then he did like talk to Dumbledore again at the train station, in between.
Oh, I love that line. Isn't this just all happening inside my head? Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not real. You know what I mean? Or that doesn't make it not real, or something. It's something like that.
Disbelief. And then we kind of talked about already too, like, obviously the end battle that wasn't really a battle with Harry and Voldemort. We talked about it with the movie and when Oren talked about it. So just like, I definitely prefer the book version and why that was powerful. We've already kind of covered that. And also I wanted to touch on the significant death that occurred in the battle and how that's
heart-wrenching.
Oren especially struggles with bittersweet, but from like a writing standpoint, there were cuts made, if you will, that needed to happen. You can't have a really fully fleshed out, like, emotional, gripping, magical war, or any kind of war that has no casualties that mean something to you. And so that, I'm sure that was tough to have her make those calls on who lived and who didn't.
Sure. Hi, Young. How are ya? Welcome to the channel.
Peripherus, thank you so much for hanging out for so long, and thanks for the birthday wishes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peripherus. Hope you have a great one, buddy.
I hope we do too soon.
yeah, we need to go to bed really soon too. It's very late. It's 2:45 in the morning here, so we gotta
so
wrapped up.
It was a little bit like they did a decent job of that in the movie too. Decent, like, they weren't all exactly the same, but they kind of conveyed the feeling, I think. And yeah, it just added to the powerfulness in the book, obviously. Especially the separation of Fred and George. I think that's the worst one for me.
Oh yeah, that's tough.
Ugh.
That's tough. Yep.
There's so much. Oh, even like the redemption of Percy. There's so many characters that
it just all wraps up so well.
They get so far in their journeys in this book. That's why I love this book. So many settings, so many character journeys. Everything is just like exploding and getting wrapped up so well. And it can't be beat in my mind.
Yep.
And then lastly, I think, comparing to some things on my lower list, obviously the main characters are more like grown-ups now, which for me was more relatable reading it as a young 20-something. They're in the real world. They're like fully fledged wizards at this point, out fighting the war. And it's just, there's a lot more real stuff going on than like school squabbles. And I appreciated the story when it got to that point, especially with all the lead up. It's not like I didn't appreciate the school stuff because I liked all that stuff too, but it's all been building up to this, and it's nice to like finally leave Hogwarts and really just show where we're at this point in time. And then the fact that we get to see them in the future as the wrap up, and like, because you're always like, I wonder what happened to them after that. And I love that we get a glimpse of that, and it's like, well, here's what happened, and this is what their lives are like. And I love that you're given that as a reader and as a fan to be like, man, I don't have to wonder what happened to them after this big bloody battle. Like, they turned out okay. They have lives. All this was for a reason. They went through this so that they could like live this way. And again, just satisfying wrap up. I can't say that enough. Like, there was just so much good in it.
It's funny because there are people who think she should have left that part out, and I'm like, I love it. I love it. I love that part.
Now, if it had been something horrible, like, and then God died 2 years later, like from something stupid, like, that would have been horrible. Don't tell me something like that. But if they're all like, successful, living lives with loved ones, and it's all like good, and but yeah, I want to know that.
Yep, for sure.
And I think I'm pretty much
cool. Yeah. Well, and I think for all those reasons too, like I really love book 7, and I talked about it a little bit, I do think the whimsy and the origin of book 1, and then of course my number 1 spot is Half-Blood Prince. Just the things that happen in that for me personally, and what I enjoy in a story, what I really look forward to. Those are the only things that push book 7 to my number 3 spot, because it is so good. I feel like my top 3 in this are just the really strong, and then even Prisoner of Azkaban too. Like, I like the other books a lot, but I think the real strength in storytelling for me is when we're talking about the entire book. I think the real strength is in my top 4, and I think that's pretty close to your top 4. I think you just have Philosopher's Stone.
What I feel about my list is I have a top 2, a bottom 2, and an interchangeable middle 3.
And a fluid middle. Yep. Yeah, like a Half-Blood Prince for me, as I mentioned already, I love not only origin, I love the history. And I guess the history plays into the origin. So you could just say it's all origin stuff. I love origin stuff. I love Half-Blood Prince. You talked about it, the relationships. When Ginny and Harry finally get together, and I love the struggle
Not the movie versions.
Yeah. The movie versions of Harry and
like actual book Harry and Ginny are where it's at.
Cringy in the movies, but in the books, them finally getting together, it was like Harry starts to finally like be interested in Ginny, and almost against his better judgment, right? Like, it's like he doesn't necessarily want to be thinking this way about Ginny because that's his best friend's sister, and he's kind of grown up with her now the last handful of years, you know what I mean? And it's just hard for him, but he's starting to realize that the woman that Ginny has become is the type of woman that he really wants, and he's got his own experiences now romantically and things, you know what I mean, that like kind of helped shape what he's looking for. And I just love the moment when they actually come together, when they become a couple.
Oh my gosh, that's another thing about
Bye, Cheppy. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Cheppy. Thank you for the birthday wishes. That's another thing about Half-Blood Prince the movie that they failed to do at the end is the Dumbledore funeral. Like, to do it right with the characters, and like that's when Harry and Ginny actually get together. Like, that's a huge. Well, no, they have that moment where it's like, okay, we're together now.
That's
basically
where they break up.
Oh, what's the moment? No,
the
I like
moment
that
is
moment.
after the Quidditch.
No,
Quidditch
you're
match,
right about that.
And she comes running, like Harry in his mind.
Yeah, okay, I remember that. But no, the funeral scene was big in my mind. For like, they had a moment there. Yeah, that must be where they break up. But I thought it was still a cool moment. Like, it was a really powerful one. And I loved all the, obviously, I feel like they didn't do the funeral scene because they couldn't justify bringing back all those characters for that one scene.
Yeah.
But that's what I would have loved to see is like all of them. Like, I loved that scene.
Yeah.
And then remember when we were so suspicious of the phoenix like shape like coming out of the tomb kind of thing? Do you remember that?
Yep. Hold on one second. Hold on. Cheppy, thank you so much for gifting that sub. Poor me too. Thanks for being here. Congratulations on the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Cheppy, thank you so much, buddy.
Chep, thanks for my birthday present.
That's awesome.
We appreciate
Cheppy.
you. Appreciate you being here too.
Hope you have a great night, Cheppy. But yeah,
we were talking about the funeral, and then
I love that moment where like Harry in his mind even thinks like his relationship with Ginny hinges on the Quidditch match, and it really probably doesn't, but in his mind it does. And when they win, when they pull it together and win, and then Ginny just comes, it's funny because everybody's cheering him and stuff and everything, but then he turns and she's running at him, you know what I mean? And it's like, at this point, who cares about pretense? Who cares about, like this being awkward or whatever? Forget that. And Ginny's kind of not that person anyways. And she just runs at him and they start kissing. Like,
that's so much more epic than the weird, like, awkward room of requirement, like
choke crying.
No, the first Harry and Ginny kiss in the movie.
Oh, in the movie, yeah.
When they go to like hide the, what do you call it? The Half-Blood Prince's book.
Yeah.
And she's like, the kiss can stay up here too if you want. It's like the dumbest little kiss, and then she disappears. We're like, what is that?
What just happened? Yeah.
Does anyone else feel super awkward for having seen that?
Yeah. It was great. Well, and to your point too, like he breaks up with her at Dumbledore's funeral because he's like, I've got stuff to do, and and it's basically like, I can't let them use you as a weapon against me. Like, I care about you too much I have to selflessly give this up because they will come for you, and it's not going to be good. You know what I mean? And like, there's just a lot of powerful. Yeah, that's Deathly Hallows though, but Half-Blood. Oh yeah, but them getting together in Half-Blood Prince and stuff. Yeah. It's I love that them getting together. The Ron and Hermione stuff is finally starting to really kind of happen. Like J.K. Rowling has said that Hermione realized the attraction, because it's kind of almost like the attraction happened, but they were too young to really like know it, you know what I mean? Like kind of that young teen sort of, preteen or whatever sort of weird awkwardness. But Hermione, being the more mature one, realized her feelings a lot sooner than Ron did.
Mm-hmm.
And Ron is obviously not the smoothest character, and he can be a little insensitive to Hermione, right? And
he can be kind of oblivious to things like that.
Yep. And it took Ron kind of having that situation with Lavender where it's like, I have this girl who's just gushing over me, like she's just paying me all this attention and fawning over me and whatever. And I'm coming to find out that that's not really what I want.
Right.
And you know, I've known I've been attracted to Hermione, but this cements in my mind that it really is. And they don't get together in Half-Blood Prince, but I feel like that's the beginning of...
it definitely lays the groundwork, yeah.
Yeah, of them, of it leveling the playing field on what's going on with them. You know what I mean? And I think the only thing that slowed that down was the fact that they went with Harry on a mission. And there wasn't really a lot of...
It's like priorities, you know, this is really the time for that, and we've got a lot going on.
When they kiss in the room of requirement near the end of the book, when the battle's starting and stuff, and Harry's like, now? And Ron says, what did he say? Like, yeah, when else? Or better now? Or there's no other time, mate, or something like that.
Like, this could be your last chance, kind of a thing. Whatever the exact quote is, that's the gist.
This is it. You know what I mean? And who cares? Like, hey, there's a battle. I love her. You know what I mean? Like, it's so good. So, but for me, the big thing with Half-Blood Prince, the writing I thought was really good. The characters really good. Even like, I need to put my vote in there. But the writing was really good. The like, even the plot, like starting to peel back the layers. You know, like you get those answers in every book, but those answers always come with like 3 more questions. And in book 6, you're really starting to peel back the layers. I loved Horcruxes as a plot element, because we didn't know, like, how is Voldemort still alive?
It's nice to get some insight into what dark magic is at work here, because it's something.
Yep.
Like, this is unnatural.
Right.
He seems unnatural.
Right.
Like, the way that he is.
Well, and then even to get some of the like the diary, now you're starting to go, oh, that wasn't just a memory. That wasn't just some
random enchanted object to do that.
This was something way more powerful. And if Harry hadn't had a basilisk fang,
lucky,
right?
That's so.
Well, that's some of that, you could say plot convenience, but like a lot of it is the idea too that Voldemort is so full of himself that really his little bits of oversight, because of his own self-confidence, he tends to be his own downfall. And Dumbledore even says that dictators in the past, it's pretty much they become their own downfall.
Right.
And
because what I think is not smart is that he has this piece of himself in here that's supposed to control an heir of Slytherin to open the chamber that has the creature that has the fangs that can destroy him. That's like so...
He's self-defeating in the end. He is essentially self-defeating. But that's the cool thing. You start peeling back these layers. I love the pensieve. The pensieve as an item is so intriguing to me. I love it.
Storytelling too, like it's super smart to like, well, I've got a whole lot of like history to put on you, so let's jump through here and you can just see it, and there's reasons for that.
I love Slughorn. I wish we got more insights into good Slytherins like we do with him. Like he gave, if anything, like, it's like it's a taste of someone who is a Slytherin that isn't bad, is really there for the good. There's just, these Slytherin traits that...
Yeah, I think that he's an example of that, because we don't get very many.
I wish we got more, but because he's also like, there's some character flaws there that don't make him the quintessential good Slytherin look, you know what I mean? But like...
Wasn't he like Merlin a Slytherin?
Merlin in that world was supposed to be a Slytherin.
Not that we see him much, but...
And actually taught specifically by... directly by Salazar. So, and look how good he turned out to be. So like, he was ambitious. Ambition does not equal bad. immediately. It's what you do with it, which is another theme of these books, right? It's
you are still the product of your own choices.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, like I love the memories. I love going into the memories and seeing Voldemort's history. I love like kind of coming to the conclusions with them about what these Horcruxes could be. It felt like a satisfying answer to how Voldemort's been doing this. It sets up like even I think it really sets up well even the what they end up doing in book 7, the goal, right? Like the quest, and it sets that up really well. I love the fact that for a moment, I mentioned earlier, I guess that Snape was a good guy. I logicked that Snape was a good guy and really on the good side. Not a good guy, you know what I mean? On the good side, because I said he never mentions Harry's mom. He always mentions his dad.
That's really observant.
Somebody could blow that off and say, you know, well, they were the school enemies. But like, I'm going, okay, well, he married a Muggleborn. Why in the world wouldn't Snape ever use that as ammo against Harry?
Right.
And he never does. And so like, and I also said, I notice he never says mudblood.
And you could write that off in the moment too by saying, oh, he's a teacher. So he tries to like watch, you know, that's probably not, you know, looked on in a good way.
But I was like
get in trouble for that.
I was like, look at it's always about James. Never. He doesn't mention Lily really.
That was his, you know, enemy at school, and he didn't even, you know, Lily was Muggleborn and insignificant to him. Like he didn't even bother to like talk about her or think about her as part of the equation. She was just there. James had a kid with somebody. Like why would I even, it's another thing that you would easily overlook.
I said that before book 6 ever came out. And then once book 6 came out and I read that was the one time when he kills Dumbledore, that was the one time I kind of faltered in my theory. But then I noticed that when Harry chases Snape out of the castle and he's trying to get Snape to fight him, Snape won't fight him. And Snape says some things that makes me think Snape is still trying to prep Harry. He's still trying to teach him something, because it's basically like you're gonna keep losing, Potter, unless you stop yelling your spells. Basically, I'm paraphrasing. Stop yelling your spells. Stop wearing your heart on your sleeve. Stop. You know what I'm going. He is trying to teach Harry, even in that moment, and it wasn't. And it wasn't about, oh, well, he's Voldemort's, you know what I mean? Because other Death Eaters have been like, oh, yeah, I know Voldemort really wanted to kill you, but you're right here in front of me, and I'm just going to do it for him. And then I'm going to be rewarded. Yeah, I'm going to be rewarded then. I'm going to be held in a high place with Voldemort in his ranks. Right.
What a bunch of idiots.
Oh, Voldemort would have been pissed. They would be dead, right? Because Voldemort would be like, "Oh, you were the one who defeated Harry Potter, and I couldn't." That's a power struggle.
It's almost like an Elder Wand situation.
Yes. And so it's like, I was like, that just doesn't add up to me with how much Snape hates Harry and everything too. It just doesn't add up. And I'm like, okay, now that I've gotten to that point, I think Snape's still trying to teach him. I think Snape's still trying to protect him. And, because Bellatrix even kind of goes at him in the book, and Snape's like, no, he's the Dark Lords. And I'm like, that's just covering Harry. That's protecting Harry right there. And I'm like, yeah. So, I mean, all of that. I love the Dumbledore interactions. I love the memories. I love the history. I love the Horcruxes as a reason, as an answer for why Voldemort is able to do what he's doing and look the way that he's looking. They affect his body because he has split himself so much and put his soul in objects. And so like
he's almost not human anymore.
Yeah.
Or at least not the way regular people.
Not in the typical sense, right? Like of the word. But yeah, so I even love Trelawney. It's interesting. Trelawney in book 6, that was the first time that Trelawney really started to come off to me as she's right about a lot of things. So
Hey, Ginger,
how are ya?
for stopping in.
Ooh, it's really late, but
I know. All the Europeans are coming in here.
I know it's their morning. But yeah, so like Trelawney, Harry comes across her, and it's when you find out Snape party animals, right?
Oh my gosh.
More like giant nerds who just love talking about Harry Potter.
We're like getting really close to hours here. We need to be sleeping, but we just gotta finish.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, like, you know, even when you find out it was Snape who tipped off Voldemort about, you know, Lily and James having their son and stuff, and the prophecy, tipped him off about the prophecy and stuff, and then you know, and like she's going through the cards and she's like, it's so odd, you know, like she doesn't even realize she's predicting the future accurately, and she's like, the lightning struck tower, the, you know, the I think it was like the thief or something like that, and it all made sense. She was predicting Dumbledore's death. Seems everyone hates Order of the Phoenix as much as I do.
Well,
movie.
Yeah, that's our movie list, but
movie.
still in our book list, it's like 4 or 5, so it's not super high.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people supposed to hate.
Yeah. Oh,
the
movie 5 was terrible. What an absolute travesty of an interpretation of the books. It's terrible. That lady in pink, I would sectum sempra.
we all.
Umbridge, yep, no doubt. Yeah. So even just that was where I started. Then I started going back through the books again, and I'm like, wow, Trelawney is actually pretty accurate. When she's trying, she's a sham. She's, you know what I mean? She's, you know, not really doing anything. But other times, she's actually predicting things. Even the teacup, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you've got the Grim. No, she's being serious. She's
so sad for her that she actually has the gift, but she doesn't know it or doesn't think she has it, and like you know, like she
thinks she's a fraud.
Right, and I wish that she knew that she actually had it. Like, I feel bad for her.
Yep. But yeah, so I mean, like, you know, it's like she has it, but she always interprets it the wrong way.
Right.
Because she doesn't believe it. So like when she sees the Grim in Harry's cup, she doesn't see the Grim. She's seeing the future. She's seeing Sirius as the black dog, right? You know what I mean? So it's like she's constantly doing this where she's actually telling the future, and she doesn't believe it for 1 second. You know what I mean? And so like you get that in book 6. There's just so many good things about book 6, and it being that, you know, getting all that history and backstory and everything. I just love it. I love peering into the past and how that affects right now. So, yep, it takes my number 1 spot for that reason.
I agree. That's why it's number 2 for me.
Yep.
But I just can't get over Deathly Hallows. I can't.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep. Like I said, the only reason Deathly Hallows is where it's at is because of the origin stuff. How much I love Origins and how.
Well, I mean, Blood Prince has so much history in it, and obviously Sorcerer's Stone is the beginning.
Yep, absolutely. So, yep. Cool.
So, how do you wrap this up?
Yeah, I know, for real. I feel like we need to wrap it up quick because it's so late. It's 3:10 in the morning, and we've been going for 5 hours and 52 minutes. But like, yeah, this was just so much fun. I love incorporating the poll. I think that was really cool. And I want to use that more, I think. And then if we can, and then I love getting this ranking on there. I love the conversations we've had. It was so much fun getting everybody's opinions and stuff. It's too bad that we went so long that I think a lot of people had to go to bed.
I know.
And, you know, really I should be in bed, but
we just can't get started any sooner most nights. So it is what it is.
Yep. But so yeah, like I think this was really fun. I mean, like, it doesn't surprise me at all, people's rankings and things like that. It's just I'm curious why, you know what I mean? Because a lot of, especially when they differ from ours a lot. So
we are going to put these lists into the lore and literature channel in the Discord.
no.
So
Oh well, yeah, that's fair, but
we're like a quarter of the way there. No, in the lore and literature channel in the Discord, we're going to put our lists, and if anybody else wants to put their ranking lists, we would love to see them. And if you want to share any reasons why, we would totally read it and respond. Yeah, and like I said, if anybody wants to have any more Harry Potter content or any other genre that we're all kind of like talking about all the time, let us know if you have any ideas. We've talked about possible like trivia. We want to get into doing a little bit more interactive stuff with the community where we can, and we're kind of trying to brainstorm some ideas for that. So this was really fun. We really wanted to do something special for my birthday stream because it's bonus, and just we've been talking about doing this for a really long time. Ginger Regime Gryffindor. I'm a Gryffindor. So yeah, like I think it was a fun chance to do this because it's been a long time coming, and Warren and I have had these conversations many times, but it never gets old trying to like just put into words why we have these feelings about these books and movies. Like it's one of our favorite fandoms.
Yep. And it really is cool to like get other people's opinions to find out where they rank and why.
We've had this conversation a lot of times in general, but it's fun to incorporate other people and new points of view and different ones than ours. And it's been really cool and interesting.
Super interesting. So, yep. Oren needs a wizard cloak and hat to match his Cal Poncho energy, no doubt.
Probably should have happened. I have on actually, what I'm wearing is really a Hogwarts robe. It's my graduation gown from college. I keep it in his costume because they used it as a Harry Potter cloak, so I threw it on.
Yeah, no problem, Ginger. I mean, time zones, right? Yeah. It's all good, buddy.
I'd love to interact with you more. If you want to like watch any more of our what we talked about, we're gonna post this one on the YouTube for sure.
Yep, for sure. And
and we might have more of these in the future, depending on what we come up with for topics and things like that.
Yep. Cool.
Well, thank you for everybody who turned out, and wish you happy birthday. I had a super fun time hanging out with everybody, and I appreciate all the birthday wishes and kindness, and we had some gift subs and whatnot, and I really appreciate all the support and even just everyone being here to talk and hang out with us. It's been a really fun way to spend my birthday night.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you made?
I have Harry Potter cake, not as epic as the Moosa Park cake, but I made one for our daughter's birthday when she turned, I think 7.
Last year?
No, 6. Last year was a unicorn cake. And it was
like the Hogwarts crest.
Yeah, I like frosted the Hogwarts crest on it, and I had a few like things to stick in it. It was pretty cool. She liked it.
It was fun. Yeah.
We had a birthday party.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. U.S. Eastern, if I can stay awake. And who knows what we'll play, but it should be a good time. Sweet, just don't drop it like Harry did, right?
Sit on it like Hagrid did.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what we're playing on our Wednesday night stream, but we'll figure it out and let you know when we know.
Yep, for sure. All right. Hey, Ginger, thanks for coming by. Thanks to everybody, like KYLARIS said, for coming by, chatting with us, showing the support, and the birthday wishes. Super great. So it was a lot of fun. Yep. All right. Hope you all have a great one, and we will talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Music.